You mind? Shit. Oof. What's going on here? I gotta stop casting Pyroblast. Downside of my cat being adorable, I can't really roll a cigarette now. Let alone light it. mind. I guess she does mind.
I can't carry anymore. Inventory is full. I need to target something first.
I'm not gonna lie, this sucks in a very adorable way. I really want to roll a cigarette right now. I just ate.
carry anymore. Inventory is full.
Why does that sound familiar?
I
And
can't
look familiar.
carry anymore.
Never mind. Low level crafting. Supposedly. Yo. Comfortable? Little shit's preventing me from smoking. Bullocks. Oh god. Reduced to a bed.
Inventory is full.
Hello?
I can't carry anymore. Inventory is full.
My legs are starting to cramp from the position. Oh, I'm sorry. I made too much noise. Sorry. Now I can move. Ow. Okay. Ow. She'll be back eventually. Super adorable.
I can't carry anymore.
I'm gonna be here for a while, I think. Jesus.
Inventory is full.
Oh shit.
Hi, I'm Cam. I used to spit, now I make flicks. The first two parts of this series were about the many suspicious degrees of Rashad Richey. the supposedly progressive host of Indisputable. Since Richie announced an impending lawsuit in his most recent response video, while looking like he was about to cry.
But I see now that a part 2 and other people are grabbing the commentary. Well, it has to be done.
I figured making another one about him alone would be overkill. This one's about the network itself, specifically their leaders, Cenk Uygur, that's how the founder of TYT, Cenk Uygur pronounces his name, by the way, and the self-labeled politically homeless Anna Kasparian. Though they've both done a lot of great work in the media for decades, and there's no way I can erase thousands of videos pushing progressive messaging and causes, many people on the left see them as deeply compromised, in more ways than one. I'm also not letting their COO and former CEO, Jack Gerard, off the hook either. You don't get to fade to black just because you ain't a celebrity. Assuming all of y'all have heard of this YouTube OG news organization would be a mistake. So let's run that down real quick.
I used to watch
Young
them
Turks is an American progressive
long time
news
ago.
network founded by Cenk, Ben Mankiewicz, and Dave Kohler in 2002. They actually launched on Sirius Satellite Radio in the early days, then hopped on YouTube and Twitch when those platforms rolled out. Anna worked her way into a partner position fairly early on, and even took over editorial control after Cenk became a politician. TYT is co-hosted by Cenk's flagship broadcast, with a gang of shows targeting different left-leaning demographics. A variety of hosts anchor those shows, including our best friend, Rashad. I hear everybody loves John Iadarola and The Damage Report.
There is not a pure soul at the network than John, I'll be honest.
I love to hear it. I've heard great things about sports
Lefties.
and politics commentator J.R. Jackson, OG news anchor David Schuster, and I've heard of Nina Turner through the grapevine. Everybody else doesn't ring a bell, but they got a lot of shows, bruh. At any given time of day, one of their shows is live, which seems like it was the whole goal of building so many spinoffs in the first place. I interviewed Dan Evans, aka Dan from the Internet, a former producer and guest host for the Young Turks, and collaborated with their former editor, writer, and co-host, Hank Thompson, who's been eyeballs deep in his own expose covering the scandal around TYT's union-busting saga called Tell the Truth, Cenk. I'll be including snippets of that, but over an hour of it is available on YouTube right now, and they're previews, but incredibly solid. Both of them reached out to me when they heard I was covering this, laid out some pretty strong evidence in Hank's case, and some important background info in Dan's case. I also reached out to former TYT contributor Jeff Wiggins.
The left eating itself, you'll love to see
who
it.
linked me to the videos made by other former
Or hear it,
contributors
in this case.
discussing why they left, or, in the case of Francesca, got banned by TYT. You'll see clips from them throughout this piece as well. I'll be clear right now that I'm not attacking anyone. My constructive criticism has nothing to do with the network's contributors, producers, writers, or on-air talent beyond Cenk, Anna, and Richie. After reviewing all the evidence, my conclusion is that despite all the measurable good this network has done for progressive causes, representing one of the strongest checks to Republican media dominance over the past 20 years, their corporation is losing favor with their left-leaning fan base for very clear corporation-related reasons. The core values listed on the Young Turks website are not consistently supported by the actions and words of their leadership. And the sum total of these actions is much more reminiscent of naked capitalism than it is progressive. For the purposes of this video, here's the
Lefties eating themselves. You'll love to see it.
Department. Progressives are, quote, interested in furthering social and political reform, curbing political corruption caused by political machines, and limiting the political influence of large corporations. Rashad ain't off the hook either. We'll cover his past affiliation with conservative figures and wild statements about progressives from his dissertations, but I gotta light up his employers first for me to make this point effectively. Let's pay the bills, then get to it. Shout out to my longtime sponsor, Aura, for making these investigations possible. I'll keep it quick. So this time when I logged in, Aura hit me with an update on one of the data brokers they checked out for me. This is happening nonstop while I'm eating, sleeping, making these videos. What's different about this factual data broker is that they actually didn't have my information. I haven't seen it before, but Aura lets me know when they don't find it. That's dope. I really can't ask for more as far as
I can't
transparency
carry
goes. I
anymore.
mentioned last time that I was going to explain more about the vault. It's what it sounds like, a safe place for crucial info and documents like your IDs, your IP, passport, etc.
My mana
It's
is
sectioned
low.
out by category. I only have one checking account on file for now, but you can log in a brokerage, savings, and more. Try Aura out for yourself using my link aura.com/CamJames for 2 weeks absolutely free. On this channel, we protect each other from scams.
For being a rapper that was like on television, according to himself, his ad reads are shit, dude.
Break down politics and culture, speak truth to power, and talk our way into legal threats. Let's get to it.
That was very monotonous. No offense.
This is a small part of this story, but we can't skip it. The name the Young Turks is a popularized term among Turkish people that refers to a group of anti-establishment forces working to establish a constitutional government instead of a monarchy in the Ottoman Empire.
Inventory is full.
Before you turn the video off, this whole thing won't be a history lesson. That's just what it means. It's become a more general reference to young rebels fighting the power, like Public Enemy. Back in 1991, I was saying my first English words. Cenk Uygur, a Turkish East Brunswick, New Jersey native, was a senior management major at UPenn, writing for their newspaper, the Daily Pennsylvanian. He called his column, "How You Like Me Now, Baby," which screams preppy Gen X, but I'll let that one go. And in this article, called Historical Fact or Falsehood, he uses 1,200 words to convince readers that the Armenian genocide did not happen. I've put the whole thing in the description in case y'all want to read it. He was really going in, talking about what 69 American professors wrote to Congress, nice, gassing up those professors' qualifications ad nauseum to make sure we believe him, like another person we know, and even leaning on the words of a rear admiral working for the US government who called the genocide misinformation. What actually happened is that the Ottoman Empire's officials were shook at the prospect of Armenians joining the Russian war effort. So they wiped 1.5 million of them out via executions and forced marches. And yes, forced marches are a form of genocide. Remember the Trail of Tears? That was an American genocide committed against Native Americans, as an example. Fast forward to 2025, and Cenk is on the Lex Friedman podcast discussing what made him take that stance originally and how he came to disavow that article and admit that the Armenian genocide did actually happen.
Growing up in any tribe, whether it's a religious tribe or an ethnic tribe, you're going to get indoctrinated into that tribe's way of thinking. I'm in college, and I read about some battle that the Ottoman Empire lost, and I'm like, that can't be right. The Turks have only lost one war, World War I, right? And I was like, oh my God, I'm an idiot. I got taught that in 3rd grade in Turkey. Of course that's not true. That's ridiculously untrue, right? I read the Turkish version, right? And the Turkish version has all of this evidence, right? So it's real in that it exists. And that one was so indoctrinated that it was tough to let go. And so Anna and I disagree on things from time to time, and we've been co-hosting now for, she's been at the Young Turks for 18 years and co-hosting for, almost 18. And so she's Armenian. It just dawned on me like, no, this too was obviously propaganda. So at that point, once you realize that, it becomes easier. That's why I'm trying to unplug people from the matrix.
Okay, bet. He changed his mind when he realized he was wrong. Here's the problem with that, though. He still refuses to change the name. Anna defended it too in a now deleted tweet, even though she's Armenian. Quote, "We've explained the name a billion times. You know what it means, and you know the type of coverage we do. To perpetuate the same lies over and over again, which of course directs harassment and disinformation towards me, is an odd move, especially right now. And given what we know about this historical event, it's like calling your progressive news organization the Hitler Youth. Anna knows this and defended it for one reason. She didn't like how the public was making her feel. Cenk did the same thing for the same reason. Of course, harassment isn't okay in any circumstances, but public pressure is another thing entirely. As a person who's worked at marketing agencies for most of my adult life, it seems as if this pretty cut and dry Washington Redskins-ass situation has a very obvious solution, but it would be a pain for them logistically. Any organization that publishes media on the scale that they do, which is thousands of videos a year, would need to dedicate a whole month of some unpaid intern's time to make sure any name change is reflected as widely as possible, and to make sure their SEO and marketing campaigns are flipped to match. By refusing to change the name and complaining about the public,
This place is kind of busy. I don't really see all that much mobs.
Progressive ideals. Jank and Anna are putting their comfort above doing the right thing. This is what's called a theme. How was the pay with TYT?
No one will say it's great. I will say Hassan has previously talked about being underpaid at TYT, and I'll even contest to that because, funny enough, I was paid more than him.
Wow.
So
That says a lot by itself. Yeah.
Bo baby, I wasn't like family with Jank or anything, but because I was such a young kid and because I'd shown such interest at a young age, Jank sort of protected me in a lot of different ways.
Your uncle is letting everybody steal your sales deals.
That's true.
His uncle would like let him massage a sales deal the last thing, then someone would swoop in and close it and take the commission.
Objectively, Hassan was like a host who would leave, especially near the end of his time at TYT. He would leave and start doing his Twitch streams. He would basically come in, do the script we worked on, leave, and then, that was it. I'd be there producing 2 or 3 shows, so like, I better have been paid more. But, that's all to say that it was under market rate for probably the job I was doing, but in the world of digital media, it wasn't obscene. There are other people who were definitely getting paid under market rate. I think
really
there were
busy,
some, before the union efforts, I remember hearing some mutterings over some people who were working who eventually started forming the union. So like editors, studio technicians, anyone who would be covered under IATSE, they were talking about being like legally underpaid the like California minimum wage for salary. So I was aware that those kind of things were happening even before 2020.
I had this IP, this intellectual property of the show that I like built out of the for free that I did because I wanted to do it on the side. It's something I wanted, and I knew they were not gonna, like originally they were not gonna let me do it unless I do it for free, which is kind of lame.
And this is your uncle's company.
Yeah, it's my uncle's company. It got very popular, and instead of giving me additional funds to be like, here, let's build out the show more, let's give you a writer. Because I did this in the supply closet, basically. I put a green screen up there, and I started filming myself. They were like, oh, yeah, we're going to take this IP, and we're going to give it to all the other hosts so we can, like, make more of the same type of videos without spending any extra money. And that's when I was like, damn, I have no ownership over this. My uncle was like, oh, this is an opportunity for me to hire someone and skirt some serious like labor regulations.
Why is a network that proclaims itself to be the home of progressives, a main supporter of Bernie Sanders and all these other different people, trying to start doing some union busting tactics that are straight
he's Turkish.
out of the book?
Inventory is full.
As someone who lives in a country that is flooded with Turkish people, this is super fucking normal for their culture, dude. Like, that's just cultural.
In 2020, Jank tried to prevent his staff from unionizing, using every union-busting tactic in the playbook.
That was hilarious.
This isn't something a progressive does, and it also isn't breaking news. The whole saga has
What
played
is
out
it?
across the
Dinosaurs even
media
look like?
pretty
I'm so
far and wide
confused.
for years now. The union went public on February 12th, 2020.
Wait, inside
catching
somewhere?
TYT leadership by surprise. And I'll let Hank take it from here.
I also want to shout out Hank Thompson.
Hi, I'm Hank. I worked at TYT as well as for the Jimmy Dore Show in various iterations over the years. I was a long-time paying member before I began working for the company in 2013. As a video editor and lizard massager, I was on the ground floor of this organizing drive.
This
I'm so
Twitter page
confused.
pops up out of nowhere, right? And it's TYT Union.
They'd used card check, an election process in which 50%, let help, Bernie.
If 50% of workers in a bargaining unit plus one sign a card saying they want to join a union, they will have a union. End of discussion. End of discussion.
End of discussion.
Fine. End of relationship.
After 9 days of silence, the company formally rejected voluntary recognition. saying they were prepared to voluntarily recognize the union, but only after a second election was conducted on terms more favorable to the company. While they wanted people to believe they were protecting the democratic will of the workers, it was in fact, as labor journalist Sarah Jones pointed out, classic union busting. Their statement was, put another way, total bullshit.
Do I have
what
to go
followed was a period of
inside?
union busting
I'm so
that
confused.
seemed right out of the union busting playbook. Every single tactic was a tried and true technique for disrupting solidarity, save one. Publicly smearing the workers' integrity, intelligence, and motivations by accusing them of being in a conspiracy with Cenk Uyghur's political opponent.
Seriously, go watch that. I've linked it on screen and in the description. We're going to take a closer look at some of the things Anna said.
Workers' and technique for disrupting solidarity, save one. Publicly smearing the workers' integrity, intelligence, and motivations by accusing them of being in a conspiracy with Cenk Uyghur's political opponent.
Seriously, go watch that. I've linked it on screen. And
Loser
in the
got
description. We're going to take a
6%.
closer look at some of the things Anna said.
Never gets old.
that
I have to
Hank
go
put on
down
screen,
in the Slack or something.
Then move to Cenk's statements. Hank and Cenk are different people, by the way. Please pay attention. In these tweets, Anna's going ham on IATSE, which stands for the International Alliance of Theatrical Stage Employees. It's a union representing entertainment workers, like the ones at TYT. Criticizing a union for endorsing someone who seems to not be very progressive is fair game, right? But Anna wasn't doing this out of the goodness of her heart. She was indirectly lashing out at her own coworkers.
While I'm personally supportive of unions, that's not a good start. This feels like it's done in bad faith. She finishes by calling the situation extremely suspicious.
Why would you criticize the decisions of a union your coworkers are deciding to join, as if that has anything to do with whether they deserve representation or not? You have representation.
As a worker, Anna's had personal experience with how scary asking for a raise can be.
I don't like freaking asking for raises or negotiating. That's why I have an agent. My agent negotiates that stuff for me because I can't do it, right? So,
well, it's an uncomfortable process for everyone.
Worst.
She's right. It is the worst. Since very few have a private union, an agent, a company-wide union would elevate everyone out of the intimidating subjugation Anna's agent helps her avoid.
Right, that's called having your own personal union. As Hank went on to point out, you're doing this to defend your boss. Now, what did Cenk say about it?
Our relationship got off to a bumpy start in the beginning.
As for Cenk, he did a lot more than just speak on the air. And this conflict was a lot more than just a bumpy start. He and TYT leadership spoke with the company's bankroll. Rarely get to say this, but Hank did some of this investigative work for me already.
The other tactics, all documented in these 4 articles, none of which the company has refuted, might seem so familiar because, as NLRB filings would later reveal, the Young Turks hired 2 anti-worker management-side law and consultancy firms. Since the home of progressives is largely member-funded, it stands to reason that the audience deserves to know how much they spent on union busting, if any. How much member money did TYT send to these anti-worker law firms?
For those listening in the car or while doing dishes, he just pulled up the receipts showing that TYT's 2 hired firms specialize in union busting. Here's a notice TYT had to post in their office for 60 days after violating Section 7 of the agreement with the National Labor Relations Board. Remember how TYT leadership said they voluntarily agreed with the agreement and were prepared to accept unionization? All that language is a front. If they wanted to agree to that first majority vote, also referred to as card check, they could have. It was a lie. There's a lot more to this story, but Hank's got y'all covered for that. We gotta move on to the next reason I call TYT the throne of fake progressives: blatant transphobia. But first, I came across this NGO report page in my research, and they were talking about TYT being pro-Israel while providing zero proof of it.
Recently, a media outlet did a hit job on us, and because we were criticizing Israel and we support others who criticize Israel, they said, well, that's it, you're anti-Semitic. In fact, Jew haters. Okay. Now, my proposition is that they're liars, and they never clarified to people that we actually speak out against anti-Semitism all the time, and we say do not conflate Jews and Israel. That is a government, and our Jewish American brothers and sisters are one of us.
Do not blame the entire Jewish population for the war crimes that are committed by the Israeli government, because I'm not an idiot. I can tell the difference between the two, and I judge people as individuals, not as an entire group. I don't believe in blood guilt.
As we've said on the Young Turks now literally thousands of times, it is not about Jews. If you conflate the two, that is going to cause not just terrible anti-Semitism, but it's irrational and it's wrong. Jewish people are not getting their orders from stupid Netanyahu. Will some of them listen to him, like Larry Ellison? Of course, because those are pro-Israel zealots. But that does not represent all Jewish people at all. Please, please do not believe them when they say such outrageous things that drive up anti-Semitism. Israel does not represent all Jewish people. Nobody called my friends, Jewish friends and family, and said, hey, you guys want to buy TikTok to do Israeli propaganda? Hey, would you like to kill more Palestinians? They didn't do that.
Do not conflate the Jewish people with the far-right terrorist regime that's currently governing Israel.
One of the few things that's redeemable for TYT right now are when Cenk and Anna go onto shows like Piers Morgan, and they're some of the only anti-Zionist voices, and they hold pretty strong positions on this. And, you know, I was moderately amused by Anna Kasparian slapping Bill Maher across his own podcast for his, you know, bad takes.
I don't like Israel as an ally to the United States. I don't. I think Israel is committing war crimes, atrocities, all sorts of disgusting behavior by this Israeli government and its military that should be condemned.
Yeah, I think they're pretty clear on that one, fam. Okay, the transphobia. I've been on the internet for a long time, and religious black people usually get really mad about me being an ally. So we gotta put some definitions on screen as we enter the transphobia.
Like, so
the UK
cringe.
organization Trans Action
I'm
was
an
summed it up
ally.
well.
Nobody
Quote,
cares.
the core
dude.
value underlying all transphobia
so
is a
dumb.
rejection of trans identity and a refusal to acknowledge that it could possibly be real or valid. This includes, but is not limited to, attempting to remove trans people's rights, misrepresenting trans people, abuse, systematically excluding trans people from discussions about issues that directly affect them, and other forms of discrimination. What did TYT do or say to qualify as transphobic?
I gotta look this up. I'm so fucking lost.
This is where I bring in Bonnie, a former contributor for the network. They made this
Doesn't
video
look like a Bonnie.
while they left.
We're mostly going to be focusing on their transphobia, which they have been
Doesn't sound like a Bonnie.
rapidly, which I guess is something that everybody really predicted would happen starting, I think, about 6 months ago, 4 months ago, when Anna Kasparian put out a tweet complaining about the use of the term birthing person, which is really, really funny because she kept on talking about how, like, it erases women, and it minimizes womanhood down to just body parts. Except for it literally doesn't. Everybody very immediately pointed out that that's a silly thing to say, that in fact thinking that the term
lava pools
woman and
inside
birthing
the
person
Slack.
are completely
I'm just gonna fall down,
interchangeable
fuck it.
actually does reduce women to body parts.
It was from Dr. Michelle Morrison. It said the urgency of this moment is clear. Mortality rates of birthing people are too high, and babies born to Black and Puerto Rican mothers in this city are 3 times more likely to die in their first year of life than babies born to non-Hispanic white birthing people.
I'm speculating that she doesn't want to say mothers because mothers is gendered and she's worried about offending birthing people. Like, birthing people, really? Come on. For me, it's not even like, oh, I don't want to be inclusive and I don't want to think of, you know, transgender people. It's the phrasing, like, it just makes you sound like a weird object that, like, you're a vessel and nothing more. Like, birthing people, it just sounds weird.
All right, let me break this idea down for everyone in my audience who's gonna argue about it. Inclusive language isn't developed to force you to go along with it. I'll give you an example.
Message.
Cisgender. In my last video, I dropped that term in reference to me, and a few of y'all pulled the same shit Anna pulled in this situation. Righteous anger over being forced to call yourself cisgender. What did I say in response? that nobody asked you to call yourself anything. This language isn't created for no reason to make progressives feel better or shame everybody else. Cisgender was first popularized on the internet by a biologist in 1994. You know, a science person. There's competing ideas that originated as far back as 1914 in German literature, but it ain't new either way. Y'all act like transgender people ran in a room and told you what you're allowed to say. Y'all act like they did something wild, like prevent you from getting...
This guy's acting like most people aren't using it as a derogatory term. Bitch, shut the fuck up. Like, stop lying right now, bruh.
Medical care.
My
Or
God.
threaten your reproductive rights. To address this specific term, birthing person, it isn't the same as woman. Opponents will just say everyone with a uterus is a woman and storm out the room. Well, now that you're gone, the rest of us can acknowledge that trans men can also have uteruses, or uteri. If a politician or public figure has to choose a term to address legislation or policy towards everyone who's able to give birth, what else would they say? You might not like the sound of it, which is fine. It's pretty awkward. I think we can come up with something better personally. I like birth squad. What isn't up for debate is that the term has a real purpose.
Like, while you might not enjoy the technical language,
I would not bring Emma Vigeland as a forward as a thing for anything. Like, she's so dumb. One of the dumbest persons you'll ever have the displeasure of knowing about.
that awkwardness
There's a reason she works for Sam Cedar.
inevitable in this current climate and necessary because we're trying to like fortify walls right now as trans erasure is widespread right now. Like there's a barrage of deliberately trans exclusionary language, which is what some of the awkward, stilted terminology is meaning to be.
I'm so lost.
Anna's too smart to not see that, which reinforces my point that she doesn't want to let go of these popular stances. Popular on the right, specifically. She has that in common with Cenk. Y'all have become Karens. Believe it or not, this debate over terminology is the tip of the iceberg. This gets way worse.
Cenk seemed convinced of this idea that I'm living in some sort of bubble. They've even said it on the air, that people fighting for trans rights are all living in some sort of bubble. I was like, no, Cenk, you don't understand. I matched with a random person on Tinder, and the first thing that they started talking to me about is how transphobic TYT has been lately. Because I think that they had just kind of figured out who I was. And Cenk was like, no, see, you're living in a bubble. And it's like, yeah, okay, buddy. That completely random person I matched with on Tinder is just part of the bubble that I'm magically living in. But really, that kind of gave me the vibe of like, oh, Cenk really thinks that like every trans person is part of some sort of ideology, that we're of like a strict like political viewpoint, and that we don't just exist as like a type of person that exists, you know?
So we got Cenk generalizing all trans people as living in a bubble, which is somehow both condescending and transphobic. They're not a hive mind. This ain't sci-fi, bruh. Next, we're back to Anna as she complains about teens being given puberty blockers and gender-affirming care.
I pointed out something that Anna had said on the air, where I was like, hey, Anna said this bit about doctors giving hormone therapy to children because they were afraid of being called transphobic. And I was very clear. I was like, you know that's not happening, right? Like, you know that that isn't happening. And Cenk's response was, you know, I don't know. See, I could see it happening, though. And I'm like, no, but you couldn't. Because, you know, if that actually did happen, that would be medical malpractice, and it would be like a federal case to just give kids hormone replacement therapy because you didn't want to seem transphobic. That's ridiculous. On its face is ridiculous.
Then there was what happened to Jesse Singal, which I found disgusting. I didn't know about that until at some point this year. I would say earlier this year.
With the trans stuff? Jesse's been on the show before. Yeah, he's done great.
Jesse Singal is a good faith, I think, critical thinker. I haven't seen anything from Jesse Singal that communicates to me
I hate this place. I'm so lost.
that he is a bad person. He did straight news reporting on basically what, you know, some of the risks could be when it comes to transitioning literal kids. I learned that I was wrong about a bunch of other things, right? So for instance, it is a lie that puberty blockers are reversible. In some cases, they are not, and they can cause irreparable harm. And look, you might think okay, but you got to do a balancing act, and if a child or if a teenager has severe gender dysphoria, and it would actually be better for that person to go on puberty blockers. Okay, I mean, we should be able to balance that out. But my point here is withholding the information because you don't like the information getting out there ain't the way to go, because that destroys any opportunity for us to actually have a good faith debate about what we should do moving forward.
But I think the real icing on the
It's like I have a mini map. Why can I not get a regular map?
Has decided to unilaterally declare Jesse Singal to not be a transphobe, despite, and this is what's really wild, Jesse Singal literally talking to whistleblowers at a medical facility that appear to have made some significant HIPAA violations about their patients in sharing the information that they did with Jesse Singal. And of course, you have him running around spewing all of the same transphobic nonsense that basically your average transphobe is gonna be spreading. You know, the types of things about like, oh, we don't know about hormones, and oh, HRT for kids, and oh my god, it's so terrifying, oh my goodness, they're turning all of our kids transgender.
I'm not the best qualified to discuss the full spectrum of topics under this umbrella, so I'm limiting my analysis to very specific parts of the discussion. This is where I took a timeout, researched Jesse Singal, and actually read the article and is referencing. Singal's both a notable journalist who's written for large publications like the New York Times, and a person who many progressives and trans rights organizations have labeled a transphobe. Did I find evidence of his transphobia? Absolutely. Is the article Anna's discussing transphobic? It didn't seem so until I dug deeper. Since people call him a transphobe, let's analyze the author more closely first.
What? I'm so fucking confused.
Transphobia besides this article, but I'll focus on a couple. He has demonstrably lied about a teen receiving hormone therapy after a 10-minute assessment. When called out for lying about it by the teen in question on Twitter, he deleted the tweet and blamed everyone but himself for misconstruing the facts. Spreading dangerous lies and failing to take accountability for them is transphobic. In another instance, he was also accused of defending Dr. Kenneth Zucker while writing for The Cut in 2016. Zucker was accused of recommending gender-conforming techniques to convert kids to a cisgender standard, so like conversion therapy adjacent. Zucker maintains that wasn't accurate, but got fired from his clinic anyway after public pressure led to what he calls a show trial. I didn't think Singal's reporting rose to the level of transphobia here, since he also presents the criticisms of Zucker in very plain language throughout. This just felt like reporting to me until I read other people's opinions about it. This article by Lily Franks showed me what I was missing. Singal appears to have an agenda in his reporting from the outset, then does what he needs to do to arrive at that conclusion. In this case, he hyper-focused on one attack against Zucker that he could disprove, that Zucker called a child hairy little vermin when they took their shirt off. Turns out that didn't happen. What did happen is all the accounts from parents and patients that they were uncomfortable with their care, and that Zucker pushed them towards limiting rules and recommendations to get their behavior closer to cisgender kids.
I'm so fucking lost.
Cherry-picking your arguments ain't the move, Jesse. I've been guilty of it before, which is why I try to find information that disproves my biases. I presented those two examples to show that there's times where he's very clearly transphobic, and times where the answer wouldn't be as clear to a layperson. There's so many more examples of him attacking trans people for criticizing his work, encouraging social media mobs to go after them, and more. Those are in the cited sources doc in the description. In interest of time, I'll move on to the article he wrote for The Atlantic, because it's a big deal. The link is also in the description. I encourage y'all to read it and make up your own mind.
So
Critics
they
of
did,
his
right?
work, like GLAAD, G-L-A-A-D, insists that he focused too hard on rare cases of people who identify as detransitioned or desisted. Detransitioned refers to people who have stopped or reverted steps taken as part of a gender transition, while desisted refers to people who stopped or reverted their steps to socially transition but hadn't progressed to anything medical yet. I know there's competing definitions out
What?
there. Y'all
Wait,
bear
fuck.
with me. Those
Where
are
the fuck am I
commonly
going?
accepted ones. They also accuse Singal of amplifying the phenomenon of social contagion, meaning children being influenced by social factors to become gender dysphoric. His article was literally used in court cases to strip transgender people of their rights. The worst part, he actively hid the fact that out of the 4 detransitioned people he interviewed, compared to the 2 happily transitioned people, already out of balance here, 3 of the detransitioned people were either directly associated with the anti-trans organization Fourth Wave Now, or, like the 4th one, they had a parent who was. This is deceptive and paints a very anti-trans picture of this article, in my view. Hidden agendas ain't cool when lives are at stake. Singles defenders argue that he interviewed doctors, transgender teens, and adults who self-identify as happily transitioned, detransitioned, and desisted. Parents on all sides of the issue, scientists, affirming therapists, neutral therapists, etc. And he spent a lot of time reinforcing the idea that transgender people are valid, deserve affirming care, and face significant obstacles in our current society. If anything, his main point seems to be that rushed affirming care has consequences. But he clearly bent the methodology to arrive at that conclusion and presented a slanted view. I'll be very clear. I can't sum up Bonnie's reasons for leaving TYT based on one specific comment from Anna or one article by Single, and it's not my place to try.
And I cannot, I will not, I refuse to lend any support to those views whatsoever, because fundamentally they're dangerous and they're ridiculous and like they're straight up evil.
What I will say is that Anna clearly hasn't vetted Single enough to be dying on this hill. And that fits with the TYT approach when they get called out by the left. Lash out first, analyze later. Go with your gut feeling, despite the existence of so much evidence that you're uninformed at best and actively harming the people you're seeking to protect at worst.
But okay, you don't care about the politics? Let's just, for once in your life, think strategically about what that means. That means that you're gonna continue pushing the Democratic Party to unequivocally support everything that the trans activists want, even if it's unpopular among the electorate. That means they're not getting reelected. That means they're gonna lose to Republicans. Republican lawmakers who are passing draconian, disgusting legislation in various states right now as we speak against the transgender community.
Look at this. You're gonna push a Democratic Party to unequivocally support everything the trans activists want. Like, shut up. Literally, shut the fuck up. I think Anna Kasparian is genuinely personally transphobic. I'm just gonna say it right now. She's like saying and doing all of the things. She's referring to every trans person as a trans rights activist. Referencing every trans person as a trans rights activist is just, on its face, literally transphobic.
You know, like, shout out, I'm a queer black man, so shout out to all the queer folks who are on TYT, who were contributors at the time, who had their own little, like, Twitch shows as they were trying to get out onto Twitch as well. This really smart trans woman, went by Benny at the time, now Bonnie Corona, who was on TYT, and when Anna was starting to listen to, I forget their names, but a lot of these, like, right-wing sort of like trans panic sort of substackers and journalists and things like that, and really falling for the, listen, I have nothing against the LGBTQ plus community, but can we talk about bathrooms and sports though? Like, you know, like just falling for all the tropes.
Right.
You had Bonnie, who is incredibly educated, truly one of the smartest people I have been blessed to know, who is breaking down on a biological level, on a sociological level, in a way that you could tell she was, yes, she was barely even speaking from lived experience. She was talking about papers in reputable journals that have studied this thing since before Anna or Ben Shapiro or any of these transphobes were but a twinkle in their father's eye, right? Despite all of this evidence, despite all this research, Anna was like, well, I look on Twitter and it seems like a lot of people are like this, so it's fine. And Jenks said something along the lines of, you know, I love my like radical lefty friends or whatever, stuff like that, but you're losing on this issue.
It's going to drive everyone away from you, and it's going to lead to a situation where it's harder to win those rights that we're all fighting for, rather than easier to win.
People don't like the idea of giving trans people all these rights. I'm like, damn, nigga, like, you know there was a point. You know there was a point in popular opinion where civil rights for black people was not popular.
That was my.
That doesn't mean you don't. Yeah, like, it doesn't mean you don't fight for it. their rights.
And this whole idea of like, you're gonna lose the Republicans, if you cater to these trans people, once again, is entirely debunked. Most people are fine with trans people, and when Republicans make their entire platform about attacking trans people, it actually does undermine their political success. We just live in a country that is very much not a democracy, that has all this gerrymandering and all these other things, and so Republicans still have like seats in a lot of places. I know, wild concept. But genuinely, if you look at their poll numbers in response to them focusing on just trans people existing, it's not working.
This is just true. I went to the Human Rights Campaign site, and they have a whole article about all the races Republicans have lost, trying to focus exclusively on hating trans people. Hey, let's check out Georgia. I live in Atlanta. Turns out Herschel Walker, the ex-football player with half his brain missing, lost his runoff race by damn near 3 whole polling points, partially because he hammered trans people so hard. Herschel Walker's gonna come back up in this story later. Stay tuned.
Political commentator Anna Kasparian of the progressive network The Young Turks, who famously a few years ago declared herself politically unaligned and spent the run-up to the 2024 election and most of 2025 gracing right-wing shows, not to challenge but to find common ground with them, the ground right over the bodies of trans people.
Is it bad that I don't want to see a dick in the women's locker? Is that bad?
No. At minimum, politically, I would not do that. I think that it puts people off. They're confused by it, and especially conservatives. I mean, you're never conservatives anyway, but maybe conservative independents, right? They're scared of change, right? And all of a sudden, when they hear something so foreign to them, they go, "Oh, hell no, I'm not. Nobody's going to call me a birthing person. I'm a mother, right?" And especially on an issue like that.
I kind of put my foot down, and on my own platforms, I was starting to interview the contributors who were being let go of, not necessarily because of their numbers. They were doing great numbers, but because they were arguing with Cenk and Anna too much. And you know what? They were being honest that if you say trans rights except this, that's transphobic.
These guys are kind of dangerous.
And they didn't like that, but they were apparently fine with, multiple people with sexual harassment, multiple people who are like rabid Zionists on their network, multiple people, all this other different stuff. Usually giving them a pass because they had 5 figures of followers on Twitter. It's just not journalism.
Quick pause. We addressed anti-Zionism earlier, and it's true that Cenk and Anna don't necessarily have any stances that are Zionist. But if they're letting people on their network, like the Jimmy Dores and the Dave Rubins of the world, get away with being so far right and so Zionist, then that's on them too. They're responsible for their network.
I was scheduled to be on Rashad Ritchie's show, and their producer told me that I was taken off the show. The week that I was starting to talk about all this stuff very publicly and wasn't mincing words, and I was hosting people who were former TYT people who weren't mincing words.
That is
and I know that was not Rashad Ritchie's decision. That was not that producer's decision. That came from much higher. Yep.
I'm going to talk about this a lot more later, but Cenk is much more obsessed with what's popular and what's going to put off the Republicans than he ever will be with actually growing a backbone and doing the right thing. The Young Turks core values page is full of statements that make it clear that they're never going to do this kind of thing. Either they forgot what it says or they sold out. Either way, both of y'all are tripping. Y'all remember the Occupy protests? A lot of people really angry, focused on holding corporations accountable for their bullshit.
Apparently there's a drop for World of Warcraft on Twitch.
Citizens United. Big case, Supreme Court decided that campaign donations can come from corporations because they might as well be people. Why not? In 2011, Cenk introduced Wolfpack, a political action committee solely dedicated to reversing Citizens United. Sounds great, right? There's a couple problems with it though. For one, Wolfpack worked with really destructive right-wing organizations like ALEC extensively to achieve their goal of creating a constitutional convention. Hold up. There's 2 terms in that sentence that most people probably aren't familiar with. ALEC, A-L-E-C, is a group of right-wing lobbyists and political leaders that want to rewrite the Constitution. A constitutional convention is the same thing that took place in 1787. A bunch of white men getting together to debate and ratify the Constitution. Now you're all caught up. Problem is, a group like ALEC wants to rewrite the Constitution for entirely different reasons than Wolfpack says they do. We're talking about an organization that supported the big lie about Trump really winning the 2020 election. What is this holding hands kumbaya shit? More evidence adding to the pile, supporting my main point. The Young Turks are putting results that benefit their public image ahead of basic principles. Their site claims, quote, big money donors are rigging elections, end quote, and that you're in the right place to fight corruption. But how is that the case when you're partnering with corrupt groups to achieve that? I'll be super clear, I don't know if they're still working with them right now, but there is no reason they ever should have been collaborating, because there's no world in which ALEC or any group like them would ever create a situation where an Anti-Citizens United Amendment would succeed. These constitutional conventions you say you want would specify that each state gets one vote. That means red states, which only represent 1/3 of our population, get to determine those amendments. Beautiful. Just so y'all know, I'm not making loose insinuations. Wolfpack testified as neutral in a hearing about COSA's convention application. That's one of these far-right groups. When one of the original founders of COSA, Michael Ferris, used to be president of Alliance Defending Freedom, which is a conservative Christian hate group. These are the people y'all are kicking it with. All that both sides talk he was popping off earlier makes a lot of sense now, doesn't it? Pause that and read it if you need to. In 2024, footage of at least 7 to 10 armed minorities in an apartment building hit the internet in the middle of a dispute between a terrible landlord and his tenants. The landlord was facing lawsuits for not handling bugs, repairs, and tenant complaints, and hired a PR firm that specialized in planting news stories. Shortly after, the landlord claimed the Venezuelan gang Tren de Aragua had taken over his apartment building's empty units and was extorting residents. This man had 3 buildings, and all of them had similar problems. But this was the only one that forced the landlord to come up with an excuse, because his tenants sued him. Fox News and every other right-wing outlet ran with the gang story for obvious reasons, and TYT took the bait hard.
You're watching footage from last August featuring members of the Venezuelan gang Tren de Aragua breaking into an apartment unit in Aurora, Colorado. Now, a shooting later broke out in the building's parking lot. And there's also some video footage that shows armed men confronting a driver in the parking lot of the apartment complex. Let's put that up. But apparently, this particular apartment complex, according to some of the residents and former residents, has been riddled with all sorts of gang violence over the last year. But this incident has sparked a big debate and I believe some gaslighting about whether or not there is a problem with Venezuelan migrant gangs basically taking over apartment buildings or causing violent crimes at these apartment buildings. The mayor of Aurora, Colorado, admitted that there actually is a problem with Venezuelan gangs. Aurora's interim police chief said that the gangs had not taken over one of the complexes. Now, depending on what you're hearing different things. And whether or not this is a widespread problem in Aurora, Colorado remains to be seen. Let's be clear about that. But the issue of this Venezuelan gang carrying out violent acts and crimes in the area, there seems to be a lot of evidence of that, while the Democratic lawmakers and leaders in the state and local level want to pretend like it's not happening at all.
What I blame them for is believing the claim that these were Venezuelans with no hard proof. The fact that they ignored information about conservatives inventing the city's gang problem. And the claim that there's a gang violence problem, which is a completely different thing from a gang taking over one building. The city council admitted that the city's Venezuelan gang problem was their opinion and said that, quote, their opinions aren't up for debate, end quote. What? TYT had access to this story by 9 News because it was published the same time that this event happened. They chose to focus in on this whole Democrat politicians are gaslighting us storyline instead of the facts. which is that this is propaganda. Is there a Tren de Agua presence in Aurora? Absolutely. Is it a massive gang violence problem that extends to multiple buildings, and did they take over this building? No, and they shouldn't have reported it in the first place. Jurinsky, the same person that dropped that quote, also accused Tren
Press
de
X to
Agua
doubt.
of being
I
behind
forgot I
this
still muted.
large crowd that
I was munching
gathered
on these
at
chips,
Logan
man.
Mall when the Venezuelan
Delicious,
election
though.
results came out. Spoiler alert, they were there to celebrate the expected fall of Nicolas Maduro. You know, the guy we kidnapped from Venezuela. This feeds into Anna's narrative of being victimized by the left. It just gives her more reasons to move away. TYT took this extremely nuanced story with conflicting evidence and screamed at us about it with the most white suburban housewife energy I've ever seen.
The interim police chief said that the residents making complaints about the gang's activity have largely been migrants who live in the buildings. Why are we allowing them to be victimized by this? This is ridiculous.
Who said nothing's being done? You said yourself there's an investigation already underway. This is what happens when you have a 24/7 outrage machine to fill in every day. For another example of how they're not walking the walk, let's break down their 180 on the unhoused population. Jeffrey Katzenberg, the...
You mean the homeless? Oh god, this stupid lingo, man.
And admit that the Armenian genocide did actually happen.
You're
Growing up in
unhoused.
any
Fuck off.
tribe,
Like,
whether
it's
it's
the
a
same
religious
fucking
tribe
shit.
or an ethnic tribe,
Stop
you're going
changing
to get
words
indoctrinated
for
into
no
that
reason.
tribe's way of thinking. I'm in college, and I read about some battle that the Ottoman Empire lost, and I'm like, that can't be right. The Turks have only lost one war, World War I, right? And I was like, oh my God, I'm an idiot. I got taught that in 3rd grade in Turkey. Of course that's not true. That's ridiculously untrue, right? I read the Turkish version, right? And the Turkish version has all of this evidence, right? So it's real in that it exists. And that one was so indoctrinated that it was tough to let go. And so Anna and I disagree on things from time to time, and we've been co-hosting now for, she's been at the Young Turks for 18 years and co-hosting for, almost 18. And so she's Armenian. It just dawned on me like, no, this too was obviously propaganda. So at that point, once you realize that, it becomes easier. That's why I'm trying to unplug people from the matrix.
Okay, bet. He changed his mind when he realized he was wrong. Here's the problem with that, though. He still refuses to change the name.
Oh, fuck my life. I was wondering why this was the same. I fucking...
...in TYT via...
Bro, he says unhoused population, but then the fucking title of the thing is homelessness debate. See? You do know the word, motherfucker. Like, the fuck?
Underco, which Jank announced on air while claiming that they'd stay progressive and independent in their coverage. Cool. If you follow through with that, then there's no problem. Jeffrey Katzenberg's been indirectly pulling the strings, just like Bezos at the Washington Post. Here's an example. He flexed his influence in getting homelessness criminalized in LA after meeting with most of the city council members in the week before the council voted. 4 of the people he met with said that he wanted to know why so many tents are on the sidewalks and what could be done to deliver additional resources. That's great, right? But 2 sources said he wanted to be helpful at first, but quickly moved towards enacting limits on where people can sleep and talking about tents down, which is eventually what happened. What happened not long after that? Anna advocated for anti-camping laws on TYT.
One of those terrible decisions is essentially doing away with anti-camping laws, right? Allowing people to camp out wherever they want, whenever they want. And if, like, we have a homeless problem in California. We have it all throughout the country, but it's particularly bad in California. And so the argument is, well, if there isn't public housing available for people, they should be allowed to camp out.
Talking about how there's sufficient housing and that unhoused people don't want to take it.
Okay, but there's also a problem right now where there is public housing available and individuals will say, no, I don't want to take it. I don't want to follow the rules of the public housing.
That happens. Hello.
And so as a result, I would rather camp out.
What the hell are you talking about? Since when is there sufficient housing for the unhoused in LA? They dropped that video in 2021. That wasn't the case in 2021. It wasn't the case in 2023 either. It damn sure ain't the case in 2026. Y'all didn't provide any evidence for that claim.
Watch out.
Where did that come from?
Gets.
Anna. It came from Anna. The facts disagree. And y'all are supposed to be the ones reporting the facts no matter what, regardless of popularity.
How you doing?
Let's
I
throw
can't
it
say
back
your
to
name.
how they used to cover
Ryan,
this same
close
issue
enough.
when discussing homelessness in Las Vegas.
Homelessness continues to be a giant problem in many big cities throughout the country, and the city council in Las Vegas has decided to approach this in the worst possible way.
Oh no, it's wrong. I'm on the wrong.
They are essentially citing homeless individuals who sleep on the streets. The Las Vegas City Council is slated to vote on an ordinance that would make it illegal to camp or sleep on the streets in parts of the city. Drafted in September, the ordinance would make it a misdemeanor to rest,
I need a
sleep,
new
or
wand.
lodge in Las Vegas's downtown district and other residential areas if shelter beds are available. Now, here's part of the problem. Most of the time, there aren't enough, actually all the time, there aren't enough shelter beds available for homeless people to find any, refuge in.
She makes the point that there aren't enough beds available and that these violations are criminalizing people unfairly. Those criminal records make future work more difficult, creating a cycle of poverty. The takeaway is clear. The Young Turks is for sale, and all these flip-flops directly contradict what Jank was claiming to do with Wolfpack. I'm not a VC-funded network like TYT, but I have to make decisions on whether or not to sell out my audience every day. It's a simple decision. Do you value money or your reputation? I acknowledge that it probably feels different to stare down tens of millions of dollars rather than the thousands I deal with. But is it really that different? What's the price tag on your self-respect? As promised, I want to turn to Jack Gerard, TYT's COO and occasional acting CEO during Jank's political campaign. His LinkedIn tells a pretty clear story. He's still the acting chief operating officer, was the chief administrative officer during the unionization drama, and came to TYT after running Kaiser Permanente as their executive director of national product management. In case none of that landed for you, Kaiser Permanente is a healthcare corporation. His job as executive director was to manage national medical insurance products valued at over $1.4 billion, according to his own job description. When we talked about the union-busting firms TYT hired, when we talk about the funding round they completed with Katzenberg's VC group, the exploitation and termination of employees, he's an integral part of the story. I wasn't in any of their meetings, but it's not a stretch to lay the company's shift towards the right at his feet too. It made business sense, and his specialty as a healthcare exec was making money at the expense of ethics and morals. My last point about the TYT squad is about their partnership with Polymarket, the crypto betting platform where you can bet on real-life events, like political campaigns. I don't think I need to explain why that's not a good look for a progressive organization. It's funded by billionaire Peter Thiel, the venture capitalist who co-founded PayPal and backed Facebook. He founded a hedge fund and Palantir, a big data analysis company.
I got no love for Peter Thiel. He has done massive damage to this country. He backed Donald Trump 100%. He backed the lunatics, J.D. Vance and Blake Masters, just disgusting people who spread hatred and fear and lies in this country. So don't mistake what I'm saying for as any defense of Peter Thiel. Live from the Polymarket Studios. What is this? It's hilarious. I love it. I think it's a perfect sponsor for us.
This partnership renamed the crowdfunded, independent Studio of the People to Polymarket Studios. It's like when the Heats Arena got renamed for FTX. I want to sit in on the crypto corporate partnership section of future economics classes. That shit's gonna be hilarious, regardless of how often your content won't
I don't fucking know. Find out yourself. That's how it's gonna be. Nobody knows anymore.
Anna's
goes up and goes down. We don't know why.
Towards being willing to hear the right-wing, angles of scapegoating migrants, scapegoating people of color.
Oh my god, afford it.
And you hear some of Jenk's things about, let's meet them in the middle. Let's listen to these people. These people are reasonable. There's Jimmy. There's Ben Glebe. Yeah, I know I disagree with them, but let's give them the benefit of the doubt. That benefit of the doubt was not given to, in my strong leftist opinion, the most important people who were there, the workers, the staff, the ones who stayed after the hosts, the ones who came in before the hosts, the ones who would sacrifice their social lives, their professional and financial sort of prospects because they believed in the mission.
It's like a politician accepting money from endless corporations and trying to tell us those companies donated for years and got nothing in return. We've laid out some of the right-wing views and exploitative practices already. But even if it's only advertising, that's still unacceptable. You can't fundraise from viewers, claim they're your bosses on the site, and then pull a Facebook. I mean, it's a free country. You can. You just can't call yourselves progressives after doing so.
Just because it's not popular or not polling well doesn't mean you don't fight for it. After the 2024 election, when Trump won, the idea from Cenk and Anna was like, okay, listen, the right-wingers have a point. Tucker Carlson, he's a populist. He's against wars. I think he's going to convince the right wing that they're going to be against wars. And you know what? I want to do a speaking tour. I want to talk to the populist right. I want to talk to the Tucker Carlsons. I want to talk to the Charlie Kirks and Anna Kasparian. I want to talk to the Ben Shapiros. And Cenk specifically said, the problem with leftists is that you just can't have a beer with them. Charlie Kirk, I can have a beer with, and we can agree and disagree, and I would, paraphrase, Cenk could say, I believe, I believe people of color should have rights. And Charlie Kirk can go, shut up, Turk. Shut up, Turk. I don't care. Martin Luther King Jr. was, a menace to society. At the end of the day, Cenk can go have a beer. I'm like, no.
What a gross mischaracterization. What the fuck, man? These people are just disgusting human beings, bro. Holy shit.
I can have there's a difference between my best friends from high school and their parents who maybe have voted Republican most of the time, but I can have a conversation with them and they're not disrespecting my race or my family or my gender identity because I've grown up with their kid. Right. And they can have some reasonable points, and frankly, because of me, they stopped watching as much Fox News. They started to, align with some Democrats. Like, there's a difference between that kind of discourse and people whose professional jobs it is, the Charlie Kirks, the Ben Shapiros, the Tucker Carlsons, their professional jobs it is to distort.
I get that running an indie news network is hard, and you got to chase the bag to an extent. I'm on a much smaller scale, and I have sponsors, including political ones. That's how I'm able to interview politicians on the issues I care about. I used to need those sponsors just to survive financially. However, I've never let that funding compromise my brand or my morals. My audience would absolutely tear me apart. Y'all are way too smart to not know what this pattern of behavior and business moves is doing to your integrity.
I used to proudly put on my LinkedIn that I worked with Anna Kasparian. I can't do that anymore. Not only just because she has made this right-leaning shift, I could give a good goddamn, right? But it's because her practice of journalism has diminished. She's not rigorous. She's more just trying to be like, everything that she was supposedly fighting against in the 10 years that I had known of her, which is, stenographer journalism. This side says this side says this, we'll have to leave it there. Or we'll have to try to find something in the middle in order to appease some radical centrist, right?
We can't trust y'all anymore. I'm done making my point about the Young Turks, and I promised y'all I'd tie up my saga with Rashad Richey in this video. So, let's land that plane. For those who weren't paying attention in the intro, he announced that he was suing me in one of his 2 response videos a couple weeks back, after I showed the world that he's a pathological liar.
You will be receiving a letter this week. If not this week, next week. You are being sued. Not only are you being sued by me, you're being sued by others. The institutions that you decided to defame are suing you as well. I'm giving you fair notice, fair warning. I'm sure I'm not supposed to tell you this, but I am.
Then he had his reporter homie Bobeth Yates write a fake investigation article in the Atlanta Voice. She also dropped a video. How did you conduct a whole investigation, but your only source is Rashad Richey himself? You didn't talk to Dr. Rockwood. That quote is from years ago. You didn't introduce any documents that he hadn't already shared on his YouTube that were heavily debunked by everybody who watched it. Y'all couldn't even stage the interview correctly.
Maybe I have more curiosity than the average person. But the reality is, it's not about the degrees. I've never shouted, I have a bunch of degrees.
It is about the degrees. I also mentioned your Alzheimer's cure helmet, your fake university you created to scam students in Florida in 2024. Scroll down just a little bit and you see 4 black people, 2 of them who appear to be related, who are all running a diploma mill. And the fake scientific journal you published all these papers in. Why is the only journal you can get published in based in India? His lazy ass YouTuber friends like Ben Dixon drop videos trying to defend him by analyzing my script with AI instead of watching the video.
I don't have a horse in this race, even though Dr. Rashad Richey is my brother from another mother.
The worst part? Richie accused me.
So you do have a horse in the race.
Herschel Walker. Bro, what?
What a retard.
My first basis for the claim that Richie isn't a real progressive is that Richie has been directly tied to multiple far-right conservatives for both mentorship and career assistance over the past 25 years or so. John Kersey, the British conservative who ran a party that praised Hitler, opposes gays, and is anti-immigration, comes back in the story here.
Hitler did well to get everyone back to work, is what the guy said. I mean, objectively that's kind of true, but
I can't carry anymore.
The network of institutions.
Now talk about the
Richie got
cost
at least
involved.
6 of those fraudulent postgraduate degrees I accused him of holding. Chancellor and professor positions at the same fake colleges Rashad Richey got his degrees from. Light bulb. 1 from European American University, 2 from Université de la Renaissance de Haiti, 2 from Universidad Empresarial in Costa Rica, and 1 from Western Orthodox University. Maybe that association isn't concrete enough for you. I can see that. Let's try this one. Rashad is mighty proud of his dissertation from Schofield Seminary, a super conservative seminary in Modesto, California, run by Kenny Rhodes. Rhodes once said in a sermon, after reading off a stat about how most kids don't believe in the Holy Spirit as a living entity, quote, "This is a crisis on so many levels. Not being convinced of what the Bible says, being more influenced by the culture than biblical Christianity. It is a crisis in the nature of truth itself," end quote. Believe what you want to believe, but Rhodes is a strong conservative. You'll see his influence on Richie once I start reading Richie's Schofield dissertation, which is my second basis for this claim. Remember, this is y'all's progressive hero that I'm supposedly tearing down unfairly. Here, he calls Marxism the ancestor of progressivism. For everybody watching this who's tired of hearing the term Marxist online, they're essentially calling you a communist who wants to completely tear down capitalism and have the community own the resources, which would then make society more equitable. I don't think it's fair to put an equal sign between these two, since I'm sure plenty of progressives are chasing down every bag within this capitalism trap, and plenty more would have big problems with the lack of freedom.
Meanwhile, he's basically spouting like the fucking telltale signs of communism, right? Come on, bro. Don't equate him. I mean, don't equate him.
I would count myself among them.
All right, bro.
Quote, progressive gender ideology would seem to have little to do with science itself. And in fact, it is telling that this gender ideology often neglects any reference to biology and actual science entirely. End quote. We've covered this, but the gender spectrum
I'm gonna die.
isn't an ideology. That implies that it's entirely fabricated by progressives and has no natural influences. Animals, which is a category we belong to, express a range of sexual behaviors, and our reproductive cells express in different ways outside of the two-gender dichotomy from birth. This is the type of thing a conservative says. Here, he creates a wild straw man argument directed towards trans people, acting like progressives think a biological man or woman can magically transform into each other. Then, he not only claimed LGBT people have a collective agenda, but he thinks that agenda is to completely deny the scientific differences between a man and woman. They're not saying that, fam. You just made that up. This not only insults progressives' grip on what science is, it matches what conservatives cough up in their arguments. Here, he claims the average progressive is likely atheist. Here, he heavily implies that gay marriage opens the door to polygamy, a practice that's almost entirely practiced by heterosexual people. This also tracks with the need for conservatives to paint queer people as gateways to behavior they consider to be immoral. Whole time, straight men are the main ones doing it. Calls progressives Marxist again. Uses the constant expansion of the LGBT+ acronym to make a point about how progressives are out of touch with reality. I shouldn't have to address this, but I will. Some of those letters stand for gender identities, like non-binary and transgender. Some of them stand for sexualities and orientations, like ace or asexual, polyamorous, pansexual, etc. Anybody who's been on dating apps will recognize quite a few of these. The problem I see with conservatives who make claims like this is that they acknowledge some orientations while claiming others aren't real. Most of them know what bisexual means and have accepted that it's a real thing. But when they're criticizing the queer community, it's the gay men and trans women who catch all the static. Y'all don't like bi men, but bi women are focused on less somehow. Still discriminated against though. Y'all are selectively—
I've never once been discriminated against in my life.
—bigoted. Meanwhile, people who aren't interested in sex at all are also part of this community. Here, this man defends the ADF, the Alliance Defending Freedom, who we talked about earlier with Mike Johnson's ugly ass quote. Yeah, those people. He says that they're in fact nothing other than a defender of First Amendment protections of religious liberty. Yeah, okay. Here, Richie claims, quote, the notion that there is a multiplicity of genders is a purely philosophical or ideological affirmation that has almost literally nothing to do with established biological science, end quote. This is false. For everybody who's already mad at how much I've mentioned queer people in this video, this part is for you. Remember the most recent inauguration speech, which I didn't watch, when Trump said this?
As of today, it will henceforth be the official policy of the United States government that there are only two genders, male and female.
In all his executive orders that followed that, he defined the two genders like this. Female is the one with the larger reproductive cell at conception, while male is the one with the smaller reproductive cell at conception. Besides the fact that these traits don't actually show up until 6 weeks after conception, it doesn't track with how humans actually work, or with science. This order was based on the 1972 work of Jeff Parker, who based it on the gametes, or reproductive cells, in men and women. Women have eggs, which are larger than sperm. All good so far. But nah, intersex people exist. They can be born with gametes that aren't fully viable, and some people don't produce gametes at all. If you're basing gender on the size of the reproductive cell, then what happens when someone's born different? I don't expect a lot of critical thought from extremist Republicans. But come on, Rashad. Ain't you supposed to be a renowned biophysicist? Denying the connections of science to the gender spectrum is extremely non-progressive, fam. Full stop. Believe it or not, I'm actually gonna end this on a positive note. Many people told me to target Rashad Richey's involvement with Cop City, a big-ass police training facility in South DeKalb County. I live in North DeKalb. Launched by our mayor, Andre Dickens. I know him personally. He used to be my boss at Georgia Tech, back in the Stone Age. ACLU of Georgia, which fights for civil liberties, left the task force for this project after Manuel Esteban Paez Terán was shot and killed by police while they were trying to clear protesters out. There were thousands of protesters. The residents did not want this project to move forward. The release of Terán's autopsy, showing he was shot 13 times, triggered the ACLU's departure. Another reason was the fact that the first meeting for this task force had a closed-door policy. 2 weeks before the Atlanta City Council voted 11-4 to approve it, the city government announced it would cost $67 million, a number that ballooned as high as $90 million plus when it was all said and done. Rashad was appointed to an advisory committee for this project by Mayor Dickens in March of 2023. And here's Rashad's comments about that appointment.
Always be polite and ask, boys.
A few weeks ago, I was appointed to the Cop City Task Force by the mayor of Atlanta.
I like the mayor of Atlanta. I have a lot of respect for him. He's wrong on this, okay? I was appointed to that committee. I know the official name of the committee. I don't call it that because that's not what Mama them called it. I will call it the Cop City Committee, all right? Given what has continued to happen, given the reality of this movement being rejected by those who live in the city, somebody needs to rip up this damn company. Okay? Mama them in East Atlanta, where this facility is scheduled to be built, they don't want it. They don't want to hear helicopters while there's a mass shooting training. They don't want to see individuals come back and forth in militarized gear. This is not what they want for their community. Nobody posed a question to them.
I salute your coverage of the Cop City incident. I watched several videos y'all made about it, and they were all pretty good. I would speed up some of the teleprompter delivery, but I feel your passion. This is the version of you we legitimately need on the left. Not the version of you that built a religious grifter university with your friends in Florida, or falsified large parts of your academic history. Rashad claims my pieces have been executed in bad faith. If it was in bad faith, I would have blasted you for your criminal record like some other YouTubers have done already. I didn't, because I believe people can change, and it just wasn't relevant. I also could have brought up the text messages people sent me where you were harassing them during your time at the WAOK radio station. Or lit your ass up for using your blackness to dangle crazy white people in front of us in your Karen videos for clicks, while simultaneously claiming that you're fighting the good fight. If you want to wear that hero cape, you earn it by focusing on quality over quantity and being honest when you make mistakes. Like the one you made when you claimed I'm being sued. TYT, get it together. Dump all the right-wing sponsors and talking points, vet your hosts more carefully, and retire Jank and Anna. I really don't see a way back for those two. Their naked ambition and refusal to admit when they're wrong has very clearly overshadowed the mission. But, just like I said to Rashad, y'all have done a lot of good work since 2005 and even before that. The clout and the money just seem to have y'all lost right now. Progressives are hard on our own, and I don't see it as counterproductive. I see it as a necessity so that we don't become the people we're condemning. Y'all got the information now. Can't say I didn't tell you.
The left eating themselves.
If y'all made it this far.
It's always hilarious. They spawn here, right? Guess he doesn't. Okay. I was like, what? It's a fucking player. Because the rogue confuses me, because the neutral is yellow, but the rogue is the exact same fucking yellow. Or the shade is very minimally different. I just need one more Taskmaster, guys. Come on.
I can't cast that yet.
Gibst mir eine Brechen. Bitte. Fuck's sake. Not the Brechen I need. Oh, the Brechen I needed. Nice. Oh. Oh. I pay so much attention sometimes, right? Oh my god. It's like I'm on autopilot half the time when I play this. Okay, wait till I'm 16, fuck. This quest took way too long, man. It took me an hour to find the damn place. Like, fucking bullshit.
Inventory is
I was in a really good mood, ready to play, and then I spent an hour trying to find the damn Incendosaurus, whatever the fuck. Oh no, that way. No, this way. Both ways work, case. Whatever. Damn. Exquisite needs to start playing, man. I want to make a shaman. I've never played shaman, as far as I can remember, ever. I was in a really good mood, ready to... No, this is... Both ways work, case. Give me a second. I want to make a shop. Exquisite needs to start playing, man. I want to make a shaman. I've never played shaman, as far as I can remember, ever. Exquisite needs to start playing, man. I want to make a shot. Sorry, cat, but oh, my legs cramping up. Ow! After an hour of that position, Jesus.
You need something?
Alrighty then. Don't know. I'm so confused. Maybe? I'm not sure. Do I have that quest? Oh! I didn't realize.
I can't carry anymore. Inventory is full.
This guy does a shit ton of damage, bro. Oh, he's level 53, I see.
I can't carry anymore.
No heal for you, bitch. Look how much damage this guy does. Like, damn. Thought paladins were supposed to do shit. I can't even attack, man. This guy kills everything so quickly. It's great. I'm not sure what he's saying. Oh, figures. I noticed. Just usually doesn't have anything in it anyway. More shit I can't put in my inventory because it's full. God damn it. Damn it. Tarnations. Fuck, dude. Shit. Fuck it, fuck it.
Can I help you? What are you looking for? Be careful.
Got him. He said my name. That makes me happy.
Can I help you? For the Alliance. I supply only the finest. Hey there, have a good one.
I don't have a target. Inventory is full.
I just realized this guy's guild name is At Least I Have Chicken. Yep. Old as fuck. Guilty. Damn, why is this guy so fast? Good to know.
I need a target.
Oh.
That's still recharging.
I'm just following this guy. I got no clue what's going on, but progress is being made. I love it. Oh my god, I can sell.
Well met. See you soon.
How come his mount is faster? Oh, you might have an item or something. Ooh, I almost fell through. Is that the infamous bridge with the hole in it? It looked like there was a hole in it. It looked like I fell through almost, dude. If I had not blinked. This is a little scary. Oh no, yeah, up here, and then we gotta do some lava spiders. Oh, come on. That was nice. Hooked out a couple of quests that would have been really annoying on my own, I might add, so great. Let's not bulldoze, guys. The hell? Is this supposed to be on fire, or is that the boss's thing? Right? I swear this wasn't on fire last time. That's annoying.
What can I do for you? See you around. Be careful.
That's kind of trash, I'm not gonna lie. Kind of rude. I wish I had a little bit more damage though, damn. These guys aren't helping. Oh, shit. Fuck, shit. Okay, I did not expect that. Ah! Oh my god. Run, you fool! Run, you fool! He's even more doo-doo than I am. Why was that so loud? I thought it was a spider somewhere. Silence! Ubisoft just cancelled 6 games, including the Prince of Persia remake, and they're probably going to fire more people. And delayed 7 other games. Additional layoffs 12th February. But everything was going great, guys. Yeah. Assassin's Creed Shadows, massive success, remember? Prince of Persia remake cancelled. Assassin's Creed post-Civil War game cancelled. Assassin's Creed 4 delayed with 6 other games that aren't named. Cancelled the Splinter Cell that was in development. Cancelled Star Wars Outlaws 2 before it even entered production. Ripperonis. These things are loud. Oops. Why are they so loud, bro? Jesus. It sounded like it was right behind me. No. Oh, 6 more spiders. Jesus. I like Searing Gorge, but also don't like Searing Gorge. Like, it's a cool area, all fucked up, gash in the middle, but it's annoying.
I'm out of range.
Five to go. So that thing we watched about the Marvel tournament earlier, the bitch that was like the most aggressive against the guy and stuff lost her sponsorships. Well, One of them, at least. Imagine that being an entitled cunt. Online doesn't work anymore. Fantastic. The guy went live? The Kingsman guy went live on Marvels? Most viewers made his money back. like made the money he was gonna, if he would have won, he basically made the money, enough money for through subs and donations and all of that stuff. So the community just went like to bat for this guy, man, like hard. So it's really awesome to see. I'm not gonna lie, like that's kind of heartwarming in a way, you know? It's nice to see. The whole Wokey era might actually be ending, man. That's probably why they're going so nuts in real life, right? Like, breaking the law and shit. Because they know it's over. I think we're seeing like the last death throes of a disgusting ideology that's breeding its last. You love to see it.
I don't have a target.
Rude.
I mean, they're accomplishing nothing. I don't know how this stops ICE.
We are one. We won't stop fighting. We won't stop fighting. The ice is gone.
In the fucking Walmart, bro. What the fuck? What's Walmart have to do with it? All of a sudden, It's not even Walmart, it's just some random store, but still. What the fuck?
We won't stop fighting until ICE is gone. Pretty certain ICE isn't in this Minneapolis Target.
Target, sorry.
This isn't stopping them, but by all means, keep on fighting, guys. They're sitting like, honestly, this is like a kindergarten class.
It
This
really
is what
is.
you do in kindergarten is say, climate change is real. In 10 years, the ice caps will be gone. Everybody, make a poster board on why penguins are good, why we should stop climate change, and make a song about making the world a better place for the next generation. That's what this is. This is a kindergarten school project by a group of women that all ironically look like kindergarten teachers.
Target says that their mission is to support the joy of everyday life for all families.
Do they really believe a corporate handle of like this is what they're actually gonna do? Like, wasn't Google or was it Apple that says don't be evil? Chat, what was it? It was one of them saying
Google.
Be good or don't be evil.
Don't be evil, and
Do you
they
really
took
think
that
they
out.
believe that, or is that just something? It's a marketing term.
They took it out. They straight up like, no, leave that out.
Then do it. Target, a corporation that's here to sell us cat litter in Doritos chips. Go toe-to-toe with the federal government. Why isn't Target totally dismantling their mission to give us cheap goods and a clean environment, unlike Walmart? How come they aren't fighting the federal government? Justice over profits. This is the most bizarre form of communism I've ever seen.
I sit here not only as a mother or a grandmother, but I
Can you trespass these people? That's private property. The fuck out of the store.
and I sit here and I ask Target, you must stand with us. You must stop.
Or what?
Trespass
Sorry,
these
you
people,
must
all
do
of
this, or
them.
we're gonna block this one aisle before these people get arrested for trespass. Like, they hold no bargaining chip. Like, that's the problem. Is Target at one point in time tried to cater to this group of activists by making all the merch this way and catering to them, but sure, they got them for a bit. Some conservatives turned away because they kept on marketing a certain agenda towards children. Very bizarre. But once they said, okay, look, this isn't the most profitable thing for us anymore, let's go ahead and actually just try to give good services at a good price, they can't retain these people, and these people incidentally think they own you by making this little sign saying abolish ICE, sitting Indian style, and thinking they must adhere to our demands. We don't know how we're gonna do it. We don't care about the victims of the people that they're going after, because they're going at, we're gonna show you very shortly, they were searching for a predator of kids. They don't care about that. They just want Target to adhere and protect those predators.
You're discriminating. You must stop treating immigrants wrong. You must.
How is Target treating immigrants wrong? I don't know. Whenever I go to my local Target, it seems like they're employing an awful lot of them. Them giving them a chance to feed their families. Is it Target or is it a different company that helps pay for their college education? Might not be Target, but the idea is, it seems like they're helping the community quite a bit if they're willing to come through, gain their citizenship legally, and work a hard day's work. Seems like they're treating them pretty well, and I'm certain Target has a buttload of DEI programs. But it'll never be enough. It'll never be enough to them until they start protecting illegals that just happen to prey on kids. But they're still illegals, so you know what? Protect them first.
Give them
Oh, Starbucks?
better
Okay.
wages. You must give them an opportunity to have housing. You must give them an opportunity.
Give them an opportunity to have housing. See, it's never going to be enough. It's don't enforce border laws, and now it's give them free housing.
I sit here because this is the right thing to do.
No, you stand there because you don't have anything better to do. You stand there because you don't know how to accomplish this goal other than shaming the adults in the room. I've said this many times before about the climate activists. These are young people that are college age that don't want the climate to change. Cool. That's a problem that we all should be concerned about, right? They could be going to college to study how to make renewable energy, how to make a more efficient vehicle, how to recycle better, a myriad of things they could do to make the planet more sustainable. They're young, I would like to think they're intelligent, but instead they spend all their time blocking the streets, letting all these these combustion engines idle on the bridge, locking arms, demanding the adults in the room do something because they don't understand the issue. Here she is doing the same exact thing. She says she's a grandmother, and yet she doesn't know how to accomplish this goal. Should she be campaigning? Could she be running? Could she be figuring out a way to fast track them to getting citizenship? Could she be opening her own her doors to giving housing to these people and also employing them? Because she's an older person with a lot of free time, could she be employing people, sponsoring their visas? Again, I don't know how it works, but just, if she's so concerned about this, why isn't she doing anything realistic to help these people besides saying, why don't the adults in the room do something? Why doesn't Target that says they're trying to provide me dino nuggets before the expiration date at an affordable price and offer us delivery, why aren't they fighting the federal government? Again, infantile. She's crying and everybody's clapping. This is ridiculous. And also, that's Freedom News.
So sad.
Olia Scooter-Caster,
sad.
Amazing street journalist. Freedom News is great. But this is why they feel entitled to stop business at Target. Not only because they catered to their agenda before, but apparently Target is agreeing to meet with them, saying, "Hey, we stamped our feet. We told you that, you know, we don't appreciate what's happening with federal law enforcement, that apparently in their mind, in their understanding of civics, you got local law enforcement that can't control federal law enforcement. Federal law enforcement that answers to DHS is Tom Homan. Tom Homan answers to Donald Trump, the commander-in-chief, and the commander-in-chief of the biggest superpower the world has ever seen answers to Target.
Minnesota clergy are meeting with the Target on Monday, and we're gonna keep fighting. It has been just an incredible day. We got started out.
She's smiling and beaming and recording this social media video as if she's winning. Guys, we're sitting down with the Target CEO. We're about to defeat ICE.
Here, 120 clergy in front of the Target store downtown. We said, Target, we need you to raise your voice with us. We need you to partner with us to demand that ICE needs to get out of Minnesota now.
Let's say they accomplish the task. And Target says, yes, we're on your side. Outside of every window of every Target, we're going to say, ICE out. I've gone to businesses and they say that. Like they're just top to bottom. They are there to fight the federal government. Let's say they won. Let's say they got all this. Will that change a single deportation? If the answer is no, you're barking up the wrong tree. I can appreciate that you have something politically you want to accomplish. By all means, activism has a place. But if your mission is just a dead end, absolutely no possible way to actually accomplish this, maybe it's time to switch tactics.
Now that the agent who shot Renee Good needs to be arrested and prosecuted.
For what? For what though?
Yeah, for doing his job.
The laws? Do they know what they're actually chasing, or is it just, I don't understand something entirely, so everybody needs to cater to what I want?
That they need to raise their voice and say to all of Congress that we need to stop funding ICE altogether. We want them to be a fourth.
We lost an election, but honestly, our wants and needs, or powers of unemployedness, means that we get to supersede the American voter and the commander-in-chief.
Amendment business, meaning they are not going to allow ICE to stage on their property unless they
cannot stop them. Private company cannot stop federal law enforcement. If you don't understand that, then the conversation's over.
Have a judicial warrant. So those were our demands.
And they do
very
have
clear.
warrants. That's the thing, is like, they don't have an understanding of what's happening. They like, you know, burst the windows of that federal law enforcement vehicle. They stole their AR and their rifle, and then also they found a whole bunch of warrants of all the individuals they're looking for. Conveniently omit that and just keep on repeating the talking point they were given earlier.
Brought them to the corporate headquarters after the press conference. At first, the staff told us that there was no way we could have a meeting.
Yeah, activists not knowing the basic concepts of laws. What a shocker. Again, common theme. They don't understand how they can solve the problem, but if they stamp their feet enough, they can feel good about it. They can become popular on social media, and that's apparently their goal. Yeah, Target's saying we can't have a meeting because why would they placate these literal infants?
So we're looking forward to our meeting on Monday, and we're going to be ready to meet with the CEO about these demands. Thank you so much to everybody who was tuning in across the country and standing with us and praying with us and singing with us as we were up in that Target.
Singing with us, guys. Thanks for singing with us. It accomplished so much.
Everybody has a role to play in this moment.
And here's the thing: is why do these people think we're defeating fascism? Trump's a Nazi. All this stuff is happening. We sang. I'm pretty certain history has never shown a dictatorship, an evil regime, a tyrannical government was stopped by singing at a department store. But go on.
Moment of crisis in our nation, so keep on doing the good work of loving your neighbors, and we're gonna keep fighting together. ICE out of Minnesota!
Yeah, we saw them singing this before, but that's why they had it, because they listen to them, they entertain their demands, and they think that they have a place there, and that's why if you're at a Target, it's gonna be this nonstop. Oh, this is the same one. Never mind. I thought this was a separate protest. Wait, what is this? This is ICE hypocrites. What is? Oh, you guys can't see it. What is this? Is that an ICE agent arresting Jesus? Do they think ICE is out there arresting characters like Jesus? Because no, here. This is who they're protecting. Again, Freedom News catching this guy. This is who they're protecting.
Reporting. We're here to arrest a child offender. And you guys are out here honking.
And mind you, this is not the first time they impeded on law enforcement. What was it? The sports drink bar was shouting at 2 local coppers. So they didn't have DHS, Border Patrol. They don't know what the fuck they're looking for. There was the officers with the Louisiana state-shaped badge. So they're like state troopers, I believe. And they say, we're out here investigating S crimes against the kids. The same thing right here. They're stopping that, and the sports drink people are like, oh my god, this is ICE. And it's like, what the fuck are you talking about? And then I think the local DA was like, no, we're going after them. I think the sports drink social media had to shut down too, because people were like, wait, you guys, in your effort to help the illegals here, you were willing to help warn a local S offender because you were told by the TV and social media feeds they're bad. And here they are at it again, where they're saying, we don't like ICE so much, we're willing to stand up for criminals. And here you have this girl, like at Target. Again, these activists have it in their heads that they're on the right side of history so much, they can literally, she's admitting she assaulted an ICE agent. Oh no, this is just there's no audio, but yeah, she was working at the beauty part of Target, and then for 2 years, ICE agent came in arresting somebody, and she said, "Oh no, I just assaulted a federal agent, acting in a law enforcement capacity." Guys, I just assaulted a law enforcement agent. Why'd they fire me? It's like they literally think Target isn't there to just sell you cheap goods in a clean environment at a fair price. They think they need to be helping secure S offenders.
No, we're pressing.
That vehicle right there is honking and impeding our investigation.
Yes.
While we're trying to arrest a child offender. That's who you guys are protecting. Insane.
See, but these people don't care about that. They only care about their virtue signaling.
They have the right to look it up.
Facts?
What is it?
But my feelings.
They can figure out these cases, but it's all bumper sticker thin understanding of these very nuanced situations that actually they don't impact. Like, this isn't something, oh my god, like 3 states over, George Floyd lost his life. I have no comprehension of his previous crimes, no comprehension of the woman that he held a handgun to who was pregnant. I have no comprehension of the crimes he was committing. I have no comprehension of the drugs he was doing. But you know what? I'm going to destroy my city on behalf of him. It's not that. It's you live in this community. This person is actually attacking the kids of your community. And they have the audacity to say, honk our horns so this guy can escape because his identity of being illegal is more important than his identity of being an S offender. Let's go to our place of work, Target, and shove a federal agent because I'm trying to protect this S offender because he happens to be brown. It is absolute absurdity that they think they're the good people in this. But yes, it's all about making this giant moment about themselves. Like, I think this is just music. Yeah. The Final is saying, imagine recording this, watching it back, and deciding to click post. It's all about making this about them. If it wasn't for selfie cameras, I honestly think these protests wouldn't be as big as it is, because you see a lot of these protests now when USAID is gone. So there's no more mysterious money coming into these protests to make them riots like in Los Angeles. If it wasn't for the selfie cameras, all these protests are just people recording themselves. Oh, this is about me.
Loktar Tokar.
How do
That's
I make
funny.
this about me? It's ridiculous. But the problem is sometimes like when they actually do attach the audio and talk, they're always softly snitching on themselves as to their own prejudice, their own racism. Watch her pivot from, I have a social justice mission to accomplish. I'm on the right side. So if you subscribe to all the lies you see on TV and the social media feeds, it's based in doing something virtuous. Watch her slowly transition into, I'm a racist.
Okay, so I've had to take like the last 30 minutes to
Pretty sure this is a
compose
group.
myself because I honestly feel like I'm gonna.
So she's been thinking about this. She knows exactly what she wants to say. She's not a kid. She's an adult. She's thought about this. This is exactly what she thinks, not realizing the message she's actually saying.
Grow up, I feel like I could cry. I feel like I could scream, and I honestly just feel a sense of fucking rage right now. So I have this friend, and I'm gonna connect the dots. Don't worry. She's not my friend anymore, but we were friends. And
So the TV convinced me that I need to cut off people in my life.
Slavic.
They try to say MAGA's a cult all the time, but the left is always giving them cult-like instructions. Don't listen to anything from the Church of the Liberalism. We own you, and if anybody ever tells you, hey, maybe this is a cult, cut them out of your lives.
I thought she was like a really cool human being, and then the election happened, and
I've always known this person is good, but the TV told me they're bad. So I believe the TV over my own experience.
she posted, "Let's fucking go," and I immediately blocked, stopped. Like, I don't want. So my question and my thought process about this very one-dimensional thinking human is,
Wait, she's the one-dimensional human? Like, these people.
One-dimensional person. So because they get their propaganda from somewhere else, I'm
That's hilarious.
cutting them off.
I think I'm just gonna go. I'm gonna take a break right now. Because I have to do my mom's bandages. And since they're just... That's a group hawking the spawn. I'm never gonna get one. I might as well go do that now. Then that's done. I'll be back. Plus, I need to take a piss, so... Give me 10 minutes. Oh, I apologize. That was more like 30 minutes. Eocene. Oh. What? Oi, water, sorry. Jammer, ik kom naar achter en je zegt, doe dat weg en pak een flesje water. En dan zegt hij, doe de deur toe. It overrode my command. It overrode my command. Oops.
So this morning, in my very middle upper class America neighborhood, I went to my Pure Barre class. And I'm saying these things intentionally because Pure Barre is not cheap, and I live in a very beautiful home. I went to Safeway.
It's crazy to think that this is the biggest moment in her life that makes her the most upset. You live a very blessed life. If you have all these expensive things, you have this beautiful house, and the most life-altering moment was you seeing law enforcement enforcing the law.
I live in Phoenix. Chandler and 40th is a staging area for the cockroaches and the scum of the earth.
Again, more of that fascist behavior that you're told to hate, and you're doing the same thing.
I go to Safeway, come out, and I'm driving slowly through the parking lot because I'm going to McDonald's to get a Diet Coke, which I don't even know where it is at this point. And I drive slowly by, and it's fully masked head.
I wonder if these were even ICE agents, or they possibly SWAT, are they like narcos, like are they, could they be any form of law enforcement and she just can't tell the difference because she has no understanding of what law enforcement looks like, how it operates, and what it typically is to enforce laws on dangerous armed individuals.
Geared up, scum of the fucking earth, in my neighborhood. So fuck you if you voted for this.
And she's crying about seeing law enforcement. Has she cried any tears for any of the actual victims? Like, I don't know where she's at, but it's like, was she in the city like Laken Riley lost her life? Did she care about that? Like, it's so crazy how selective they are about this stuff.
We literally just told our landscapers not to come. We said, please don't come.
They always do this. It goes from, they're just people trying to go to work, we need to not be racist, but also protect our servants. Like, it's so bizarre on how they want socialism and they want all these they want fair wages and cheaper housing, but then are insistent that their servant class stays. Again, she had plenty of time to think about this and didn't realize. She's like, hey, look, my servants, I'm upset about this. I'm not upset about Laken Riley. I'm upset about this because they're my serfs. I need cheap housekeeping.
We'll keep paying you for the service. My daughter can't go to her friends. I'm not allowing it. I'm not allowing her to go to her friend's house. Let me tell you why. Because she's a Latina.
Guys,
no.
She said she had time to think about this.
It wasn't in front of me. Bullshit. I would have had that too. Damn it.
An affluent adult. She said, protect them because they're my servants. And now my daughter can't hang out with Latinos because I can't tell the illegals apart from the legal citizens. They're actually trying to arrest S offenders. She's worried that ICE is arresting her servants and her daughters because she can't tell the difference. She literally thinks this is like a mic drop moment, guys. The programming to mask your racism and not know you're a racist is nuts, and it needs to be studied, guys.
Can't go to her friends. I'm not allowing it. I'm not allowing her to go to her friend's house. Let me tell you why. Because she's a Latina. And you know,
she thought that was her mic drop moment. It is so you guys can't hang out with the brown people anymore. My God, I just hope at some point in time she realizes the error of her ways, because there is rehabilitating people like this. There is saying like, hey, look, this is that moment of Ozzy Osbourne's daughter when she said, hey, Mr. Trump, who's gonna clean your toilet? That's this right here.
scared I was. That's why I didn't take out my phone and record. That's why I'm scared because I don't know if I am white passing enough. I have black hair and I was alone, and I think.
And this is the problem. Don Lemon goes out there and tells everybody they're arresting people based on their accent. Tim Walz goes on TV and says they're knocking door to door looking for brown people, and now she thinks she's going to lose her life because border laws are being enforced because they're going after S offenders, and now she's saying we can't hang out with the Browns anymore. And one thing, yeah, you protest this way, but honestly, I don't care. Cool, de-icer, ice out of Minnesota. You're doing... Minnesota's out here resisting literally every way we know how. F ice.
It's too far away.
I'll take my horchata because F ice. And here's the thing: is like, wasn't the same thing Pierce Morgan was getting in hot water for, saying, "Well, at least I have seasoned food, or man, I have a variety of food." The person that made this little thing right here, anytime somebody like a kid gets ended. Some innocent woman gets R'd. Anything happens, they're gonna show this thing right here and say, at least you guys got horchata. At least we got ethnic food. I don't care that there's actual innocent victims that the television doesn't tell me to be upset about. At least I have seasoned food. At least I have all these great
so long,
like,
suckers.
This is how bad it's getting. Oh yeah. Oh, they can ski things. This type of protest, I don't mind it. Cool.
I stole one mob and had it.
Putin, Jong-un, we're gonna bowl over him. Whatever. Like this. This is perfectly fine. You have your event. You're not impeding on anybody's rights. You're getting together. You're having a good time. This may be like a kindergarten project class that you're putting together. Honestly, I don't mind this type of protest. Oh, a chicken on whatever. You're not harming anybody. You're not storming a church. You're not violating federal law. But then you do this and sing in the streets. So they're demanding that they free the fraudsters.
Dude, this fucking inventory, man. So brutal.
I'm sure there's plenty of instances in history where there was a tyrannical government that did something evil, and they got together, all their retirees, and they sang a song. You know, the dictator wiped a tear off his eye and said, "You know what? I'm gonna free all the people. I'm not going to commit any more evil." It's one thing for this to happen, but the thing is, like, it escalates from harmless, symbolic protest to blocking the streets with all your retirees to eventually harassing old woman crossing the street because you have no idea of how to.
That was old footage from the BLM protests. So.
Accomplish a goal other than attacking people of your own community. I don't think this old woman with a walker is a Nazi scum.
Watch, get her back.
And even if she was, what is she accomplishing? What are you accomplishing to get people on your side, to ring in the federal government to stop enforcing border laws, to this? If the answer is nothing, all you're doing is terrorizing your own community.
And no one here is a shit.
And here's the problem right now, is yes, she's an old lady, she's homeless, this is making me upset. That's probably your husband or family member. They can't do anything about it. It's going to become a problem when you have these three Antifa-looking people. What if their son's there? What if... Yeah, no, I'm just saying, what if their son is there? What if there's just a good Samaritan saying, "Why are you yelling at that old lady?" This has a propensity to get very violent, very fast. Once you say, our movement has gotten so strong, we can now yell at old ladies and feel like we're on the right side of history. We can yell at law enforcement that is arresting S offenders, and we're on the right side of history. Someone is not going to stand for this. And it's not going to look pretty. And the majority of people will be on the side of it, but it'll come down to somebody that knows a local DA will prosecute them, but doesn't want this old lady to be attacked. It's yeah, you're saying you're way too late on this point, bro. It's already at that level. I didn't see anybody getting attacked right here. I don't want it to result in violence. I want this to all fizzle out. I want our very, very expensive law enforcement agencies to stop this from occurring. You don't get to yell at old ladies. You don't get to kick the doors down at churches and yell at people. None of this should be legal. Why are you paying for law enforcement if they're not going to accomplish anything? Because, sad to say, you can't reason with people like this.
No escape.
They get their information from people like this.
Just to be clear, they're holding indigenous people there because they're trying to finish the genocides they've already started while they're committing these. That's why they're doing this. They're wiping the table clean of everyone that does not look like me. That's what they're doing.
And again, they got the information from social media feeds, Don Lemon, whatever it may be. But he literally thinks this is happening. And indeed, if there was a tyrannical government going after every brown person, they said, hey, decoy, he doesn't look like him, so he goes to prison. We're going to send him to CCAT. We're going to send him to a random country in Africa. This would be some serious stuff. Tyrannical government doing tyrannical things. Cool. Resist that. But if these are just lies, and he's getting all upset over nothing because the TV told him this thing, this is when we run into some issues.
What's happening here? That's why they're kidnapping indigenous people. That's why they're...
What indigenous people are they kidnapping?
Because they think they're allowed to finish these genocides while they're committing the others.
It's a Hail fucking Mary on what they've been doing for 250 fucking years. Exactly. They're literal fucking Nazis.
They're riling each other up over lies so they can yell at grandmas. They're literally like this is an echo chamber in real life, resulting in real violence, and it's getting scary.
And they operate like fucking slave catchers. Their ideology is fucking Nazis. They're white supremacists, and they operate in the function of slave catchers. Literally.
So they keep on saying like they're operating like white supremacists, and yet they look down on all races. I'm sure if they saw me saying these things, they'd be like, "Oh my god, like they own you." Whatever. Like, it's all projection. Like, this is a long video about this guy. He was like a kick streamer. This lady said he's ICE or whatever, but it's like it's all projection on their side. But where it gets scary is you see this. Somebody on ICE in Minneapolis, I believe this is Facebook. I think it's Facebook. Maybe, no, Facebook. Saying, hey, Minneapolis, face-to-face confrontations aren't the only way to fight ICE. Do you make their food? They want to use that against you. Do you fill their prescriptions? They want to use that against you. Now, I don't think this idiot here is actually doing this. Actually, I pray they're not doing this. But the simple fact that somebody might see this, and they're so low information that they believe all the things that one guy was saying about, hey, use your weapons against... what can I do? They're getting rid of indigenous people or whatever it may be. Like, if they subscribe to that, hear what Don Lemon is saying, and think this thing is really occurring, they might be stupid enough to try to poison somebody and commit a very, very serious felony. Someone may be going to prison for the rest of their life and harm one of our federal agents because they saw that on the internet. It's getting really bad, and it's kind of scary.
So, I did notice there's a season 1 part 2 for Deep Space Nine. So if Marvin, if you're still here, time to pay attention, bro. Hang on. Time to pay attention to the stream, Gappa.
Count to 4, Alamarine, then 3 more, Alamarine, if you can see.
It was a test to see if you were ready to take my place. And you failed!
The Grand Nagus!
Miserably!
The Nagus. We introduced the Nagus.
I put that on my list.
You like the Nagus, huh?
I like the Ferengis in general.
Okay.
In Deep Space Nine.
Me too.
Yeah, they're usually
Mitri.
fun episodes.
I really like the Magnificent Ferengi.
That's a good.
We gotta do it. We gotta do it. Gorg mom gets shot. Mom. I have to.
Don't move! You're surrounded. Don't shoot! I surrender!
Computer, freeze program. Reset Jemadar.
I think we're getting better.
Not. This is the 8th run through, and you haven't been able to hit a single Jemadar. And you, Moogie.
I saw we weren't gonna rescue her, so I put her out of her misery. Guided him along. Maybe we should start off with something.
I put her out of her misery. Fuck, the Ferengis are so good in Deep Space Nine, dude. Fuck.
Good one. House of Quark.
Yeah.
Is a good one.
Yeah.
Little Green Men is a good one.
Yes.
Much better.
There's a lot of good Ferengi stuff in Deep Space Nine.
Yep. So this is the Nagus dies. And
The
it points-
Nagus is like the big leader of the Ferengi Empire.
Yes.
Seems like he knows Quark. Are they related? Is there some reason Quark would know, like, you know, the Emperor of the Ferengi Empire? Quark?
I think all mildly successful Ferengis are on the.
I mean, he runs a bar, not like a Ferengi Fortune 500 company.
I ran into your cousin Barbo recently. He told me how the two of you sold those defective warp drives to the Terrahog government. Very clever.
Oh, it was nothing. The Terrahogians are an incredibly gullible people.
He might have done some research because he was going to the station specifically, and he complimented Quark for having the foresight of putting his bar on the station where a wormhole would be.
Yeah, that's all deceit anyway. But yes,
It's all deceit because the Nagus has a ulterior motive to elect Quark as the Nagus.
The new Grand Nagus, Quark!
It's successful because he quote unquote dies, but it's really the plot is really just to test his own son.
Yes.
To see if he has the lobes for business, which he doesn't.
You could learn from his example.
And so Quark is used as a pawn in the Nagus's scheme. He's given a taste of power for a second, and that's when his brother tries to kill him.
I love that his brother tries to kill him.
And then Quark forgives him and even is proud of him.
Well, they kind of treat the Ferengi like the Addams family. Like, oh yeah, or like Rom tells Nog, go to your room and no studying. That's an Addams family joke. Business or pleasure? Is there a difference?
Yes.
Tell me, is the Grand Nagus here on business or pleasure? Is there a difference? No, of course not.
Never let family get in the way of profit. The Nagus' whole speech, where they're excited about the Gamma Quadrant because nobody there knows their reputation.
Yeah.
They're like comedy villains.
Nobody knows us. It's
They're
perfect.
aware that they're sleazy.
Yeah.
They're the comic relief of the show. Some of them are just dirty and awful, but Quark has heart, and that's what makes him a great character.
That Quark has literally, that's the best character in all of Star Trek, because he has the best character arc out of everybody.
Yes.
I'm gonna make you the assistant manager of policy and clientele here at Quarks. What exactly does that mean? How should I know? Just made it up. Come on, I'll buy you a drink.
Quark's shining moments come later on. Quark eventually, he out-logics a Vulcan, and he out-honors a Klingon. He's special, that Quark.
You've been most helpful. Don't let it get around.
Odo has a medical emergency, and Quark actually runs to get help. Even though Odo is his arch nemesis early on, because he's always, Odo wants nothing more than to have Quark in his cell. And they're always at odds, they're always trying to outsmart each other and blah, blah, blah. And when Quark has a moment to just kind of like walk the other way after Odo has a medical emergency, he doesn't. He goes in and gets help.
I think Quark appreciates having somebody around that keeps him on his toes. I think he thinks that Odo keeps him sharp. Yeah.
Doesn't get lazy.
Yeah.
They're great duo.
Yeah.
You know?
I'm watching you, Quark.
And I'm watching you, Jadzia.
Well, speaking of Odo, Vortex. I have this as one of my favorites.
Vortex is one of my favorites too.
Odo, there's a fugitive named Kroden, and this is also a Quark episode too. This guy Kroden comes to the station, and there's these twin aliens called Miradorns. They're bad guys, and they're there to make a deal with Quark.
Quark is there to buy stolen merchandise. But
Sure.
Quark is going to double cross them.
Right.
Because he has hired this guy from the other side of the wormhole to pretend to rob them. But it goes wrong.
Kroden then accidentally kills, because Odo gets involved. Odo disguises himself as a glass, I think.
Now, I'm going to say this. Does it annoy you that Odo can perfectly mimic like a chair or a glass, but his best attempt as a human face is Play-Doh? Does that bother you?
No.
Okay.
It's a chair or glass seem easier than a face.
Okay.
But the Deep Space Nine argument is Odo's communicator, is that Odo can create the look of things. When Odo turns into a pile of goo, there should be a communicator floating on the top of the goo.
Yeah.
That is the real thing because it's a technical piece of electronics that actually works.
Yeah.
So people have often wondered about that, and I don't know if there's an actual answer.
The answer is shut up and don't think about it too much.
Yeah.
Sure. No, that's part of the thing. It's like with Data. He's such a sophisticated android.
Ignore
They
that.
have made his skin a proper shade of beige.
Yeah.
Or human flesh tone instead of like that weird gold color.
I'm assuming the point was not to look perfectly identical to humans. You know, he's an android.
I've seen enough.
There's more.
But that's the thing. It's like it's for the TV show.
Yeah.
It's that if Odo just looked like a regular guy.
Oh yeah, yeah.
You know, he looks a little weird, and I like that he's still like learning. He hasn't perfected shapeshifting. It would have been interesting if later by season 7 he kind of looked more like Rene Auberjonois. Like,
That'd be nice.
Like he got better at it.
Yeah, yeah.
Throughout each season.
Inconsequential thing. What's inconsequential to you may be important to me. Did he say anything about his home world? No.
It's an important episode for him. Important episode for the series, really. It's the first mention of the changelings.
So this guy, he kills one of the Miradorn guys, and they're really mad. They want to kill this guy. But he's a fugitive, and him and Odo, he's got to go back to his home planet, but he has this key thing that's shape-shifting material that's intriguing Odo, so he's kind of like leading him along.
Well, I think it's important to note about Odo that Odo was like discovered. There is no species that the Federation or anybody in Star Trek space knows about like Odo. He's unique. They've never seen anything like him before. Odo doesn't know what his heritage is. He doesn't know who or what his people are. And this is the first mention he's heard anything about where he might come from on the other side of the recently opened wormhole. He has definitely important ties to the other side of the wormhole, which is important later on.
Extremely.
And so this criminal wants to basically trick Odo into taking him through the wormhole to the other side to this special vortex where he says he's met shapeshifters. He's lying, of course. He has ulterior motives, but they're good motives.
Yes.
Because he has stowed away his daughter. He has committed crimes on his home planet, and the punishment for the crimes are this government kills your whole family.
He's more of a political criminal than like an actual bloodthirsty criminal.
Yeah, he's not like a murderer. He opposed the government or something like that. And
he was basically living in Iran.
The key to unlock this cryostasis chamber that has his daughter in it, and there were no shapeshifters here. No, Odo, but I'm saving my daughter, you know. And then against all character traits of Odo, he lets it slide.
Well, the whole thing is them developing a bond, a relationship, trust,
But
Yeah.
Odo doesn't say you have to gotta go back to your own planet. I'm sorry, I'm Law and Order Odo. You know, he's like, you taught me some stuff. I'm not completely heartless. Here, I'm gonna hand you off to these Vulcans. Best of luck to you. And the aliens, the Miradorns, which I think, I don't know if Michael Westmore was doing the makeup at this point, slipped in some, let's just say, X-rated material on their face. If you know what I'm talking about.
I think I do. Yeah.
Have you known any twinned Miradorn, Commander?
I haven't met any before now.
I mean,
Yeah.
you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. With the Virginia O'Keeffe makeup.
They're not perverts.
Producers of Star Trek are perverts.
Next, Battle Lions.
Is that the Immortal episode? Yeah.
I put this as one of my favorites.
I was shocked Kai Opaka wasn't in more episodes. My memory had her being a more prominent character. She shows up in
she dies
the first
immediately.
episode, Emissary, and this. And she's kind of like politically an important character. It's weird to write her off the show this way.
Well, you know why?
Why do they? Because there was a chance to bring her back?
No, because obviously they're opening the door for Kai Wynn.
No, I know that, but I think she should have had a death that had more to do with the political shit on Bajor than this weird random planet.
It's the will.
And they should have actually had the balls to kill her.
The will of the prophets.
Whatever.
It's interesting you chose this viewport. Wormhole is just out there.
So, Kai Opaka is lured by the prophets
Kai
to
Wynn,
seek out
such
the
a peach.
wormhole and go there with O'Brien and Kira and
Smack
Cisco
that
through,
smug look off her
runabout
face.
through the wormhole. They accidentally crash land on a
My
penal
child,
colony
shut the fuck
that
up.
has satellites in orbit that keep everyone alive, regenerate their cells, so they're forced to live in a hell of dying over and over again, and they never learn to cooperate. And Kai Opaka gets killed during the crash, and therefore she is continually resurrected forever, therefore being stuck on the planet.
Well, they never learn to cooperate because there's never any real consequences towards their violence. There's no reason to.
And she's a peacemaker, she's a mediator, negotiator, whatever you want to call her, spiritual leader, and that is her calling, and she decides to stay.
Yeah.
And it's a solid cave episode.
Yeah, I just hate that an episode with huge political
Just so you know, that's the guy from Breaking Bad.
keeps him
He
important time.
my daughter and
Shit.
but I said whatever you want to.
It's in this weird random episode with these weird aliens on a random planet. That just bothered me. I don't know.
Okay.
This felt like something that should have happened on Bajor or the station.
You thought Kai Opaka's death should have been more, and it's a solid cave episode.
It's the guy from Breaking Bad, the badass police, ex-police.
Yeah, I just hate that an episode with huge political ramifications for the series is in this weird random episode with these weird aliens on a random planet. That just bothered me. I don't know.
Okay.
This felt like something that should have happened on Bajor or the station.
You thought Kai Opaka's death should have been more dramatic.
Yes.
It wasn't the will of the prophets.
Or even a plot, dare I say.
And then
Now this episode takes place on Bajor. It's called The Storyteller.
Now you described this episode as
Miles
O'Brien yells at clouds.
Miles O'Brien yells at a cloud. This is total TNG.
Yes, it's fun.
Yeah.
It's goofy fun.
I kind of, it has a couple of, this is not a favorite of mine. It
No.
has a couple of things where O'Brien doesn't want to go down there with...
That's the most interesting thing about it, is where their relationship is at this point.
At this point. They become good friends later, but he's annoyed by Bashir, as everyone is.
And there's no real resolution to that either.
Other than Bashir kind of helps him get out of this.
Don't you see? This is your chance to prove once and for all that you are the true Syrah!
This is kind of a funny episode.
Yeah.
It's kind of a stupid, funny episode because Miles O'Brien is just annoyed the whole time. He's like the grumpy Irishman.
It's funny. The whole point is it's funny that a grumpy Irishman would become the spiritual leader for these people. It's a joke.
O'Brien's skill set lies in fixing things, and he's not a diplomat.
Yes.
And that's why it's funny that he's in this position. And he's grumpy, he's angry, he doesn't want to go.
He's uncomfortable.
They're offering him. He becomes the premise is this stupid village has one person that yells at a cloud every so often, or else the cloud destroys the village. It tells the story, and there really is no purpose of the storyteller other than the collective energy from the.
It's all a fraud to keep the village unified.
Yeah. They shoot goodwill, Care Bear energy at this evil cloud, and it goes away. And then so the storyteller dies, and then he appoints a successor, and it's not the guy who was supposed to be the successor, who trained for it.
Yeah.
It's Miles O'Brien for no reason. And then the other guy tries to stab Miles in the back, and they're like, "Oh, that was all right. We forgive
That's fine,
you."
yeah.
we understand why he did it. They offer Miles O'Brien gifts. They bring
women,
local to have sleep with them against their will.
How can I help you, ladies?
I think they're the ones offering services, Chief.
I mean, it's total like madness. And Julian's like, can I be the storyteller?
We're visitors here, Chief. It would be impolite to refuse our hosts.
Ha ha ha, isn't it funny the situation you're in?
Julian, shut your fucking mouth. Just want to get out of here.
I don't know anything. And then he's like,
Let's get out of here before they change their minds.
The story, whatever, the cloud, get me the fuck out of here. And then it ends.
Yeah.
It's about time.
Miles O'Brien falls down, and the other guy runs up and takes his place, and let's just get the fuck out of here.
Miles O'Brien needed to swear more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right you are, sir.
Next up is Progress. Evacuation.
Excellent episode.
You love Progress.
I like it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Tell me about
A
it.
good guest star.
I told you, my life's here. If I leave here, I'll die. So I'd rather die here.
I guess there is a Bajoran farm on a moon, and the provisional Bajoran government, they want to turn this moon into like an energy producing facility, but it's going to poison the atmosphere of the moon, so they have to forcibly evacuate everyone who had settled there. And Kira discovers this farmer who is not evacuated yet, and he does not want to leave his farm. And she develops a nice relationship with this man. She identifies with him, and he doesn't want to leave, and Kira is torn on her duty.
It's like the Native American episode of TNG.
Yeah.
God, there's so many evacuation episodes, and we don't want to leave.
Commander, we appreciate your concern, but we're not going anywhere.
This guy's real, she isn't.
We'll manage, we always have.
From whether or not the planet is being claimed by this part of space. What's the one with the Shellyak, right?
Remove the humans from the Tau Cygna system. 3 Earth days remain.
And Data's got to convince everyone to leave.
Yeah.
There's shades of that. But for Kira specifically, she's used to being, the freedom fighter, fighting against the power.
That's her conflict.
And now she's conflicted because now she's on the side of the government in power that has to forcibly oppress somebody.
She's become the uniform.
She has become the uniform. She has become the oppressor.
Yeah.
And she's uncomfortable with that.
Right. Mm-hmm.
You sent those 2 uniforms after Baltrum and Keenan.
That's right. Doing what has to be done.
You too.
Now the B plot in this, I don't.
Oh yeah. Oh, the B plot of this is the best.
That's a lot of Latin.
That's a lot of yamak sauce.
Stem bolts. That's where the whole thing comes from. The stem bolts.
Nog and Jake have come into yamak sauce that Quark doesn't want. So they're trying to sell, they want money, but they're trying to get rid of it, and they go through many different phases of trading it with other people.
They they're trying to keep trading up to get something they would want.
Yeah, mainly gold pressed land.
They start off, Quark has all this yamak sauce. And, you know, yamak sauce is something that Cardassians like. And Cardassians have been kicked out of Bajor. What are we gonna do with all this disgusting yamak sauce that nobody wants? And Nog, being the good Ferengi that he is, his lobes
tingle.
His lobes start tingling. He says, there's opportunity here.
I'm getting that tingling in the lobes. And when a lobe tingles, it means only one thing. Opportunity.
And he and his friend Jake, they decide, well, we're gonna use this yamak sauce. We're gonna find some profit. So they trade the yamak sauce for the self-sealing stem bolts. Nobody knows what the fuck a self-sealing stem bolt's in.
Even O'Brien.
Even O'Brien.
Well, you know. Why does anybody use self-sealing stem bolts?
I wouldn't know. I've never used them.
Jake and Nog, who just bought them, don't know what they do, but they know they can do something with them. And it's just kind of fun.
The A plot is Kira is trying to evacuate this old man, and the B plot is the Nog and Jake's trying to sell stuff. Eventually, though, they are able to trade up to getting land.
Mm-hmm. Which for some reason Nog sees no value in, even though land is the most fantastic thing to have. But still.
But here's the interesting subversion, or just completely oblivious to the writers, was that I totally thought A and B were going to come together, and that's the solution to where Kira could relocate the man.
Yeah?
All we have is dirt.
How many times do I have to tell you? It's not dirt, it's land.
What are we supposed to do with this land?
Yeah, well, I think they already had land from on Bajor. I think there was somewhere they were going to bring them. It would have made sense from a writing perspective. Yeah.
From the writing perspective, was that was a great spot for him to resettle, and
well, there
it just
isn't
seems too convenient or coincidental.
There isn't a good ending for him, though.
No, Kira burns his house down.
Kira burns his house down. He said multiple times, "I'm going to die without my land." He's not. He is forcibly removed by Kira. She makes the choice. Well, I guess I'm the man now, and I don't get the impression good things are in store for this man.
No, it's a dark ending.
It's a very dark ending.
Because it's Deep Space Nine, not TNG.
Yes.
TNG would have found a nice solution, and maybe that was the mislead there. Is like I don't know if early on in the show they had said we have a spot for you, or if you just have to relocate, we'll figure it out later. And then throughout the story, Jake and Nog come into land, and that would have been a great TNG episode. Is wow, these kids on the station bought 20 acres of land. For you to rebuild your farm on. We can even transport the house.
Yeah.
And you can start over there. Well, that's great. Blah, 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 blah. But nope, she just sets his house on fire.
Yep.
And says, good
Blows
luck.
his kiln up, and he just spent all that time building. I just got to finish my kiln.
Yeah.
That's all I want to do. I've been dreaming of building this kiln for years. Yep. Finally did it.
She phasers it. So yeah, a bittersweet ending. She saved his life, but also, did she really?
She cut down that nasty old tree, is what she did.
Mm-hmm.
So what happened? You cut it down?
I don't know yet.
That's what Deep Space Nine excels at, making the hard choices.
Gray areas.
Gray areas.
2 to beam up.
Such a good TV show, bro.
Yes. We
God
know
damn.
that on this station, you are the thin beige line between order and chaos.
Lwaxana.
The Forsaken. Love it. Lwaxana Troi.
Oh yeah.
Our TNG lady is back. This is
She had a really sweet moment with Odo. She actually got some in TNG, she's always like the annoying, but in DS9, they actually gave her a really compassionate character in that episode. I really like that episode.
Another Odo episode.
I always like Lwaxana.
Oh yeah.
Do other people find her irritating?
I'm sure people do.
Yeah. No, she's great.
She's hilarious.
She's a horny old woman, right? But there's always more depth than you think to her character, and that's what I like about her. Ha ha ha! She's hot for Picard. Ha ha ha! She's.
That's also the voice of the computer, by the way. She's the voice of the computer, and I'm pretty sure she was the wife of Roddenberry, right? Because it's Majel Barrett.
Then she says something like really wise at some point in the episode.
One of my favorite TNG episodes is when she falls in love with the man who's.
Oh yeah. She got a good. That was a good episode as well. I'll forget that one. He has to kill himself because he turns 50. Like
the euthanasia
suicide.
episode.
Yeah. Who has to die at age 60 because
60, sorry.
that's their culture.
Yeah.
And she doesn't understand it at all, and that's a great culture clash episode. But this one's great too because she falls in love with Odo. Odo finds her brooch in the Quark's bar, finds out he uses his clever investigational skills that he's so good at.
But how did you know?
Dopterians are distant relatives of the Ferengi. It made sense that since you couldn't read Quark, you might not be able to read this charming fellow either.
Oh, how perfectly brilliant of you.
To find out who stole the brooch, and she falls in love with him, and he's of course very guarded and rigid and not interested at all, and she's the complete opposite.
Is Odo your first or last name?
Yes.
They get stuck in an elevator.
It's like a sitcom cliche.
Yeah, this is an interesting episode because it has an ABC plot.
Is this the one with the sentient computer virus thing they downloaded? And then Bashir, he's got to deal with the diplomats.
So there's three things going on. Lwaxana Troi and Odo are trapped in the turbolift. They have character development stuff. Bashir has to host three very annoying, hard to deal with diplomats. And then at the same time, O'Brien is dealing with a computer problem. It's like they described as a puppy dog. A thing that came off of a probe?
Yeah, some kind of probe from the wormhole.
And it wants attention. And it's like in the computer and kind of luring O'Brien back to
causing problems, so O'Brien comes back to interact with it, yes.
And that, of course, that connects with all the other storylines because it causes the explosion that O'Brien, or Bashir has to save the diplomats. It causes the elevator malfunction. But the real, heart of the episode is Odo and Lwaxana Troi. Odo's ashamed because he has to revert to his liquid state. He doesn't want her to see, he's ashamed, and then when she removes her wig, she's like, sometimes we pretend to be something we're not, and we're really kind of vulnerable underneath everything else.
You're not the only one who's putting on a face and not being your true self all the time.
Right.
Yeah.
And then I only wish that they had rekindled or done future episodes with those two.
Does she come back at some point?
I don't think so. Odo develops a relationship with Kira.
Yeah. I'm with you on that. I'm 100% with you on that.
I never got that.
Star Trek has never handled romance well. Never. They've had some one-off, one-episode romances, but Star Trek has never had a successful, long-running, will they, won't they romantic plotline.
Yes, I see.
So when Odo helps Lwaxana Troi find her brooch and recover it, later on she comes to his office. Do you remember this?
Yeah.
And she's like, Odo, and she pushes him against the wall, right? And she's like, ooh, uncomfortably harassing him, right? On a level to where he's just like, he doesn't know what to do. He goes to Sisko, and this is another kind of example of how Sisko is very different than Picard, right? He goes to Sisko and he's like, remember Sisko, Lwaxana Troi? And he's like, one of the diplomats? He's like, yes, she very, very aggressively was sexually harassing me and implying that we could be lovers and blah, 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 blah. And I found it very, very, very unprofessional and uncomfortable and blah, 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 blah. And I pictured Picard going, I'll talk with her. Dismissed. Right?
Yeah.
I'll have a talk with Mrs. Troi. Thank you for bringing this to my attention, Odo. And then Sisko goes, what's wrong with that?
What's wrong with that?
What's wrong with a little love?
That's what he tells Dax every time she complains about Bashir.
Yeah.
Have you thought of letting her catch you?
Sir?
Yes.
Could it be such a bad thing if you fucked Luoxana Troy? But sir, I have no interest in this woman whatsoever. And she constantly sexually harasses me.
A little romance, Odo.
What's wrong with a little love, Odo? Ha ha ha, get out. But this is good though, Rich. Because you don't want characters that are just carbon copies of other characters. Sisko, he does not care at all about his job. Until you get to the final episode when Jake is complaining to him about science and religion. Then he says some smart things.
With all this stuff about the Celestial Temple and the wormhole, it's dumb.
You've got to realize something, Jake. For over 50 years, the one thing that allowed the Bajorans to survive the Cardassian occupation was their faith.
Are you serious?
My point is, it's a matter of interpretation. It may not be what you believe, but that doesn't make it wrong. If you start to think that way, you'll be acting just like Vedic Rim, only from the other side.
I say this lightly.
I know.
It's because it's just kind of funny. And it's meant to be
It's meant to be a comedy episode, so we gloss over these things.
Dramatis persona.
I'll know when you say what the episode was about.
This is the Klingons. A Klingon spreads infections of a space head virus that affects the senior staff into thinking they're recreating a violent rebellion.
It's cute.
Cute.
It's cute. Cisco just fascinated on just building clocks. That's, you know what?
Okay, Sisko
that
builds
was
a clock.
fun. Suddenly he's obsessed with clocks, not running the station. He loses all of his...
I think that clock hangs around the rest of the show.
Does it? Oh, that's amazing.
I remember seeing it later seasons. So yeah, an infected Klingon, the Klingon ship blows up right in front of the station. The Klingon beams over and then spreads this virus that an alien had infected the Klingons with that basically retells the story of some kind of great conflict. And so everyone becomes, the Starfleets become paranoid of the Bajorans and they start taking sides.
Yeah.
Basically it's an everyone acts different episode, which I should have included in my list in the beginning.
Makes it odd for season 1 because we have to learn who all these characters are and suddenly...
It's a later.
I mean, okay, a later season.
That first scene when Bashir is like, they're Kira's acting really fucking fishy,
Yeah.
And Odo's like, what?
Just don't be surprised if the uneasy alliance on this station starts to show a few cracks.
What uneasy alliance?
Mark my words. There's going to be trouble.
Odo's like the Data, where he's unaffected. That's when, remember the virus tries to get in Odo's head and his face like opens up? It wasn't able to co-opt him, so he's the one running the show as everyone goes off the rails.
It's fine, Odo. I like the way he tricks Bashir into helping him.
Yes.
Yeah. He plays into the delusion.
Yep.
Glad you two could make it.
Computer, execute Odo 1.
But yeah, I would just consider that a fun episode, not necessarily like groundbreaking or super strong in the characters or anything like that. Other than you have the Kira and Sisko kind of.
Yeah, but it's all brain influenced delusions.
Before that.
Oh, okay.
They're kind of at odds about that shipment of the dolomite.
Let me conduct a search, and if I find any dolomite, we can confiscate it.
It's dolomite, but the whole time I kept thinking they were saying dolomite. That the alien race was bringing dolomite to the station and going somewhere else, and she's like, that's what they used to sell to the Cardassians to make weapons.
Right.
And he's like, oh, we can't prove that. She's like, we need to arrest them and impound their ship and blah, blah, blah. And he's like, these are different times, lady. Relax.
I think we'll let it go. This time.
Now, on to my favorite episode of Star Trek of all time, Duet.
Okay, I've got that. That's. Yep.
I mean.
Yep. Just amazing acting.
Oh, no, of course not. No, you see.
Oh, this one. Yeah, this one's great.
Now, Major, it's not the truth you're interested in. All you want.
That guy's like he says he's some evil dude from back in the Cardassian occupation. He was working at like death camps. Actually, he says he was like one of the leaders of those death camps. But it turns out he's just like a file clerk that just lost his fucking mind listening to all of the Bajoran screams and shit. This fantastic episode, bro. And then in the end, he gets stabbed. They'll go into it, Logan.
That guy who plays Goldar Heel, in quotes, they pulled in, I don't know who that is, but he's great.
As for instance, how did I feel when we were withdrawing from Bajor? The answer is I was furious. The thought of leaving any survivors behind was repulsive to me.
World does not recognize the existence of ghosts. I don't believe in them either. I don't want to hear a lot of malarkey about goblins and spooks and demons. We're going to stick to the facts in this case. Leave the ghost stories to the kiddies, understood?
Wow. Sounds like a pretty open-minded guy, huh?
In fact, all the actors on this show.
Yeah. Star Trek historically has casted very well.
Oh, a relatable life experience for us both, which came into grown to a bond of mutual affection.
Very well.
Historically.
Yes, idiot, back.
Apologies.
The stars and the guest stars.
Yeah. How many Cardassian civilians did you kill?
Look, I regret a lot of what I had to do.
How convenient of you.
We had no choice. We were fighting for survival.
So were we. We had an empire to protect. We needed your resources. Everything I did was for the greater glory of Cardassia. And if you spineless scum had to be ground under, so much the better.
Pull your shit together, Darum, you're Kyonian, bitch.
Keep a close eye on your bowel movements for the next 3 days.
Oh god, the juxtaposition, man. Like, Jesus fucking Christ. Oh, I'm so disgusted.
Please call me if anything moves.
I want to talk about Gul Dukat more, but he's hardly in this season.
I mean, he's fantastic.
Yes.
And Garrick is Andrew Robinson, and fucking Armin Shimmerman, Quark. He's so good. They're all good. Nana Visitor.
I mean, Armin Sherman, this is his redemption role. He was the original Ferengi.
Oh, yeah.
With the laser whips.
Yeah. No, but he's just born to play that part.
Yeah.
All the actors are fantastic, but this guy who plays the Cardassian's great, and this is certainly a Kira episode.
It's a good Kira episode, but the guest star steals the show. With some layers of subtlety when he's being deceitful, and then some amazing acting when he's honest. Good stuff.
If you felt that way about your filing clerks, why did you take Maritz's name?
My plan was to do nothing less than kill every Bajoran in the camp. And to this day, my one regret is that I was not able to accomplish this honorable goal.
You're Maritza, aren't you?
Oh, yeah. And great story about...
Guilt, forgiveness,
racism, stereotyping. I mean, it's really
how war crimes can affect everybody. Yeah. The plot is our Cardassian ends up on the station, and he's got some disease that only exists in people who are at this one forced labor camp.
Yeah.
And Kira sees that he's a Cardassian. He's like, oh, that guy's a war criminal. And they put him in the brig. And he claims, no, I'm just a filing clerk. I wasn't even there. I had some entirely different disease. And there's this whole, mystery about who this guy really is.
Well, in that case, I'll try to make my lies more opaque.
And there's like layers of double crosses, because he was a filing clerk, but he was a filing clerk at the labor camp, not somewhere else. But he is trying to pretend that he was the guy in charge of the labor camp because he wants the Cardassians to be prosecuted, for like the crimes they committed.
He has himself surgically altered to look like Gul Darheel, the war criminal, but he is secretly just the stupid filing clerk Amin Maritza. So basically, Guldarheel is a Joseph Mengele working at Auschwitz, right?
But like the kind of in charge of
a high-ranking Nazi, and then there's the guards or the whatevers that were just following their orders, right? The duet title implies a back and forth.
So that makes him a war criminal just being there.
If you'd seen the things I saw, all those Bajoran bodies, starved, brutalized. You know what Cardassian policy was? No, I'm not even talking about the murder. Murder was just the end of the fun for them. First came the humiliation. Mothers raped in front of their children. Husbands beaten until their wives couldn't recognize them. Old people buried alive because they couldn't work anymore.
Well, her arc is, at first she doesn't even care whether or not he was the actual labor camp leader. It's just, he's a Cardassian, he was there, fuck him. Fuck him. She's very bitter, very angry. Then she gets to a point where she kind of feels guilty that she doesn't care if he was just a filing clerk. And then she feels justified because, oh, well, no, he really was the leader. And then finally you get to the real reveal that, no, it is the filing clerk, and this is all a whole plot because he feels horribly guilty about the things the Cardassian did, and he wants the Cardassians to be held accountable. And she kind of forgives him then.
Yeah.
She admits that, no, you are a good person.
Yeah.
No more good people have to die. So she goes on an emotional roller coaster.
It's a wild emotional ride for her because at the end he gets assassinated by the drunk, angry, racist Bajoran man who only sees the race.
Yeah.
And
She goes from wanting to be the person who stabbed him to crying over his death.
Yeah. In 41 minutes. You did this whole story, and yeah, it is brilliant. It is well acted. It is tightly written, and it deals with about 5-6 different layers of emotions and complexity.
The subtleties of his acting, when he's doing the megalomaniacal speech, but on some level he's also condemning the actions of the Cardassians.
They're like 6 levels higher than me. How the fuck am I supposed to kill Gortish?
You're insane.
Oh, no, Major. You can't dismiss me that easily. I did what had to be done. My men understood that, and that's why they love me. I would order them to go out and kill Bajoran scum. And they'd do it. They'd murder them. And they'd come back covered in blood. But they felt clean.
And then you got that moment near the end where he's doing like the fake crying that turns into real crying when it's revealed that he was the filing clerk there, and he cried himself to sleep every night hearing the screams of the people.
He was a coward.
Yes. I wrote down this would work as a stage play.
Yes.
And that you don't need a bunch of lasers to be interesting.
Yeah. Oh, this stuff.
NBC is supposed to be 54.
This feels like a play.
Yeah.
Like a dramatic play.
Yeah.
And they don't write Star Trek like this anymore. That's for damn sure.
I think I swallowed my com badge.
Already?
Yeah.
That's my number one, maybe of all time. Now, there's different kinds of Star Trek episodes,
Yeah.
This isn't like, I really like the episode Disaster on TNG,
Well, there's good fun episodes, and then there's good dramatic episodes. This is a good dramatic episode.
Are you Kodos? I asked you a question.
Do you believe that I am?
I do.
Then I am Kodos, if it pleases you to believe so.
Oh, I wrote one more thing. This reminded me of Conscience of a King, TOS. Kind of an inverse, where TOS, there's like a Shakespearean actor who Kirk recognizes as being the
butcher of
the butcher of something or other.
The colony that he lived on.
And there's this whole thing: is he who he claims to be? Is he just an actor? Though in TOS he actually is the genocidal butcher.
Yes, yeah. Similar in style.
Yeah.
Like this ship of yours.
There are no previous records to Anton Caridian prior to 20 years ago.
Blood thins. Body fails. And one is finally grateful for a failing memory.
I think that we are redefining what it means to be a warrior. You know what I mean? Like, a warrior doesn't always mean picking up weapon and going into battle. There's like a lot of other battlefields. And so I think that's what we're doing in Starfleet Academy.
Shut the fuck up. Fuck's sake.
Anyway, last episode, In the Hands of the Prophets, your season finale.
The episode where Lieutenant Worf is torn between his duty to
Bro.
the Enterprise and his
Bugger
Klingon
off, I need to go
heritage
loot the guy, man.
Klingon,
What the fuck is this shit? Thank you.
It is
Jesus.
that, yeah.
It's an amazing episode.
How dare you? Paramount Plus.
I wrote down space
No, I
politics
ran out of the
done right.
fucking...
Yeah.
Okay. I was about to get really fucking
Phantom
mad.
Menace, space politics is boring. No, it's just written poorly. This is space politics done right.
Right.
I was about
this
to get
opens with a
mad.
Very unexpected, out of nowhere, science versus religion debate.
Also, our introduction to one of the best Star Trek villains.
This begins to explain how a ship at Impulse can safely pass through without...
Ships are safely guided through the passage by the hands of the prophets.
In a manner of speaking.
Not apparently in your manner of speaking.
Nurse Ratched herself, Kai Wynn.
Vedic Wynn, you're spoiling future seasons.
Ooh, sorry, Vedic Wynn, yes. Who shows up on the station to cause trouble with Keiko O'Brien's school.
I don't teach Bajoran spiritual beliefs. That's your job. Mine is to open the children's minds to history, to literature,
Science,
to mathematics, to
bitch.
Science. You are opening the children's minds to blasphemy, and I cannot permit it to continue.
She's teaching about the wormhole, which is a sacred temple to the Bajorans, but to the godless secular Federation. They see it as a space phenomenon with
aliens. Advanced aliens who did this, and the Bajorans see them as their gods.
Right. And Keiko does her very best to say, well, the Bajorans believe that, but we believe this. And she's like, no, you must teach it.
That wonderful, delightful fake smile. Yeah. Oh, she's such a great villain.
Yeah. She's good.
Fake humble.
Total
This
fucking bitch.
Fake
Love
humble.
it.
You just want to slap that smile off
Yes,
his face.
I literally said that an hour ago. Yes, yes. Smack that smug look off her fucking face.
So benevolent.
Yeah.
Oh, I empathize with you,
But you better do it my way,
right.
or else there's going to be problems. She's a politician, and that's what Sisko has that great comment when he goes down to talk to Vedic Bareil, and he's like,
he's her inverse.
He's her inverse, but he doesn't want to get involved, and he's like, well, the prophets said, he's like, the prophets are politics.
Yep.
The school!
So it turns out that Kai Wynn orchestrated this whole thing to lure Vedic Bareil, her rival for the Kai ship, to have him assassinated by a brainwashed young lady who is working under the tutelage of Miles O'Brien.
Who we've seen her in other episodes with O'Brien
She's
too.
in one other episode.
Yeah.
Briefly. Yeah, it's a assassination plot. Mystery. They find the charred remains of a Starfleet guy burnt up in the Jeffries tube, and they got to figure out. Odo's helping, and turns out this whole thing was just a ploy. And Kai Wynn says nothing. The girl who gets arrested says nothing, and Sisko's.
My escape route got, compromised. I can't get away after I assassinate him. Well, it's the will of the prophets then.
But if I go through with this now, I will be caught and executed.
The sacrifices the prophets call on us to make are great sometimes, my dear.
Looking back at the whole first season, the Federation goes to Bajor
What a bitch.
to protect the Bajorans from the Cardassians, but they're really protecting the Bajorans from the Bajorans. The Cardassians are nothing but helpful.
Yep.
You know?
That is true, yes.
When they're trying to find out the identity of Maritza.
They get the files reluctantly, but they get the files.
Reluctantly helps, and then they're showing up, and then what's going on, and they're barely in the season, and it's Bajorans being sketchy and their own internal conflict. So,
but if you're not comfortable with completing this assignment, I'll find someone else who is.
The Cardassians are uncomplicated in terms of their political aspirations or goals or what they want power, they want territory, whatever. The Bajorans are a little more fractured and complex, and then you have this Kai. They're using religion as a crutch or a device.
Well, religion was all they had for over 50 years. Yeah. It's very important to them.
Yeah. And a lot of them are using it as a tool for
as horrible people frequently do in the real world. Vedic Wynn a complete hypocrite? On some level, does she believe her own? Is she at all a believer, or is it all pure hypocrisy for power? Like I said, I know there's a lot more with her, but I don't remember a lot of it.
Yeah. That's going to be a fun adventure.
It will.
It's pure hypocrisy for power.
I've enjoyed our Deep Space Nine chat. Now, if any of this sounds interesting to any of you millennials, Zoomers, and alphas out there who just might be tired.
Generic witty banter.
Is anybody listening?
Man, why does everything have to be a full-on lesson in this place?
Because it's a school, Caleb.
Here's the thing.
Yeah.
You're a normie, right? And you've always thought Star Trek is for nerds, and you like Star Wars. Well, Deep Space Nine has all of the war stuff, but it's all also very intelligently written. I honestly believe Deep Space Nine probably has better mass appeal than something like TNG does, because you get your character drama, character conflicts, and there's a slow build-up to a very big intergalactic war.
Yeah. Towards the end.
Yeah.
It runs the gamut of television storytelling, like lots of different types of shows. More so in Deep Space Nine. And there are people out there, we've talked about TNG a lot of them try to get to that first season. It's a little rough. This season is much more palatable.
This is a good place to start.
This first season.
This is a good place to start.
And then really, it just gets better and better after that. TNG Season 7 had some...
Season 7's fine. It's not as good as 3 through 6, but it's fine.
The sweet spot of TNG is in the middle.
Yeah.
The Deep Space Nine is
a gradient?
It's a gradient that continues upward.
Deep Space Nine is the one that questions the Star Trek philosophies. Put it to the test.
Yeah, put it to the test. It's more challenging. But
the answers aren't easy.
The answers are not easy, yes. And everything doesn't always tie up in a nice, neat bow at the end.
Sometimes you kick a farmer off the land he's been on for the last 40 years.
And
you burn his farm down. Sometimes.
Sometimes that has to happen. Right. Great writing, great show. We'll probably talk about it more, but if you're a youthful person out there who wants to turn on a nice 41-minute long show one night and watch it, get into old Star Trek. This is the revival.
Would you say, if you wanted to get into old Star Trek, would you say this is a better place to start than TNG or TOS?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. There you go. That's the word.
Because it's just better overall. Like, TNG has some of the best episodes, but DS9 is like, it starts off good, basically. Well, TNG, ooh, it does not start off good. Ooh, it does not start off good at all.
Hi, Rich Evans.
What?
Did you see the new Beetlejuice movie?
No, I didn't.
There's a character in it called the Soul Sucker. And she smooches on people and sucks their souls out, and they get like deflated.
Yeah.
That's kind of what you look like.
You wouldn't believe how accurate that statement is. You wouldn't believe how accurate that statement is.
You remember this?
Oh, I know what the fate of the plate is, Mike.
Yes, for those of you who don't remember, the fate of the plate is I have this lovely commemorative plate with the 4 Star Trek Enterprises on it, except for the NX-01, but this might have been made before that. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, that looks like it was made when I'm assuming when the movies were coming out. Yeah.
99.
And Enterprise is what?
01.
01?
Yeah. So this was actually made before the Enterprise show came out, the Scott Bakula show. But we had this plate, and we were saying Star Trek Picard season 3. The fate of the plate was whether or not we're going to smash this, or I was going to make you eat food off of it, even though it says do not eat food off this.
That is so unbelievably clear. It jumps off the screen.
Not for food use.
It specifically mentions carcinogens, right?
Food consumed from this plate may be harmful and contain dangerous carcinogens. This is a decorative accessory only. Repeat, do not eat food off this plate.
Is it in bold red?
Yeah. Yeah. The Surgeon General's warning. And so I said, if we're happy with the results of Star Trek Picard season 3, you're going to eat food off this plate. And so I, once again, bring the fate of the plate back into play. And with the results of Star Trek's Section 31, the movie, the fate of the plate is again, its fate is in balance.
Oh, I think the fate has been determined, Mike.
Step to the lounge. Man, you're moving fast. Mally's coming to you. Yikes.
So lame.
Yikes.
I absolutely, positively despise Nutrik.
Which is funny because that's how the
so
film
much
begins, with the word
Why?
fate.
What did fate have to do with anything? What a pretentious just load of shit. Fate. Fate is the sword we forge. Or fate, the sword of fate has been forged by fate.
That's
because the
Nutrik.
fate of the sword is forgery.
Nutrik is lofty words. Destiny, fate.
How did that resonate with the story we were presented with?
Doesn't matter. It's all smoke and mirrors.
What does that mean?
I could respond to that, or I could observe my feelings right now, lock it away, and do what I need to do. Or...
Quas, pick one.
Yes.
Sometimes Quasi sees so many options.
What's happening?
He gets brave.
So many cuts.
Thank you, Mel.
Quasi, can we carry on, please?
Yeah, they're just trying to salvage whatever they have
Our
here.
target's name is
You're watching a 1990s sci-fi original with an insane budget.
I often find enjoyment in reading negative reviews of shows. This I'll find enjoyment in reading positive reviews.
I mean, there's going to be a lot of shills, AI-generated content by the studio.
Let me read this comment. This feels like it was generated by an AI.
It probably was.
I went into this as a Star Trek fan looking for that Star Trek feeling. Instead, I found a Star Trek that I need more of. Section 31 is not your be nice people, but it shows that for all that Jim Kirk make-believe, there is a cost.
What?
That cost was they also had people who had to do what unofficially the Federation could not be attached to. These are the ones who did the dark and dirty work for the Federation. See, that sounds like an AI describing the show based on... Well, here's the thing. Here's the backstory with this.
Yeah.
I feel like, I don't know, kind of indifferent. I'm not outraged. I'm like you.
I'm beyond that.
Yeah.
I think honestly, for me, the franchise is dead.
Yes.
I've hit that point.
I feel sort of hopeful because this, like, Discovery went on for, I think, 5 seasons, and Strange New Worlds, I think, is in production of a 3rd season. I'm not really sure. I kind of stopped watching those shows, and I often wonder who watches them and who is it for? It has to be a very small number of people. And is Star Trek on Paramount operating at like a loss? It has to be.
I have no idea how they figure out what this is worth because it's on a streaming service, and are people watching this? Are they watching other things?
Right. The magic of this is that it's a self-contained movie, and a lot of times when these new shows come out, they'll send out the first like 2 or 3 episodes of screeners to critics.
Bro, how is this thing doing so much fucking damage? What is this shit?
Oh, okay, this isn't bad. And they'll give it a good review, and then it'll like fall off a cliff after the 2nd or the 3rd, 4th episode and get trash and.
What is this garbage?
Terrible. But the unique scenario is that it's a open and closed kind of thing where it has a beginning, a middle, and end that you can critique on its own. You don't have to, and which is a blessing for us, because if this was a season,
I'd kill myself.
Yeah, I wouldn't do this if this was a season, and that's why we didn't do Discovery season 3 when they traveled to the future, season 4, season 5. I just don't care. I don't want to, like, we sat there with the Red Angel crap for like 10 and I'm just like, we're just like, what is the Red Angel? I just don't give a fuck. I don't like these season-long arc mysteries that all just end up in super weapon. Revenge or super weapon. That's it.
Since then, he's been designing bioweapons on spec.
No's on his way to the Baram to sell his latest creation to the Minotian High Council. There are no formal hostilities with the Minotian Sway, but that could change if they get their hands on a super weapon.
Oh, super weapon! They actually called it a super weapon.
That's the extent of the storytelling ability of these people. And what did this have?
Well, revenge, super weapon, and emotional crap.
Emotional.
Fate. Unearned emotional crap.
Yeah.
It's a redemption story. It's about second chances, and it's an action movie.
Glossy slapped on emotional crap that has no depth.
Yeah.
And super weapon and revenge. And that's like, I'm not watching 10 episodes of that. I don't have that much time.
This is like a Discovery season speed run.
Yeah, that's great. It's condensed.
Yeah.
All the crap in 90 minutes. It was beautiful, and that's why we did this. Because we're done with Star Trek. To me, it's dead.
Yes.
But the fact that this could come out, and I was watching the critic ratings just drop, and I was screen grabbing every time it dropped. And the fact that is a thing you could point to and go, huh? Alex Kurtzman, look.
We would love to do more, and we would love to tell stories. Part of what's fun about changing the length of a story is that it's an interesting challenge from a creative perspective, because you get to live more deeply in certain things you don't always have time for. And you get to explore corners of storytelling that you don't always have time for in shorter form stories. But to me, the length of the story needs to a story or a movie or a TV show is always dictated by what story you're telling. Some stories are served better by being longer, and some are served better by being shorter. So it's one of those things where the story ultimately tells you what it means.
Just about everything.
The damage these little shits do is unbelievable.
Awful and panned, and it hasn't stopped them from just, here's an extension, here's more money. Take all of the money and do nothing with it.
Well, that's the thing.
Alex Kurtzman.
It's been awful and panned by like old school Trek guys like us, but the initial, like I said, the couple first episodes that get critic screened usually get decent reviews. I bet you if I pull up some of the Rotten Tomatoes stuff or reviews early on, they get positive reviews. And a lot of the reviewers are just like not really super into Star Trek. And then they invite the shills
It's such a pleasure to meet the both of you. This movie's so much fun.
Congratulations on the film. I've seen it. It's so much fun.
I saw it. I actually watched it 3 times. It is very fun.
The guy's a really big hit.
Social media people, the influencers.
What was that?
We love Star Trek. It's great.
Do those people even exist? I haven't seen anything.
They exist because they've created a persona to show up at screenings and get clicks on social media by. I've seen a couple of shills appear. This is, it's not your father's Star Trek, but this has a whole new, fresh angle, and they just regurgitate like things that will get them invited to the next premiere.
I mean, they don't even need shills anymore because they can just have AI-generated influencers.
I mean, they need AI working overtime to change these numbers. But you
put that AI to work on the script.
Sure, I'll take it.
I'll take AI over Alex Kurtzman. And AI might have like a basic understanding of creating just like likable characters.
It's important to us to make sure that each Star Trek show or movie really is its own flavor, has its own unique tone, so that you can tell the difference between one and the other. And I think this one's interesting because it carries the weight of a certain kind of understanding of what Section 31 is by fans.
No, let's cut the shit.
Now see, Alex Kurtzman didn't write this. A bunch of
This feels like every other Alex Kurtzman produced Star Trek show. I can't believe.
Yeah. His thumb is on the scale, that's for sure, when it comes to like what's going on, but there are credited writers. There's 3 of them that have written Discovery episodes, and there's whatever random TV crap. And the director was just a guy who's directed hundreds of episodes of Discovery. He's just like action kind of guy, which is why we talked about how they spruced this up in post-production to include lots of snap zooms and digital effects to kind of give it more energy.
Elton, I'm gonna say Nebula. She's got.
Doing as I said. Man, they're moving.
Oh, that's not good. Immune to fire.
Aren't you coming? While the others make it seem fabulous.
Touch it.
5.
Nice.
Tractor beam down.
Incoming torpedo!
I am in your debt.
And? Fine. Double deal, you son of a bitch. Yikes.
We think they were going for a Guardians of the Galaxy, Borderlands, Rebel Moon, kind of like that I guess Suicide Squad, that kind of like the ragtag group of kind of like chaotic neutral characters.
Funny misfits who were slightly morally ambiguous.
But somehow find the right thing at the end. And and also based on the art choices of the poster and some of the graphics. They I don't know why you would ape off.
Why is it not working?
Maybe they started doing it before that movie came out. It's like, whoops.
I mean,
Look how much damage this thing
Alex Kurtzman's
does.
been threatening us with Section 31 for like a decade now, right?
It started as a series, and we got fairly far down the road, and then COVID hit.
Since Discovery?
I'm trying to remember when it started. I mean, it didn't start in Discovery. It started in Deep Space Nine, of course, when it was very subtle and very,
For a long time now, he has thought that Space Hitler was going to be the next big thing. I mean, it's not. Am I wrong?
I don't know.
He loves this terrible character.
Does anyone love this character?
I don't think so.
See, I liked when William Sadler was on Deep Space Nine as, who I thought died recently. I always tell Jay, I swear to God, I heard that. Do you know who William Sadler is?
Yeah.
I thought he died maybe I dreamt it. And I remember, because I remember my brain thought, oh, well, that would have been cool if he showed up in this Section 31 TV show.
I mean, he is the Grim Reaper.
I know. Maybe that's what made me think of it.
That's what I'm thinking.
But I was like, wouldn't it have been cool if William Sadler showed up somehow in Section 31, whether through a time vortex or whatever. But then I was like, oh, it's a shame he died. But he's not dead. But he was the original Section 31 guy. We didn't see anybody else, no teams. He would just show up and he would like harass Julian Bashir to kind of like go on operations because he recognized he was smart and he could work for them.
Section 31 has an assignment for you.
Section 31 existed to test the ethics of Julian Bashir.
Sure, yeah.
Section 31 served a purpose in the story of Deep Space Nine, and they were villainous.
The worst that Section 31 did was they tricked a good-hearted Romulan senator into taking the fall for a genetics weapon that was going to be unleashed, and they had to stop it.
Yeah.
It was a simple plot. They went to Romulus, and you know, there's some, it's a little cloak and dagger kind of fun stuff, you know. Then in Discovery, Philippa Georgiou, aka Michelle Yeoh, was the lovely captain of the USS Shenzhou. And then she died, and she was Michael Burnham's like mentor, hero, and whatever, captain. And then she discovers that she's in the Mirror universe as the Empress of the Terran Empire.
Yes.
It's like, oh, okay, that's a fun little twist. You know, it's really nice, you know, benevolent captain that Michael Burnham, whatever the fuck her name is, likes her. Here she's an evil Empress. And then they just like...
Irredeemably evil.
It's...
I'm starting to hate this place.
It's a redemption story. It's about second chances.
Then they just went off the rails, and it's just like, she was the worst thing ever. And then people are like, oh, we like Michelle Yeoh, she's kind of fun in that role. And then Alex Kurtzman was like, well, what? And it's like, no, they don't really like her. It's like I like Emperor Palpatine, you know, because he's fun. But I don't want to see him like join a team.
Section 66.
I don't want to see him like fighting with somebody and like having an emotional moment where he's hugging people. It's just like irredeemable Hitler, right?
It would be fun.
So I guess I'm coming back to the point where it's a good thing that this is getting bad reviews. It's a good thing for, I don't know, whatever potential future is left.
It's not going to make a difference.
It's on life support.
Bad reviews and bad shows have never made a difference before. I see no reason anything is going to change. Whatever kind of dirt Alex Kurtzman has on the executives in Hollywood, he still has it. He's going to continue to work until we're all dead, and he's going to outlive us because there is no justice in this universe.
My happiness comes from the fact that the curtain has been pulled back, and we see the full extent of the audience and critical reactions to a fully complete Star Trek, New Trek product, which we never really have before. It's always been kind of mysterious.
Everyone hated that.
Who's watching this and why?
I think you're wrong about the curtain being pulled back. The curtain's been pulled back for a while. Curtain's been pulled back for a while.
Has it?
Nobody cares. Nobody cares.
So when it comes to Paramount Plus operating a business, does having the Star Trek brand name, other than the previous series, maybe they're operating on that alone, but who is watching Star Trek Discovery Season 5?
I don't know. I have never known.
What are the numbers?
I don't know. I have never known, but they've been making this shit for 10 years. It hasn't stopped. Nobody has taken a hint.
Get closer.
I have no reason to believe that anything is going to change now. None. No reason. No reason to believe anything will change.
Well, that was Section 31, like you said, was in a long-term production. I think it was we had to slap this together. I was supposed to be a series, and I think when they teased it in Discovery.
Look at my
they had a
health, bro.
different Spaceship.
The damage
and
this
a
thing
different
does is
crew,
it's
right? There were
broken.
different characters.
What is this fucking garbage, dude?
What's his face?
Bro, oh my god, why is Blizzard
Yeah, that guy.
staffed by such nitwits, dude?
Yes, it was him.
God damn.
And, some other characters. I don't know who else. But that was supposed to be the spin-off, and then I don't know whatever happened. COVID? I have no idea. And then it got delayed, and then finally it started to go into production, and then Michelle Yeoh won an Oscar, and she said, I'm not doing this anymore.
And then Michelle won an Oscar, and that changed everything too.
Unless you pay me a whole lot more money. Because that little golden statue comes with some...
you get some perks.
Some perks. And interestingly enough, for some reason, Jamie Lee Curtis is in Section 31, the movie.
Oh, God.
This is embarrassing.
This is embarrassing, yeah.
Been screaming at me for 2 days now. It keeps saying that you lot are gonna cost me my job.
We might. She might.
I told my judgment to shut up.
And in a voiceover role at the start, and then she's a hologram at the end, presumably like the head of Section 31 or someone.
Is she just supposed to be like the holographic doctor? Because she glitches out at some point at the end of that.
No, she's like, it's like a transmission.
But she glitches out and she like changes position suddenly.
That's just a different take. She filmed it herself, like against her bathroom wall.
Are you sure she's not supposed to be like an AI character?
Maybe. I don't know. The point is, Jamie Lee Curtis is in it, which is interesting because she was also in Borderlands, which was a mega flop.
Yes.
They're trying to mold this kind of dark, spy, cloak and dagger kind of mystery show into something wacky and fun, which is why...
It's Suicide Squad. Look at all these wacky characters we have.
Jamie Lee Curtis was also in a movie called Everything Everywhere All at Once with Michelle Yeoh, the movie she won an Oscar for.
Mm-hmm.
So, what? I had a theory.
Yeah. It was the funniest laugh I had in the screening.
Why was Jamie Lee Curtis in this?
Because they were friends from that movie.
I guess, yeah. They were both in Everything Everywhere All at Once.
They're burning money, Jamie. Come on. I'll put it a good word for you.
Let's rip off these suckers. Oh, we still can.
If there's one word I could use to sum it all up, it would be fun.
Let's talk about Section 31. What are we supposed to get out of Section 31? It's supposed to be a fun adventure about an evil secret organization and Space Hitler. Like, tone-wise, I'm very confused about Section 31.
Section 31 is the group that does the dirty work that Starfleet won't.
Is it supposed to be funny?
Oh, are you asking me?
Yes.
Did you laugh?
No.
There's the Camelot, a green-blooded shapeshifter trying to muster sexy time with a Delta.
Is that the guy who hosts the Buff Boys competition?
Sam Richardson.
Except Cameloids are the only species in the galaxy immune to Delta's sexy time charm. Then there's the guy with all the high-end mech, standing at the back, looking like he has...
But I think they were making jokes.
Yeah, it's supposed to be funny, I think. It's supposed to be clever and witty.
But Okay, so you have the fun group with our lovable characters and something that's supposed to be adventurous and funny. Do you vaporize one of our fun characters in the beginning of the second act, usually in a fun adventure thing?
Well, it's not a comedy. There have to be some dark moments.
But they're making jokes constantly, even though the jokes aren't funny. They're wacky characters, Mike. Don't you know how wacky and zany they are?
Yeah, hi. Quick question. Sorry. Yeah, no, it's just a quick one. Is it Godsend or God's End? Godsend or God's End?
I don't hear a difference in what you're saying.
Really? Really? Godsend? God's End.
Yeah, I'm still not getting it.
The godsend.
Wait, Godsend. I hear it now. It's Godsend.
Oh my God.
It's funny, Rich. It's just like Guardians of the Galaxy.
I don't know, but that man had it.
Rich, when a group of misfits...
There's a man who identifies as a robot, and he's constantly wearing a robot suit. And then there's the wacky Vulcan, who isn't really a Vulcan.
He's controlled by a micropenis
And then there's
inside his brain.
Space Hitler.
Yeah, Space Hitler, sure.
And then there's a shapeshifter. He's there. I think he's supposed to be funny. He's saying lines that I think are supposed to be comedy lines, but they're not funny.
But then the other characters are pretty straight.
Rachel Garrett.
Rachel Garrett.
Okay, let's talk about Rachel Garrett. Is in this a young Rachel Garrett?
Right.
But, like, this is before Kurt took over the Enterprise, and Rachel Garrett isn't, like, a thing until the Enterprise C, which is probably, like, 60 years after this? 70 years after this? And she's 40 when we see her. I don't think Rachel Garrett should even be born yet. So she should be 100 years old as we see her in yesterday's Enterprise.
Yeah.
But she's only like, I don't know, 40.
Right, sure.
Late 30s.
Yeah.
Then.
Right. Well, okay. They do show the star date at the beginning of this, right?
Uh-huh.
And I want to say the star date was like 12389 something. The star dates in TNG were always like 4s.
Captain's log, stardate 41153.7.
But that still wouldn't make sense.
First officer's log, stardate 1207.3. On Earth, it's May 11th, 2256, a Sunday.
Captain's log, stardate 1312.4.
Discovery took place, I don't know how many years before TOS. Not too long because the Enterprise shows up.
Not too long.
With Pike on it and Spock.
But it is before. It is in relation to the next gen. This is like at least 100 years in the past. At least.
I don't know, Rich. But when you boil it down, what do you get out of this?
Nothing. You get this is zero. This is 0 calories.
How do you resist counterspell?
This is Star Trek Zero.
A redemption story in the form of a space western.
What about the action?
What about it?
There's some fighting.
Yeah, it's really bad.
Bro, this speedrun guide is so trash, dude. It makes you do some retarded shit, dude. Whoever wrote this is a fucking moron, bro. It's just straight up cancer.
It's just like an Attack of the Clones. Oh. What about the MacGuffin is also the super weapon. So you got a super weapon.
There's always a super weapon, Mike.
It's the weapon to all end all.
This is the end all weapon ender because this one, once you detonate this one, it blows up all of the planets.
It blows up
just all of the planets.
Just existence.
Like a virus, it just burns everything in existence.
I said it's like the Solaronite bomb from Plan 9 from outer space. Just anything that has light just explodes.
The only explosion left is the Solaronite.
But this doesn't even need the light. It's just everything just explodes.
What is the power source of that?
It's a super weapon.
You see? You see? Your stupid minds. Stupid. Stupid.
Now, another easy plug-in plot device is revenge.
Mm-hmm.
Was there revenge in this film?
Oh, yes, there was revenge.
Explain that.
Apparently, in the Terran Empire, in the Mirror Universe, they have a Hunger Games to find out who gets to become the Emperor, because that's what you want to do. You don't want to have like a proper line of succession. You want to have teenagers fight each other, and then the teenager that kills all of the other teenagers, and then their family gets to become Emperor or Empress. But I guess they still call her Emperor? I don't know.
Gender's a construct. Listen.
But she doesn't kill her best friend. She just makes him her slave.
Right. And marks him with a hot sword.
Sears his face with a sword after murdering her own family. You know, this is before she goes on to eat people. And then she has a super weapon made.
So, and the super weapon is a just-in-case kind of device?
It's a just-in-case somebody tries to overthrow her. Even though I guess they still have Hunger Games with teenagers, she's still worried about being overthrown. So she has a super weapon built that if she dies, it will literally kill everything.
Okay. I mean, that's a good backup, you know.
And so her friend, who is a slave now...
Like, I wish I had one of those. Like, I lose big in Vegas, I just activate that super weapon.
I'm ready to leave this entire fucking game right now.
You know, I lost. So
this is pure cancer.
So her slave / former friend / love interest is so horrified about the super weapon that Michelle Yeoh builds, he kills himself with poison that poisoned her family. But he didn't really kill himself. He's still alive. And then for some reason the super weapon is
Bro, they do 30% damage per
universe.
fucking hit. It's ridiculously overtuned.
And the weird guy with the and then Section 31
Terrible
shows
fucking
up
quest.
at Michelle Yeoh's nightclub.
They're only one level higher.
Guy who got his face burnt with her sword.
And they cast faster than you
took
can.
Small doses of the poison to build up.
Like whoever designed this quest, a fucking moron.
I took poison to the known universe, knowing that Section 31 would kick her, go to Michelle Yeoh for help because she's the
Most
biggest
of the time he wasn't trying to kill her, he was just trying to get the super weapon. Oh, is that what it was? Take it back
that
to his
she
universe.
wanted it. It was a lure.
Why is he trying to steal the weapon after he finds her? He could have just. Oh, is that what it was?
He tried, but
Couldn't he just detonate the super
so he
weapon?
wanted to lure her back to his
and then she
spaceship
died
so he
with
could
everything else?
have a epic conclusion and fight her again.
Bro, I hate it when they do this. It's so
Because
cancerous.
they all have to have a space hole.
And a laser that shoots up into the sky. There
And
was
a
a
super
very brief laser that shot up into the sky when the robot man who
I
was
got
being
these already.
controlled by the
Fuck's sake.
micro penis inside the brain of the robot man turned on the laser to alert burned face sword man of their whereabouts so he could bring his big weird spaceship and beam up Vulcan guy who was the traitor. You remember this?
Yeah, I remember. Oh god, this. Oh.
Now it's all leading to a point where it's really about fate and it's about love. Because those two, when they were teenagers in the Hunger Games, they trusted each other and loved each other until she betrayed him. But she wanted to tell him now that she's sorry about that. So she tried to hug him, and he's like, no, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to stab this sword through your cheek. And then she accidentally cuts his throat, and then he says, you know, I forgive you for your past indiscretions and violence and, you know, eating people and eyeballs and such.
This is it's so childish. I would have written this exact same script when I was 11. That's not even a joke. I would have come up with this idea when I was 11, and I would have thought it was really cool.
When you were 12, you're
and
like,
sophisticated and
ooh,
deep.
What I wrote when I was 11 is really bad.
Yeah.
But when
I
make
was
some rewrites.
When I was 11, like Paramount didn't give me $400 million to make my stupid ideas.
Now, are you trying to say Alex Kurtzman has the intellect of an 11-year-old?
No.
That's not what you're saying.
No, people doctored up the script a bit. He has the intellect of an 8-year-old.
Oh, snap.
That vision of the future, that optimistic utopia, isn't possible without people operating in the shadows to make it possible.
I don't know.
My question is...
Way to miss the entire point of Star Trek, retards.
Who likes these dark and gritty, trying to be funny...
But it's also silly. It's not dark and gritty, but it is dark and gritty. Pick one!
I was going to say trying to be funny, kind of like ragtag. That's the term we use, ragtag. That's when they say when dark, gritty, but also kind of funny and likable is ragtag. Like, that's how you say that in the biz, Rich.
Pick a tone, and if you're gonna rip off Guardians of the Galaxy, don't just make the characters wacky. Recognize that those characters have some amount of heart, and I care about what happens to those characters.
See, here's the thing with the
I know Rocket Raccoon has some kind of really tragic backstory, and that leaks through every now and then, and you feel sympathy for Rocket Raccoon. He isn't just the wacky guy who says the wacky things and has the one-liner before he gets murdered.
See, the problem here is that Guardians, whether you like Guardians of the Galaxy or not, I think the majority of people do. They find it charming and funny and clever. That exudes in those areas, and the seriousness of the plot often falls to the wayside. In this, you can make a clever, dark, gritty Star Trek sci-fi kind of, spy thing, but in order to do that, you need to have really sophisticated and smart writing.
Mm-hmm.
And that's their crutch, is that all they could think of is revenge and superweapon, two overplayed plot points, and that's it.
It's a redemption story. It's about second chances, and it's an action movie.
And then their crutch is to try and make it funny, but that's not what they excel at. The writing of this excels at nothing in particular.
Yes.
And they're trying to do many different things, and that is the recipe for a mess.
Yeah, mess is the perfect word for this. It's a mess.
If that doesn't excite you as a Star Trek fan, that you're in the absolute crux of everything that is Star Trek, I don't know what will.
And it's just something like where someone just reads this and goes, this is a mess. But when you have
and that's why those people shouldn't be involved with the project, because they have no fucking idea what Star Trek is, clearly.
Running the show, you don't stand up and go, this is a mess. This is dumb. He says, this is cool. Because everyone thinks Philippa Georgiou as the Empress of Space is awesome because people think Michelle Yeoh is awesome. And Michelle Yeoh
is awesome.
As a person is awesome.
Nobody thinks that Space Hitler is awesome.
No, I don't care about her character.
No.
One bit. I don't sympathize with her character one bit. She's good as a background character.
Nah,
That's
shit.
all. So the godsend just vaporizes people?
It just makes every planet in the universe go on fire.
Oh.
That's literally what it does.
Go on, literally on fire?
It burns everything. It spreads like a virus between planet to planet. It just burns everything.
So it's like the ultimate super weapon.
It's like the ultimate super weapon.
There's no super weapon.
It's a super weapon. That's ever a super weapon.
Okay. Well, if those ain't stakes, I don't know what are.
Do you ever see Star Trek coming back? Ever? Ever? 10, 20, 30, 40 years from now? Or is it just dead?
I think it's dead,
The
Jim.
likelihood of it being dead far outweighs the likelihood of it coming back on a quality level. There is talent out there that could do it, I think. So the possibility exists. You just have to have a major corporate structure change. Paramount has to sell it to like some other streaming service that will lovingly create a new series without dredging up
it'll fail to get an audience and it will die because
Who knows?
Because apparently, even though we hate it, maybe this has a huge audience that we just don't know.
There's a
and it works for
generational
people.
change.
I don't know.
There's a generational change at work too, which is the big thing. Is old guys like us that grew up on TOS, TNG, DS9, VOY, ENT. We are the dinosaurs, and then the new generation of hip
Sadly, that's
Gen
true.
Xers or Zoomers or whatever.
And the
hell
new
you wanna
generations
call
are a
them,
bunch of retards,
like,
so
terrible
Star Trek is
content.
dead, boys.
Live from Starfleet Academy. This is the Starfleet Academy set in Toronto.
Hey, look, a bunch of retards.
For some reason, who don't have the patience to sit through a story that is about people talking without snap zooms and fighting.
I know all these people. I am working with all these people. These people are great.
They are
I
the
don't
new
know.
generation, and
I don't know that people can believe in a universe as hopeful as classic Star Trek is anymore. I think we're past that.
you know, that's a 1960s product.
Yes.
You know. But there could be a sea change. There could be a change in the cultural zeitgeist. I don't know, Rich. I don't know. It's always
So busy
it's always
here.
good to remain positive. And to me, a 13% Rotten Tomatoes score on this may send a small but important message to anyone who's writing these checks. Because the hope of Terry Matalas returning to showrun Star Trek Legacy, I think, has all but faded.
Yeah.
I think some major things have to change. If people are watching this and enjoying it, and they really, actually, truly love it, great. And Paramount Plus is making money producing these shows. People are working, crew people, scenic
Damn it, I didn't even have
artists,
time.
actors. You know, if it's a win-win for all of them, and we just don't enjoy it, then I'm also fine with that. I would be very happy before I die to see a Star Trek series about a Starfleet spaceship that goes out into space and they encounter problems and discuss them, how to solve them.
Don't hold your breath.
I know.
On the other hand, you can always go back and watch old episodes of TNG. That's all you're gonna get.
I know.
That's all you're gonna get.
That's where we always come back to, but I wanted to watch this and kind of see what it was about. I kind of had a feeling. It wasn't as dumb as I was expecting. I was expecting.
How could you imagine this? How could you possibly imagine this being any dumber? It's the most bare bones of there's a super weapon, we've got to get the super weapon, here's the bad guy, he wants revenge. It's hard to talk about this because that is all there is to that.
I think I was expecting the characters to be a little more dumber.
How are they? There's nothing to these. I hate these characters because there's nothing to them.
Do you remember Yum Yum?
After we are done breaking and entering, would you like to join me in making Leland scream?
Yum, yum.
She was insulting, but these characters aren't.
There was no Yum Yum lines, so
No, but there's just cringe attempts at humor that fail.
Look, let's just break the plate, all right?
Star Trek. It was nice to know you. We had a good run. This quest is fucking annoying. Okay. I'm starting to really dislike this area now. I don't even know where I'm at. Below the Syrian Gorge, wherever the fuck that is. Oh, the burning steps. It's just annoying. Terrible quest too. It's just the bad quest. Ah!
Identify as trans.
Oh, wrong one.
Fraud networks operating in Minnesota dating back more than a decade have submitted over $9 billion. That's $1 billion with B in false claims. Some high-profile cases in Minnesota include organizations and programs such as Feeding Our Future, Early Intensive Developmental and Behavioral Intervention, Housing Stabilization Services, and Integrated Community Supports. Now we're going to watch a video.
It's welfare fraud. It's all about the daycare.
They estimate as much as $100 million a year is being stolen by shady daycare center operators.
So how much money are we talking about stolen from the American taxpayer?
Well in excess of $1 billion.
Ripping off state-run programs intended to feed low-income kids, house the disabled, and provide services to autistic children.
Where are the children at? Do you know where the children are at? Where are the children at in these daycare centers?
I don't care.
Are there children here today?
No.
No children.
Yes.
So this is Quality Leering Center. Hello, we'd like to ask where the money's going.
Attorney General Keith Ellison was focused on one thing and one thing only, and that was keeping these folks in business.
When do you think Governor Walz knew about this fraud?
From the very
Blasted
beginning.
lands,
What
yeah.
happened here in Minnesota that allowed this fraud to
I
materialize?
was just following the
People
guide,
at
but
the
this
highest
fucking
levels of
quest is
responsibility
terrible,
in
dude.
The government of the state of Minnesota.
My God.
Fraud within these programs have involved false claims, fictitious providers, and services not rendered, highlighting the need for stronger verification, monitoring, and enforcement to protect taxpayer funds. These fraudulent actions have robbed taxpayer funds.
I don't wanna. I'm just gonna focus on the game now. Well, for me it's 51 to 52. I won't be here that long. I don't suppose this works. Ah, I was too late. Can I help? I'm level 16. But I didn't easily, right? I would crash the fuck out of your experience. I can run you to dungeons, yeah. Can I? Is that a thing in Classic? Oh shit. 60 rare elite. Run away! Oh my god, this fucking twist is cancer. This is annoying. I'm already thinking, what's the next character gonna be? Shaman? Paladin? Question mark? Joker. I hate this. I hate this so much. God damn. Oh, I despise some of these quests. Putting them in a speedrun guide is... I feel like that's sabotage. Why would you put a quest like this in a speedrun guide? You'd have to be out of your fucking mind. Someone murked Volchan. I haven't even seen a fucking little black, like one of those fuckers in like 10 minutes. There's one.
You honor me.
Alright, 10 more minutes for the next one, I guess. Considering how it's been going. I need 4 more. I can barely kill them too. It's rough. Very rough. Does this work? Does work. Blacksmith? I'm jewel crafting on this one. Well, I have it. I haven't really done anything yet. My mining is like way behind. I'm at 10. It's like not even close. 67. I've been leveling, bro. How do you think I got to level 51? In like 4 days. Playtime, 4 days. Well, follow the guide, right? I'm just saying, you go way too fast to ever think about mining whatsoever. Did have this one already, right? I fucked up. I'm gonna die. Piece of shit, whore, cocksucker, motherfucker. Find your own shit. Filth. Fucking horde. Good. No one's stealing my essence.
Inventory is full.
I'm following this guy. I just need one more. And then I'm out of this place. I'm out of this hellhole. Well, you can do those on your own. Actually. Oh, go for it, bro. Nice. Thank fuck. Thank fuck. Fuck that quest. Holy shit. I've been here for an hour.
What's on your mind?
What brings you here?
Looking for something specific?
Oh, Runeclot. Nice. Wouldn't I get that?
Have a good one.
What can I do?
I know, right? 8.5 to go. Gotta be ready for release.
For the Alliance.
Probably PvP, right?
Looking for something specific? What can I do for you? Have a good one.
Greetings.
Is this gonna go away anytime soon? I just want to hand in my fucking quest. Ugh. Meow. Meow. Alright, you know what? I need to go to the bathroom anyways. I'll be back. Bro, how's it still the fucking dragon? Oh, it just chased back over again? Bullshit.
To feed children, support individuals with autism, provide housing for low-income and disabled Americans, and deliver health care to Medicaid recipients.
Yeah, I
Since
figured.
2021, the DOJ has charged 98 defendants in Minnesota-based fraud cases, 85 of whom are of Somali descent. Of the 98 defendants, 64 have been convicted. DOJ has now undertaken extensive investigative action, which includes issuing over 1,750 subpoenas, executing more than 130 search warrants, and conducting more than 1,000 witness interviews. Since the start of the Trump administration, the federal response to fraud in Minnesota has intensified, following a series of high-profile cases involving state-administered, federally funded programs. One of the initial instances of high-profile fraud in the state involved the nonprofit Feeding Our Future, which was at the center of a $250 million COVID-19-related fraud scheme. As part of the scheme, fraudsters exploited Department of Agriculture, USDA food programs designed to provide meals for children. Federal prosecutors ultimately convicted 57 defendants and described the scheme as the nation's largest COVID-era fraud. The issue gained renewed national attention in late December 2025 following a widely shared YouTube video posted by one of our witnesses, Mr. Nick Shirley. Mr. Shirley's work highlighted suspected fraud in Minnesota child care programs. His reporting prompted federal authorities to intensify investigations, expand oversight, and coordinate multi-agency enforcement efforts. A week ago today, Mr. Shirley released a second video that documented alleged fraud in the transportation industry intended to provide rides for children, the disabled, and the elderly. Mr. Shirley uncovered companies with questionable addresses and vehicles intended to transport children, the disabled, and the elderly that remained idle for extended periods of time. We look forward to hearing from Mr. Shirley about what he was able to uncover. But how did we get here? Hopefully another witness, Scott Dexter, a former fraud investigator for the Minnesota Department of Human Services, can shed some light on that for us. And I'd be remiss if I didn't point out that this massive wave of fraudulent activity didn't just have the consequence of ripping off taxpayers. It has drastically impacted legitimate organizations that are truly helping their neighbors. Jennifer Larson is here today to share her story about how this massive fraud has crippled her organization that serves autistic children. We'd like to think that these fraudsters will one day face justice, but it appears that is not always the case. For example, Yasmin Ali, a daycare and home health care owner charged with stealing millions from Minnesota taxpayers, after being granted bail, disappeared before a trial and has not been located since. That was more than a decade ago. The tentacles of this fraud ring are widespread and include crimes other than fraud. For example, the aforementioned Yasmin Ali. Her brother, Adaris Abdullah Ali, pleaded guilty in 2009 to lying to a federal grand jury about his knowledge of a group of young Somali men in Minneapolis who traveled to Somalia to fight with Al-Shabaab, a foreign terrorist organization against the transitional federal government of Somalia. We can also consider the fact that at least $700 million in U.S. cash transported via passenger luggage through Minneapolis-St. Paul International Airport. The incidents are all currently under federal investigation, with the majority carried by couriers traveling to Somalia, other African nations, and the Middle East. While no definitive links to funding terrorism have been established yet, we know that hundreds of millions of dollars in cash are being transported to areas where foreign terrorist organizations are active. What could possibly go wrong? A whistleblower has alleged that TSA personnel at MSP, Minneapolis St. Paul International Airport, repeatedly identified and flagged routine encounters with Somali men carrying large suitcases filled with bundled cash, often exceeding $1 million. During an interview, a former TSA agent at MSP from 2016 to 2021, now a whistleblower, Liz Jackson, noted that she saw, quote, suitcases packed with millions of dollars in cash moving through MSP again and again, carried by the same type of couriers, which raised questions that she feels law enforcement and political leaders still haven't answered, close quote. Jackson further explained her repeated encounters with Somali men carrying suitcases packed with cash, and in one case, a bag filled with new passports. According to Jackson, the volume, consistency, and profile of the transactions she witnessed were well beyond ordinary or everyday behavior. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent has noted that the department is currently investigating where Minnesota's taxpayer dollars are being placed. Additional reports show that Somali individuals in the United States send roughly $215 million abroad each year. On January 9th, Secretary Bessent indicated that the Treasury Department's Financial Crimes Enforcement Network, FinCEN, informed 4 money transfer organizations that they're under investigation for their roles in the fraud scheme involving the theft of funds from social services in Minnesota. He also indicated that some banks in Minnesota are being investigated by the Internal Revenue Service's Civil Enforcement Division for allegations related to money laundering. As you can see, there's much to unpack surrounding these numerous fraud schemes taking place in and around Minneapolis, Minnesota. I would be remiss if I didn't suggest and urge additional investigation throughout this entire country. I know that in my home state of Arizona, our Democrat Attorney General came in to office and quickly said that there had been $2.5 million in fraud just in the Medicaid program alone. And in recent studies released over the last year in Arizona, it's been suggested that as much as $7.2 billion in fraud annually take place in Arizona's similar programs. So this is not just a Minnesota issue, but it just happens to be at the forefront of why we're here today.
Also, see,
I look forward
told
to
you it was
today's
genuine.
hearing, and I thank the members and witnesses for taking part. Now yield back and recognize the ranking member, Ms. McBath, for her opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for convening this hearing this morning to talk about the harm that fraud can cause. And thank you for everyone that is here this morning to testify. It's so necessary that we continue to investigate and prosecute all forms of fraud, including government fraud, which can turn many into victims. That is because a person committing fraud against a government program steals from all of us as taxpayers and abuses the initial purpose of these programs. They harm the organizations that need these programs to operate, and most importantly, they harm the people that the program is designed to help. Whether we're talking about a program that feeds school children, helps seniors find housing, helps people overcome addiction, or provide services to address disabilities, it is critical that the dollars that we invest in these programs actually serve the purposes that we have in mind when we, the lawmakers, created them. That's why the Department of Justice has always combated fraud, including prosecuting dozens of people for perpetrating fraudulent schemes in Minnesota in 2021 and under the Biden administration. But prosecutions are not enough to combat or prevent fraud. So the Biden administration also established a COVID-19 fraud enforcement task force and increased oversight of programs that were being targeted by fraudsters. Minnesota lawmakers have also taken steps to reduce fraud in their state, strengthening the state's ability to stop potential fraud sooner and improving investigations to hold those scammers accountable. But President Trump has taken a very different approach to fraud. Just last week, Trump added quite a few fraudsters to his growing list of people that he has pardoned, not because they are deserving a second chance, but because they hired his friends, back-channeled a donation, or served his political purposes. He has pardoned many people charged or convicted of fraud and other financial crimes, wiping away more than $1 billion in money that would otherwise have gone to victims of crime.
It's kind of weird that their guys did auto pins and nobody cared. But then it's the other guy, and all of a sudden, oh my god! Like, ugh. It's so transparent how terrible all of these people are.
President Trump has also fired inspectors general, instructed his DOJ to stop enforcing bribery statutes.
Like the left does it to the right does it to the left, but you all do it the same. So it's like
that is how we know this
fucking
hearing
bullshit.
is not really about fraud. It is about trust. The Trump administration does not want you to trust these programs because if you don't trust them, they're easier to destroy them. They do not want you to trust entire communities because if you don't trust them, they're easier to intimidate.
Greetings,
But
citizen.
we cannot let that happen. We
Enjoying
will
your
continue
stay
to
in
fight
Stormwind?
for robust and responsible
Mother,
oversight
have you heard
and
news of
for
my
the
father?
continuation
Enjoying your
of
stay in
initiatives that
Stormwind?
make all of our communities safer, healthier, and more resilient. Across the country, there are daycares, schools, hospitals, treatment centers, research facilities, nursing homes, fire departments, police departments, airports, and more that all depend on state or federal funding. Not just to help those in need, but to serve every single one of us. If President Trump succeeds in an attempt to freeze child care funding across 5 states, which is temporarily blocked by a court order, the effects would ripple across families and businesses throughout our economy. It would affect more than 500,000 children.
This sucks. Come on.
These are children that are not just within the state of Minnesota, but 500,000 children, their parents, the businesses and organizations where those parents work, and the many people who depend on those businesses to fulfill needs in those communities. That's the fallout from just one program, addressing one need across only 5 states. If President Trump continues this assault on critical programs, the harms could be far greater. These latest attacks come on top of the cuts that President Trump and congressional Republicans already forced through, which are taking health care from 10 million Americans and reducing food assistance to over 40 million Americans, including many, many children. We don't have to choose between programs that are susceptible to fraud and nothing at all. With proper oversight, we can make sure that every American is fed, that everyone can access housing and medical treatment, and that our daycares and our schools can keep guiding our children towards a better future. I look forward to hearing more today about how we can achieve this goal. I thank our witnesses for being here, and I yield.
Gentlelady yields back. I now recognize the chairman of the full committee, Mr. Jordan. I don't recognize him right now, but I will recognize the ranking member of the full committee.
This guy is
Mr.
literally
Raskin
called
Fraser.
Mr. Biggs.
Thank you kindly,
That's
Mr.
hilarious.
Chairman. Thank you to all of our witnesses for joining us. In a just world, the Judiciary Committee today would be investigating why a masked ICE agent shot 3 times in cold blood and killed an unarmed citizen, a 37-year-old mom, Renee
Bro, this is
Nicole
cancer.
Good.
I just want to
We'll be
hand my fucking
investigating
quest, dude.
why
What the fuck?
Trump's DOJ is harassing and investigating Renee's wife instead of investigating her killer. We'd be asking why ICE agents are trained in basic CPR, but 911 tapes have shown none of the agents performing CPR on Ms. Good. They left her bleeding alone in her car for almost 3 minutes and definitively rejected the help of a man who came forward and identified himself as a doctor.
Who the fuck is this retard? Why would you let some random that goes, hey, I'm a doctor, come and investigate your crime scene? No, this fucking... Bro, politicians are the worst fucking filth that we have on our planet, dude.
We'd be investigating why in another Minnesota case, ICE agents deployed tear gas under the car of a family of 8 people, including a 6-month-old, a 2-year-old, and 2 kids with severe asthma who were just trying to get home from a basketball game. The baby stopped breathing, and his mom had to administer CPR as they desperately waited for medical help to arrive. But our colleagues want to talk about fraud in Minnesota, fraud that was already being investigated and prosecuted under the last administration. It is true that social services fraud, serious fraud, occurred in Minnesota. That's why under President Biden, the Department of Justice opened multiple criminal investigations that to date have already resulted in more than 90 people being charged and 64 people being convicted of federal criminal offenses. Indeed, Minnesota lawmakers acted to root out and prevent fraud going forward in the public benefits program. That's why last year, the Minnesota legislature passed legislation to empower the governor to cut off payments or to claw back funds whenever fraud is detected. And that's why Governor Walz appointed the first ever director of program integrity to make sure the state is effectively investigating and preventing fraud and corruption in their programs.
Really?
The fraud in Minnesota was discovered not by a right-wing social media influencer who's been harassing people in communities all over Minnesota in recent weeks, but by the hard work of real local investigative journalists, brave whistleblowers, and state and federal auditors. It is this fraud, which we must take seriously, is not unlike the $2.5 billion breathtaking Medicare fraud scheme uncovered last year in the home state of the chairman of this subcommittee, as he himself mentioned, or the massive COVID-19 unemployment assistance fraud scheme uncovered in Chairman Jordan's home state of Ohio. Fraud is endemic in government all over the world. There are fraudsters attacking our public institutions, trying to undermine them and rip them off. Even our president has been convicted of 34 counts of criminal fraud by a jury of his peers in New York related to the fraudulent payments made to porn star Stormy Daniels, and also civilly convicted in New York for different kinds of real estate fraud.
What can I do for
fraud
you?
is
Well
not
met.
headquartered in one state
King's honor, friend.
or one
Get
municipality,
something? I'm
much
kinda
less
busy.
one ethnic,
Quit it.
racial, or
What's your
religious
problem?
community.
Knock it off.
But
You're getting on my nerves.
President Trump
Need help?
couldn't resist the temptation to use fraud in Minnesota as an occasion to mobilize the power of the federal government to
You're getting on
bully and
my nerves,
intimidate
motherfucker.
First and second generation Somali Americans who live in that state. Many of the people convicted in the fraud schemes were of Somali ancestry. So, under the pretext of cracking down on a fraud that had already been discovered, investigated, and prosecuted, Trump surged federal immigration officers to Minnesota and aimed them at the Somali American communities, calling the people who live there repeatedly garbage. This is despite the fact that it is a complete non sequitur, obviously, to send immigration agents to conduct fraud investigations. And the deployment of law enforcement resources against an entire ethnic community after the criminal prosecution of a small group of its members is to promote the sinister ideas of collective guilt.
I'm getting
and
annoyed
guilt
now.
by association, two doctrines that are emphatically rejected in Anglo-American jurisprudence and by our courts. The community targeted in Minneapolis is made up, incidentally, overwhelmingly of U.S. citizens. 95% of Somalis in Minnesota are U.S. citizens, including 58% of whom were born in the United States. Well, what is the Trump administration's actual record on fraud? Well, let's see. President Trump pardoned the big-time drug dealer and convicted fraudster Juan Orlando Hernandez, the former president of Honduras, sparing him a 45-year criminal sentence after he brought in 400 tons of cocaine into our country. That's 800,000 pounds of cocaine that he said, quote, "We are going to stuff up the nostrils of the gringos." And Trump pardoned him. And if you're interested in that particular sweetheart deal, that would be a great subject for a hearing, Mr. Chairman. Just last week, again, the president granted pardons to more convicted fraudsters. Julio Herrera Vellatini was scheduled to be sentenced this month for participation in a political corruption and fraud scheme alongside his co-defendant, the former governor of Puerto Rico, Wanda Vasquez. In late 2024, Mr. Herrera was facing felony bribery charges in a different case. His daughter donated $2.5 million to the MAGA Inc. Super PAC. Then in May 2025, Mr. Herrera's lawyer, who had served on President Trump's legal team, negotiated a deal allowing him to plead guilty to a trivial misdemeanor offense instead. Several months later,
Fix your shit,
Mr. Herrera's
Blizzard.
daughter donated another $1 million to MAGA Inc. And what do you know? President Trump generously granted Mr. Herrera a full and unconditional pardon just last week. They're making a fraud out of the pardon process in America with pay-to-play rules as they pardon recidivist,
Says the auto-pen side.
hardened, unrepentant fraudsters. Well, indeed, in total, President Trump has pardoned more than 1,600 people, depriving victims, survivors, and taxpayers of an estimated, check this out, $1.55 billion in restitution and fines owed to us,
What's your problem? Knock
the
it
American
off. You're
people,
getting on my
while
nerves.
shockingly, because other presidents didn't do this, but Trump did, while shockingly allowing corporate fraudsters and tax cheats to keep all of their ill-gotten gains. This is a massive and unprecedented swindle from working-class people and crime victims as the administration gives all of these ill-gotten gains right back to the criminal fraudsters who stole the money in the first place. And finally, Mr. Chairman, President Trump has dismantled the infrastructure that actually prosecutes white-collar crime and fraud in America, actually roots out waste, fraud, and abuse. The Trump DOJ gutted the public integrity section at DOJ that prosecutes government officials who break the law. And nearly a year ago, his DOJ suspended enforcement of the Foreign Corrupt Practices Act, which prohibits foreign bribery, saying all bets are off. He's gutted the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, which is the first and the only agency devoted solely at the federal level to protect American consumers against being cheated by big financial corporations. The CFPB delivered $21 billion back to more than 200 million Americans who were victims of fraud and other predatory business practices, and the administration has been gutting the CFPB because they are on the side of corporate fraud and white-collar crime. That's the truth of what's going on there. They fired 17 inspectors general, the independent government watchdogs, whose job it is actually
Same fucking
to root
layer.
out waste, fraud, abuse, and corruption, and left 28 IG offices without Senate-confirmed leadership at all, allowing the corruption and the fraud to run rampant. So if we're going to have a hearing about fraud in America, Mr. Chairman, let's do it. Let's take in the full scope of what's taking place in our country. I yield back to you.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize the chairman of the entire committee, Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be brief. I want to thank our witnesses for being here. Estimates are potentially as high as $9 billion we're looking at here, and what appears to be a decade-long scam, fraud. I mean, I always look at one program I talked about a couple weeks ago in an oversight hearing was this Feeding Our Future program, where taking federal Americans' hard-earned tax dollars, taking that money and supposedly providing meals to children. Problem was there were no meals and no kids. They're just stuffing it in their pockets. So I think this is a great hearing to have. We appreciate the witnesses and the work that they've done. Ms. Larson and the work she does and actually making a difference, doing a legitimate program. Mr. Shirley for uncovering this, and Mr. Dexter and others who are here. So with that, I would yield back and look forward to hearing from our witnesses and the hearing itself.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I recognize myself for just some UCs. The first one is President Joe Biden commutes sentences for two of Chicago area's most notorious fraudsters. North Dakota judge blasts Biden for setting fraudsters free. Biden commutes roughly 1,500 sentences, pardons 39 in biggest single-day act of clemency, including fraudsters. Illinois lawmakers furious after Biden commutes sentences of state fraudsters. Without objection. And now...
Mr. Chairman, could I enter some as well?
Yeah, please.
Thank you much. This UC request is from ABC News, January 20, 2026, titled Trump's Pardons Forgive Financial Crimes That Came with Hundreds of Millions of Dollars in Punishment. This one is Arizona has recovered just 5% of taxpayer dollars lost in a $2.5 billion Medicaid fraud scheme. That's ProPublica. Columbus Dispatch, Columbus mother and daughter among 15 indicted in pandemic unemployment assistance fraud scheme, and finally, a Minnesota fraud scheme timeline from NPR News. Fraud investigation stretched across Wells's tenure.
Without objection. And now, without objection, all other opening statements will be included in the record, and we will introduce today's witnesses.
Need help?
Mr. Scott Dexter. Mr. Dexter is a former law enforcement officer, having served for 28 years. He also served with the Minnesota Department of Human Services Office of Inspector General, where he investigated fraud in the Child Care Assistance Program. Thank you, Mr. Dexter, for being here. And Ms. Jennifer Larson. Ms. Larson is the founder and chief executive officer of the Holland Center for Autism, a clinic that provides services to children and young adults with autism. She started the Holland Center to serve families like hers that were not receiving adequate services and support elsewhere. Thank you, Ms. Larson, for being here today. Mr. Nick Shirley is an independent journalist. His recent investigations and videos have shed light on the scale of fraud in public benefit programs in Minnesota that are currently ongoing. And thank you, Mr. Shirley, for being here. And Mr. Dylan Hetler-Gaudet. Mr. Hetler-Gaudet is the acting vice president of Policy and Government Affairs at the Project on Government Oversight. POGO is a nonprofit organization that investigates alleged wrongdoing by the governor. Thank you, Mr. Hetler-Gaudet, for being here with us today. We welcome all our witnesses and thank them for appearing today. We will begin by swearing you in. Would you please rise and raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief, so help you God? Thank you. Thank you. You may be seated. The record will reflect that the witnesses have all answered in the affirmative. And at the instruction of Mr. Hetler-Gaudet, I wanted to let all members of the panel know that when you have questions for him, please say his name so he knows that you are addressing him, please. I want the witnesses to know that your written testimony will be entered into the record in its entirety. Accordingly, we ask that you summarize your testimony in 5 minutes, and we'll begin now with Mr. Dexter. You are recognized for your 5-minute statement.
Thank you. Chair, members of the community, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Scott Dexter. I'm a retired law enforcement investigator with 28 years of experience. Most of it spent conducting criminal and financial fraud investigations, with experience in surveillance operations. In 2013, after retiring from law enforcement, I joined the Minnesota Department of Human Services as part of a newly created investigative unit within the Office of Inspector General. Our mission was straightforward: identify and investigate fraud within the Child Care Assistance Program, known as CCAP. I was one of the original 4 investigators hired, all of us former law enforcement professionals with backgrounds in criminal investigations. Our cases were not selected based on the name of the center, the owner, or the community it served. They were selected based solely on tips, complaints, and the amount of CCAP funding being paid out. The highest funded centers were reviewed first, and many of those centers were referred to us through the public tip line or by licensing inspectors who observed activity inconsistent with a legitimate daycare operation. What we found was deeply concerning. Many of these centers operated out of commercial spaces with windows totally covered, no visible play areas, and very few children ever present. Through surveillance, data collection, and review of attendance and billing records, we repeatedly documented patterns of overbilling, non-existent attendance, and in some cases, children being signed in for hours they were never actually at the center. Our investigative process was thorough and methodical. We collected licensing and billing data, installed covert surveillance cameras, reviewed hours of video, identified parents and employees, and calculated estimated overpayments based on actual attendance. Completed cases were then turned over to the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension for search warrants, interviews, arrests, and potential prosecution. As our investigations progressed, we noticed a trend. Many of the centers receiving the highest levels of CCAP funding were owned and operated by Somali individuals, and the families served were predominantly Somali. This was not the basis for selecting cases, but it did become the basis for accusations against us. We were labeled as racially biased, despite the fact that our case selection was driven entirely by funding data. An outside review was launched into our investigative practices. We were questioned about how we selected centers and how we conducted surveillance. Following that review, new restrictions were placed on our work, including mandatory panel reviews before we could move forward with investigations. Investigators were also pulled from conducting new or current investigations in order to enter data from all previous complaints received by DHS into a newly created database, a process that took nearly a year to complete. These changes significantly hindered our ability to do our jobs effectively. Ultimately, in 2019, I chose to retire because the investigative process had become so constrained that meaningful work was no longer possible. Through collaboration with federal agencies, including the IRS Criminal Investigation Division, Homeland Security, and the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, we learned that millions of dollars in cash from the Somali community was being flown out of the Minneapolis-St. Paul airport by Somali couriers. At one point, nearly $70 million had been documented leaving the country halfway through a single year. Although we could not prove that the cash was obtained fraudulently, we strongly suspected that it was. We also encountered situations where federal partners were prevented from opening cases due to concerns about political sensitivities surrounding the Somali community and the refugee resettlement program. These decisions had real consequences, allowing fraud to continue unchecked. Throughout our work, we identified several loopholes that made CCAP highly vulnerable to fraud. Centers were allowed to bill for the full authorized hours, even when children were present for only minutes. Billing records could be submitted up to 30 days later, creating opportunities for manipulation. Attendance records were handwritten, unreliable, and often incomplete. And despite our recommendations, no biometric attendance systems, no electronic submission requirements, and no state-installed security cameras were ever implemented. Chair and members, the purpose of my testimony is not to cast blame on any community. It is to highlight systemic weaknesses that allowed large-scale fraud to occur and to emphasize the need for stronger safeguards, better oversight, and investigative processes that are allowed to function without political interference. Thank you for your time and your commitment to ensuring accountability within publicly funded programs. And I am prepared to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Dexter.
Need help? Light bless you.
And now we're going to recognize Mr. Hitler Gaudet for your 5 minutes of opening statement.
Thank God.
Chairman Biggs, Ranking Member McBath, and members of the subcommittee. I appreciate the opportunity to testify before you today on the important issues of preventing fraud and protecting taxpayer dollars.
I was literally toying with the idea to just start a new character and have some fun on that and then come back later.
Of Policy and Government Affairs at the Project on Government Oversight. We are a nonpartisan, independent watchdog that promotes a more accountable, transparent, and effective federal government. We view it as our mission to combat abuse of power and corruption in the federal government, which includes working on rooting out waste, fraud, and abuse. The unfortunate truth is that fraud in government programs is a fact of life. Since the United States government has existed, fraud in government has also existed. For much longer than that, in fact. For as long as human beings have been organizing ourselves into societies and building institutions to govern those societies, there have always been those who will seek to take advantage. This is a harsh but real truth related to the human condition, related to our fundamentally fallen and flawed natures. That said, it is still incumbent upon every one of us to do what we can to prevent fraud and to hold perpetrators of fraud accountable. This is especially true when the fraud implicates hard-earned taxpayer dollars and critical public programs and services. This is true whether we're talking about fraud in the context of the Feeding Our Future program or any other program in Minnesota, whether we're talking about welfare fraud in Mississippi, which involved the participation of a world-famous Hall of Fame NFL quarterback. This is true whether we're talking about fraud in the context of it being perpetrated by large multinational defense companies in the context of multi-billion-dollar contract they have with the Defense Department. The point here is that fraud and the abuse of taxpayer dollars is not related to any particular geographic, demographic, or other boundary or characteristic.
Never.
But why do these things happen so much? Mostly they are caused by deep structural flaws, gaps, and weaknesses in our system of government. They're also driven by recalcitrance and resistance to change on the part of federal agencies. To put it shortly, fraud is a systemic problem and it requires systemic solutions. So what are these solutions? I'm pleased to share a few of them with you today. We must first look at watchdogs, critical sources of information, and practitioners of oversight from within the federal government itself. I'm specifically talking about inspectors general, the Government Accountability Office, and whistleblowers. Rather than attacking, firing, undermining, and intimidating these individuals and entities as this administration and its allies have done, we must strengthen, preserve, and protect them. We must enact reforms to make sure that IGs and GAO can perform
The Major
their
assault
duties
immediately.
effectively and efficiently. And we must add additional safeguards to make sure that whistleblowers can blow the whistle without fear of reprisal or retaliation. We must also take a long, hard look at the architecture currently in place for how we track, monitor, analyze, and assess federal funding. To put it bluntly, that architecture is broken. Key resources like USAspending.gov are in desperate need of overhaul and modernization.
Nice.
We need to enhance and improve the quantity, quality, timeliness, and integrity of the data and information we collect on federal funding. We need to promote more accountability, transparency, and compliance mechanisms within the chain of spending for federal funding. If we don't do this, we will never have a good grasp on where funding is going, where it's ending up, who is being helped by it, who is being missed by it, and what the ultimate impact is. Lastly, we must enact robust reforms and vigorous enforcement to crack down on corruption, cronyism, and conflicts of interest, which turbocharge waste, fraud, and abuse in the federal government. The presidential pardon is an acute example of this, with each of the last two administrations using the
Don't need the Hearthstone no more, that can go.
to pardon convicted fraudsters. We must also promote reforms to crack down on the revolving door between agencies and industries, and to head off pay-to-play politics, all of which distort and corrupt decisions like the award of federal contracts. The takeaway here is simple. Focusing on individual salacious, scandalous examples of fraud is akin to looking at the symptoms and not looking at the disease or the root causes of the disease. The Project on Government Oversight stands ready, willing, and able to work with anyone here who wants to work on root causes and systemic solutions so that we can actually get our hands around waste, fraud, abuse, and corruption in the federal government. Thank you for having me here today, and I look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Hedlegata. And I forgot to mention, when you get about 10 seconds left, I'll just tip that so everybody will know that as well. So, Mr. Shirley, you're recognized for your opening statement.
Awesome. I'm here today to speak on behalf of all hardworking, law-abiding, tax-paying citizens here inside of the United States. I've helped bring to light widespread fraud that's happening inside our nation, and we the people have had enough of our hard-earned money going towards fraudsters as if it's no big deal. As I speak here, I want to ask everyone a question. How much do we trust when we pay our taxes that's going to benefit our nation? People erupted during the Boston Tea Party over just a few percentages as they believed they were being taxed without representation. Nowadays, we have the representation, but do we trust our representatives? My name is Nick Shirley, and I made a 41-minute video that I posted on platforms like X and YouTube. My video received over 100 million views, and it created instant change within our government. As the federal government launched investigations in departments such as Health and Human Services froze over $185 million in child care funding until businesses can prove they are legitimate businesses. I actually became aware of the fraud that was happening in Minnesota in June of 2025 as I was there for a separate video, and Minnesotans started reaching out to me, asking me if I was making a video on the fraud. I said, well, what fraud? And this lady, she was a real estate agent, and she says, well, I'm having a hard time selling my properties because people are curious about these assisted livings that are popping up next door to some of the houses that we're buying, or the home health care clinics that are popping up, and we don't know who's next to these houses that we're trying to sell. And I said, well, I'm not gonna come and make a video if I don't have any proof. So therefore I left Minnesota, and I continued to look for fraud in the best way I could. And as I was getting my own information, a man by the name of David reached out to me and he said, hey, I have been investigating this fraud for years now. I have been driving by these child care centers. I've never seen a single child, and I have received the information from the state of Minnesota as to how much money these places are receiving. I said, great, let me come to Minnesota and we'll make this video. about potential fraud that was taking place inside of Minnesota. We go to a daycare, and I'm instantly surprised by what we see. We arrived, and it was an industrialized building, and there was 2 daycares registered at that building. And the first thing I noticed is all the windows are blacked out, and there's no footprints in the snow of any children. There's no playgrounds or anything that would make it look like it's a childcare. But above me, a sign read, open 7 a.m. to 10 p.m.
Yeah, well,
But
I just
there was
stood 30
nobody
minutes,
there. The
if
doorbell
not longer,
did
in
not
storm
even
winds because the
work.
fucking
And then we
Highland
continued
Boulevard
to go to other
nonsense was
daycares, and we
bugged.
noticed the same pattern. No children, blacked out windows, and one daycare, a learning center, spelled Quality Learning Center instead of Quality Learning Center. They had received $1.9 million, yet with that $1.9 million, they could not even spell Leering right on their sign.
Yeah, I'm just
Governor
saying.
Walz has said he's been
I could
fighting
have been
fraud
further
in
along.
Minnesota since 2019 and said the buck stops with him. However, how long would it take for you to notice $1 million leaving your bank account and not knowing where it's going? That's essentially what had been happening in Minnesota for years, as billions of dollars has been misplaced. And meanwhile, while people like Governor Tim
I'm not
Walz
stressing.
call people like
I'm
me
just playing.
a white supremacist, delusional conspiracy theorist, he actually decided to drop out of re-election because I believe of how deep and extensive this fraud is. Thank you very much. Since my reporting, the HHS department froze over $185 million, and to this day, not a single business has been able to prove proof of legitimacy. How fast would you be proving that you are a legitimate business if you have children to actually feed and to take care of? You'd be sending in that paperwork instantly. I made this video to document the widespread fraud.
I'm not
that
rushing
has
either, I just
taken
followed the
place,
guides.
As I truly believe all fraud is bad. And
Follow the arrow.
people like me, my generation, we're sick of seeing tax dollars go towards fraud. We just want to have the same opportunities that our fathers and our grandparents had. And when you see people making millions of dollars by committing fraud, it upsets everybody from all age demographics. And so I hope today we can have a good conversation, and I think we can all agree that fraud is bad and that fraud is fraud. And I wish the best for our country, and I think that's what needs to be happening, is to crack down on all forms of fraud. So thank you for
My dude
having
needs
me.
to drink some
God bless
water.
the USA.
He's very...
Thank you, Mr. Shirley.
You can hear it.
And now I recognize Ms. Larson for your 5-minute opening statement.
Chairman, Ranking Member, and members of the committee, thank you for allowing me to speak today on this issue. My name is Jennifer Larson. I'm the founder and CEO of Holland Center in Minnesota. I've been an autism provider for over 20 years and started the organization for my son. I built Holland Center because families with children like mine were desperate for help, desperate for services and stability, desperate for somewhere they could trust their child would be supported and helped, not sent home on a bad day, not babysat in the classroom and forgotten. We serve the children that don't succeed in public school settings. What started as a small program grew over 2 decades into 4 locations that families rely on, not just for therapy, but for hope, routine, and survival. This work is a labor of love for me.
I just played it.
Just like me, there are providers all over the state laboring
Whether
with
it's 8
love
hours a
to
day,
help these
13 hours a
children.
day,
And
I
this
just play.
week,
I don't really
Holland
look at that
and other
shit.
programs all over Minnesota are collapsing. Not because we committed fraud, but because a crime ring was allowed to operate inside Minnesota's service system, and the government's clumsy response is now destroying legitimate, long-standing providers and devastating families that we serve. Families come to Holland, they do not have a backstop. Their children often receive 30 or more hours of therapy a week. These are not an extravagance, these are medically necessary. These children learn to communicate, regulate their emotions, reduce dangerous behaviors, and function in daily life. For many parents, therapy determines if they can work. Consistent staff and therapy prevents severe behaviors and regression. Structured care keeps children and their siblings safe. When services disappear, families do not just simply adjust. They face a crisis. For more than 2 decades, Holland has served hundreds of children year after year, employed hundreds of clinicians and staff, operated under yearly on-site audits, inspections, and documentation oversight, delivered real services to real children every day. We have always complied with everything the system required. Yet, within the last month, the state has withheld over $400,000 in Medicaid funds for my own program, and that number grows every single day. I had to infuse my personal funds to survive these weeks, but can't do that any longer without payment.
What can I do?
Let me be clear. We are a fee-for-service industry. When we can't pay our staff, we lose our staff and children lose care. Families do not lose appointments. They lose the people they trust. What happened in Minnesota had nothing to do with the ethical, long-standing autism providers. What did happen was organized criminal networks that exploited autism services by opening fake centers, billing for children that did not exist, billing for services never delivered, and stealing millions of taxpayer dollars in the process. These are not minor compliance issues. They are criminal enterprises. Families trusted that the government was protecting the integrity of the system. It failed. Now, instead of doing the obvious thing and targeting criminal actors, the response has been to freeze everyone's payments. That decision does not punish the criminals. It punishes innocent children and families. As Medicaid payments are delayed due to prepayment review by an insurance company that is in the business of denying claims, providers are reducing hours, cutting staff, and starting to close. Families are scrambling for alternatives that don't exist, children are regressing, parents are leaving jobs to care for their disabled children. Autism therapy cannot be paused without consequences. Loss of services can erase years of progress in weeks, and abrupt disruption of services can cause lifelong consequences in these children. This is not abstract harm. It is daily trauma for families already carrying an extraordinary burden. The simple solution to the problem: send the criminals to jail and allow trusted providers with decades of clean audits, verified ownership structures to continue providing prescribed ethical therapy, and go back to paying them what we've earned and resume paying them on time. I built Holland for 20 years. Families built their lives
Interesting.
around the care that we provide. All of that is risk of destruction today. Not by fraud, but by clumsy government response that failed to distinguish between criminals and caregivers. It treats children with disabilities.
The gentlelady will suspend. We've got a photographer there. We allow photographers in here, but not between the panel of the witnesses and the members. You will please move.
Okay.
Photographer, please move.
Thank you.
Like right now.
Okay. Sorry.
All
of that is at the risk of destruction. Sorry, can I continue?
Yeah, please continue.
Not by fraud, but the clumsy government response that fails to distinguish between criminals and caregivers. It treats children with disabilities as acceptable collateral damage. Fraud must be stopped and criminals prosecuted. I'm a taxpayer. I live in Minnesota. This is disgusting. But families and children should never pay the price for government failure. Thank you.
We will now proceed under the 5-minute rule with questions. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Tiffany, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Besides the work Mr. Shirley has done, I want to recognize
52.
Powerline, who's done yeoman's work exposing this over the last decade, what has happened. And I just want to say, Ms. Larson, I live in northern Wisconsin. There's an autism school that was started in my community. Where did we visit when we wanted to start that a decade ago? We came to Minnesota, where you have been leaders in having good autism programs. And I think about the tremendous fraud that has gone on in nutrition programs, housing programs, but is there anything more heinous than abusing an autism program?
I can't imagine. It's so hard to believe that people are faking the children have autism and stealing money from the government. When I'm sitting here with my 25-year-old non-speaker, and now children like my son aren't going to have services because they stole money from the government and faked these things, and it's just
that's why.
Like said,
okay.
With what's going on right now.
Oh, okay. Oh, wow. I feel really bad now. Wow.
What are the families that you're serving? What are they saying?
They're scared.
What are they doing?
Everybody's scared. There are centers
He
that
looked super normal, but he was doing
shut
this
down.
constantly.
Staff
And
are
I look it
leaving.
over. I was like, what the
this
fuck is
week
this guy
asked my
doing? And then she's
staff
like, oh, my son has
will take
autism.
unpaid leave
I'm such a dick.
because we can't keep going
I'm going to
like
hell.
this. I'm like I said,
I didn't see that at all.
$400,000 plus in debt now, and I'm not sure these are going to get paid back. I went to a bank and they wouldn't back the receivable
Now it
because they
makes
said
sense.
that's not a receivable if it's prepayment review, you may not get it.
And Ms. Larson, none of this would have happened if the fraud did not occur. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Mr. Dexter, could have something been done about this earlier?
Yes. As I stated in my opening testimony, in the years that I worked there, we identified how fraud was occurring, the loopholes that existed, and we.
What were some of the warning signs, Mr. Dexter?
Well, the fact that part of our job was to go and collect attendance records. We would find attendance records that were either incomplete, non-existent. Obviously, there were times we found them to be fabricated because they were given to us way later, and the same with billing records. They were allowed 30 days after the end of the billing period to submit billing records, so they were not immediately available to us, and it kind of allowed overpayments or double payments to be overlooked. So we had the attendance record issue. We had the fact that there was no way to verify who was signing the children in and out, no way to verify what times those children were signed in and out.
Could I do a follow-up here? In Wisconsin, we learned this month that Ibrahima Diop, a Minneapolis school finance boss, placed on leave for failing to submit required financial paperwork with the Minneapolis School District and for signing questionable contracts linked to the Somali fraud scandal, was hired by the Milwaukee Public School System as a deputy superintendent at a salary of $240,000 a year. Do you think it wise? Might that be a warning sign that this person was involved, may have been involved with fraud in Minneapolis? Shouldn't they be concerned in Wisconsin that that they're hiring someone like that?
Well, if somebody that they hire has a past history and practice of doing that type of stuff, I would be very leery of it occurring again or that being the basis that they're hired.
So Governor Evers refused to open the books and is blocking federal audits of our food stamp and Medicaid programs. And he also vetoed 4 auditor positions in a recent budget. Do you think that is also a warning sign?
Yes, if it's preventing...
Or ill-advised, would that be a better way to pose the question?
Yeah, if it prevents the oversight and the ability to audit and look at the records to make sure can have a check and balance system, I think that'd be very unwise because, again, that allows fraud to occur.
Because, Mr. Shirley, what is happening in Minnesota, it could be happening throughout the United States. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
If there's one thing we've learned or leered, as they say in Minneapolis, isn't it possible that this is happening everywhere?
Yes, I believe it is.
Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. I now recognize the ranking member of the whole committee, Mr. Raskin, for his 5 minutes of question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank all the witnesses for your excellent testimony. Mr. Hedler-Gaudet, the administration has systematically undermined government oversight. The president has fired more than a dozen inspectors general, not for any cause, but seemingly just in retaliation for doing their jobs and to block unwanted investigations. President Trump has defunded the Council of the Inspectors General on Integrity and Efficiency. He's removed independent leadership at the Office of Special Counsel and Office of Government Ethics, blockading whistleblowers and numerous investigations. What is your assessment, Mr. Hedler-Gaudet, of the Trump administration's apparent systematic opposition to internal oversight mechanisms in the federal government?
Thank you, Ranking Member Raskin. My assessment is that the last year or so has been one of the most anti-oversight, anti-accountability periods that I've witnessed in our federal government, and I think the things you laid out, as well as others, are the sort of proof in the pudding there. And I think, speaking of things that should be giving us pause and raising red flags, that should all be giving us serious pause and raising serious red flags about how seriously people who claim to take oversight, accountability, fraud, how seriously do they actually take it?
there's been a lot of attention given to Donald Trump's extraordinary use of the pardon power, as in the pardon of violent insurrectionists and cop beaters. But there's also been a forgiveness of $1.5 billion in restitutionary fines that various people had to pay, and a lot of them are fraudsters. The DOJ in Trump's first term brought bank fraud and tax evasion charges against reality TV stars Todd and Julie Chrisley. They were convicted in 2022. They owed more than $22 million in restitution to taxpayers and to their victims. But then Trump suddenly, inexplicably pardoned them and forgave all of the money they were supposed to be paying back to their victims. Todd Chrisley bragged publicly about his get-out-of-jail-free card, jubilantly exclaiming, "The feds got effed." Let me give you one other example. Trump, on April 23rd, issued a pardon for Paul Walchuk, a former nursing home exec who pleaded guilty to multiple tax crimes. What he was doing was taking millions of dollars from the nurses and orderlies and doctors who worked for him at his facilities, took more than $10 million that way, instead of giving it to the IRS for their taxes. He used the money to buy a $2 million yacht and to pay for high-end jet travel and to go shopping at Bergdorf Goodman and Cartier. Well, he was sentenced to 18 months in prison for stealing his employees' tax withholdings. And he was ordered to pay his employees back $4.4 million for the money he looted from their accounts. So he's gonna have to pay that back, but then he got his mom to go to a glitzy fundraising dinner for Donald Trump at Mar-a-Lago, and she paid $1 million for her ticket. Then, right after Trump was inaugurated in his second term, Walchuk petitioned for a presidential pardon, arguing that he was the victim of political retaliation because they were Trump supporters. And what do you know? President Trump issued a complete pardon with forgiveness of all of the financial fines and restitution that Mr. Walchuk was going to have to pay back to his workers, the nurses and doctors and orderlies. So that was forgiven. That was $4 million taken away from the victims of a fraud and given back to the perpetrator of the fraud. Okay, now, if we had all day, we could go on all day with this because that's how their pay-to-play pardon system works. What does this do to our efforts to root out fraud and corruption systematically in the government and in crimes in different industries?
I think it provides a perverse incentive structure. I opened my statement by saying that we all have an obligation and a responsibility to do what we can to prevent fraud and to hold perpetrators of fraud accountable. But that last bit, holding a perpetrator of fraud accountable, perhaps via conviction, doesn't mean much if all one needs to do is contribute to the right Super PAC or attend the right fundraiser, and suddenly that accountability and that conviction is wiped away, including the financial restitution you mentioned. So those kinds of actions are at direct cross purposes with any effort to promote a broader, more systemic approach to rooting out waste, fraud, and abuse.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Thank you very much, and I yield back.
Chair recognizes the chairman of the full committee, Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Dexter, let me make sure we got this right. You get tips and complaints, whistleblowers or others come to you and tell you something's not right at these child care centers in your state that are getting all kinds of taxpayer money. Is that right? That's how it started?
That's correct.
Okay. And then you go and do your work. You got 28 years experience investigating things, and specifically in the crime and financial fraud area. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you go out and find out these child care centers, there aren't any kids. No kids are there. I mean, there's some, but there's like, you don't see the playground. You don't see any kids at a place where they're supposed to be helping children. And then you also find out most of them are run by Somali individuals. Is that accurate?
That is correct.
And then you make some recommendations. You said, here's what we should do. I think you put this on page 2 of your testimony. You said there's some basic things you should do. No, you said they didn't have biometric attendance system. They should do that. They should have electronic submission requirements. They need security cameras. You made some recommendations.
Yes.
And then what happened?
Nothing.
They ignored your recommendations, but it didn't stop there, did it? They ignored your recommendations, They called you a racist, right?
Correct.
Typical left. I always say the left will tell a lie, big media will report it, you tell the truth, they call you racist. Exactly what happened here. So they ignore your recommendations, they call you a racist, but it even got worse than that. If you can imagine. They started investigating you, is that right?
Yes, we were interviewed by an outside firm for a report given to the Office of Legislative Auditor.
And what did that report look like? What did they say? They call you a racist? What did the report say?
The report basically questioned our investigative tactics, looked at how our unit was managed.
Even though you had 28 years experience in this particular area, tips and whistleblowers came to you, even though that was the whole catalyst for doing this?
Correct.
Yeah, okay. And the end result is what? The end result is Miss Larson, who's actually helping people, she
Correct.
suffers and the people she helps suffers. Is that right, Miss Larson? Not to mention the fact that taxpayers are getting ripped off, but the people who do good work, who actually help people, you suffered.
The disabled are paying for the money stolen.
Yeah. And why do you think all this is the case? So, I mean, all this brings me to seems to be a typical pattern, but in the end, you got to ask why. Why was, when you point out what's going on, you have good people doing good work who suffer, the taxpayers are getting ripped off, someone's got to ask, well, why did they take not follow your recommendations, call you racist, investigate you instead of just fixing the problem? Why'd they do that? What could be the answer? Anyone want to hazard Mr. Shirley, you want to hazard a guess? Why that's the case?
Well, they simply use that as a deflection technique to make you not want to speak out against the fraud.
Yeah, it seems to me it's politics, though. You think it's politics, Mr. Dexter?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, the people at the top like, well, we don't want to do this. We don't want to be called racist. In fact, we found that out a week ago in a hearing where we were looking at this Feeding Our Future program. We found out they actually shut that program off for a while. They said, time out, something's not right here. They found the same kind of things you found, Mr. Dexter. And they said, we're going to stop payment. And then it restarted. And the reason it restarted is because they threatened a racial discrimination lawsuit against the authorities there in Minnesota. So, okay, forget about the fact that when we do this, we restart the money, we're going to hurt good people like Miss Larson and the people she helps and rip off the taxpayers. We're going to do it all for politics. And we also found, interestingly enough, the Attorney General in Minnesota had a meeting with the key folks in this particular program, and then they find out a couple weeks later they start sending him campaign contributions. I think it's politics. I think it's politics driving it all. And that's why it's appropriate we're investigating here at the congressional level. That's why it's appropriate the Department of Justice has put in place a specific individual to focus on this, not only in Minnesota, but around the country. I talk too much. Anyone else want to throw in? I'll give you, Mr. Shirley, Ms. Larson, a chance to say anything if you want. If not, I'll yield 28 seconds to our chairman. Yield 20 seconds, remaining my time to the chairman.
Thank you. So, Mr. Hedler-Godet, would it surprise you that Joe Biden issued pardons to someone named Crundell, who had the largest municipal fraud in the country's history, and had a restitution amount of $53.7 million that was never paid following the commutation? Would that surprise you, sir?
That would not surprise me. And actually, in my written statement, I outline how pardons under the last administration, the Biden administration, they also fall into the same pattern of pardoning convicted fraudsters. So I'm in agreement with you there.
Yeah, thank you. And without objection, that time has expired, so without objection, Mr. Klein will be permitted to participate in today's hearing for the purpose of questioning the witness if a member yields him time for that purpose. And now we're going to go to Mr. Moore from Alabama.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. All this talk about pardons and the ultimate shyster, one of them was Hunter Biden. He got pardoned after Joe promised he wasn't going to do that on the way out. So anyway, that's another pardon for another day. Ms. Larson, I'm impressed with your son. I honestly thought he was your attorney when you guys were sitting there. But were there early warning signs, if acted on, that could have prevented the fraud schemes from growing to the scale that we see now?
I'd say yes. Looking back, the Somali community in Minnesota has a high prevalence of autism, and I know that because I serve a lot of minorities in my centers. So when these centers started popping up, I thought, good for them. You know, like I took care of my son. We have had a waiting list for 5 years, so I thought it was a positive. And then it just started to go and go, where now it's, 400 plus of these. And it started to, I didn't Nick Shirley it, that's a verb now. And go out and go see, because obviously I'm busy and that's not what I have time for. But, I think there were a lot of early warning signs. I think if anybody was actually paying attention.
They would have caught it.
Oh, 100%.
Because how long have you been in business? 20 years, is it?
Over 20 years.
And you went through a number of audits, I think, every year, right?
Every year.
So how is it that these groups are getting away with it, and you're under the thumb of the government auditing you every year? Why do you think that is?
She ain't Somali.
Either there's a double standard and they don't, for whatever reason, have the same expectations that we do, or they're just looking.
Maybe Chairman Jordan was onto something. Maybe it's politics.
Yeah.
Mr. Shirley, now I guess investigative journalists are known as right-wing social media influencers. So can you confirm how many daycare centers you personally visited in Minnesota during your investigation?
During that first video, we went to around 7.
How did you select those facilities? I know you said earlier footprints in the snow, but how was it that you identified those facilities to go to initially?
So the man David in the video, he had the daycares with the CCAP funding, and we just simply drove around Minnesota and around Minneapolis area.
It took a lot of courage to do that, I would imagine. Probably more so now than what it was when you initially did it. 100 million views, you said.
Yes, over 140 million views on X alone.
So what was Mr. David's background? How did you connect with him, and how did he call you, or did you reach out?
He simply is just a man in Minnesota who has a passion for his city, and he's been seeing fraud taking place for years. And out of all the thousands of messages I get on Instagram and other platforms, I just happened to read his, and he provided me the information, so I gave him a phone call.
And then from there, just went to those different facilities. What was probably the most interesting thing as you were doing this? I think I saw the video. We watched it, and it looked like there was a number of facilities in the same building.
Yes. So in one building, there was, I believe, 3 daycares, and there was no children. And they were all receiving CCAP funding for separate daycares. There was one daycare we went to that one day it was closed by the government, and then that same day it was reopened underneath another name. And they both received CCAP funding.
I bet, Ms. Larson, they probably weren't getting audited nearly like you were.
I would guess not.
So how many daycares are there in Minneapolis we think are fraudulent right now? Mr. Shirley, any idea? Or the amount of money total? You get any idea on that?
Well, they've frozen over $185 million, and not a single business has been able to prove that they're a legitimate business yet.
It's $185 million for sure that we know. Mr. Dexter, I got a question for you. What common patterns or warning signs usually indicate that the provider or the program
should open a daycare, man?
As you were doing your investigations and 28 years of experience, what are some of the indicators that you see that maybe that should be a telltale sign or a red flag that there's fraud there?
Well, one of the immediate signs that we saw when we would go out to first look at the location is where that was located. A lot of times they were located in commercial areas, and I'm not talking like strip malls or anything like that. I'm talking about like industrial areas where you wouldn't typically find a child care center. We would notice that there was no play area, and if there was any play equipment, it was bare minimum. Now, there was an exception that if there was a playground area within a very short walking distance, that would count. But a lot of times we didn't see that. But the most glaring thing was that when we watched the centers, we would sit and watch it for a couple of days before we even put up surveillance cameras. We would watch, and we would see little to no children present. If anything, there would be a few kids.
As you begin to blow the whistle, the investigator became
Gentleman's time has expired.
I'll yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Chair recognizes the ranking member, Ms. McBeth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. When he began his second term, President Trump broke
Hell,
from
this.
historic norms and fired 17 inspectors general, people who serve as critical watchdogs and prevent waste, fraud, and abuse. A federal judge held that these firings were illegal, but also held that she could not reinstate these people due to their important roles. As a result, the president has been able to appoint acting inspectors general who have themselves been removed after informing Congress that Trump officials are not cooperating with investigations. Mr. Hetler-Gaudet, how do these frequent firings affect the ability of the Inspector General offices to prevent and investigate fraud?
I think they fundamentally undermine it, and they also create a real chilling effect for the Inspector General who are left. The incentive to do something that could upset the powers that be suddenly becomes a bit of a risky proposition. And so between the completely undermining them and the chilling effect, you are really dampening and damaging the ability to do real oversight.
Thank you. And how does the politicization of Inspector General appointments affect the morale and effectiveness of career investigative staff there within these offices?
It also has a severely negative effect on morale and efficacy within the offices.
So I believe we can and should do more to prevent fraud and improve oversight so that all of our government efforts are doing the most that they can to help the American people. When the Judiciary Committee marked up the Republicans' partisan big ugly spending bill, I offered an amendment that would dedicate half of 1% of funding to be used for oversight and fraud improvement and prevention. My Republican colleagues, they opposed the amendment. Mr. Hetler-Gaudet, in your opening statement, you spoke on steps that Congress could take to ensure robust, nonpartisan oversight. The Project on Government Oversight recently published an article, 7 Ways Congress Should Sharpen Its Oversight in 2026.
Without objection.
Thank you. Thank you. Is there anything else that you want to highlight from those recommendations?
Sure, yeah, I just want to pause to note that Congress really is the indispensable actor when it comes to doing oversight. There's supposed to be a somewhat adversarial relationship between the branches, and Congress is supposed to be the primary adversary when it comes to the other 2 branches and conducting oversight, but that is predicated on Congress taking that oversight duty seriously, irrespective of who is in charge of the other 2 branches. And so I think there's a political will issue there with oversight, but also there are some mechanical issues. So Congress could do a better job of holding hearings that are a bit more bipartisan, a bit more focused on the facts, as opposed to the sizzle of a given anecdote or scandal. I mean, really trying to get at root causes and really trying to take hard, deep looks at the underlying structural reasons why things like fraud happen. It's not as sexy. It's not going to get you as many views on social media, but it's going to actually ideally lead to long-term, sustainable, durable reforms that can really crack down on the problem.
Thank you. And so the short-lived Doge office was supposed to cut fraud. Mr. Hetler-Gaudet, what did it actually do, and how did its actions actually affect everyday Americans?
So Doge was a complete failure. Even on its own terms, the primary progenitor of Doge claimed that he was going to find $2 trillion, and he moved that down to $1 trillion in waste, fraud, and abuse cut spending. But in 2025, we actually spent more money than we spent in 2024. At the opening of this fiscal year in October, we ran the largest opening month budget deficit ever run before at $285 billion. We have hollowed out the key functions of a bunch of agencies. So any claim that DOGE was effective either on cutting spending or promoting effectiveness or efficiency are just flat out undermined and undercut by the facts.
And Mr. Hetler-Gaudet, because you have done investigations yourself, did you do any follow-up on Mr. Shirley's video?
So personally, I took a look at some of what had been done to try and backstop what Mr. Shirley indicated in his video by professional journalists at CBS and by professional oversight practitioners like the Inspector General in Minnesota. And as it turns out, they had a difficult time substantiating what Mr. Shirley was claiming to be true in his video. And in fact, they found countervailing evidence, including having been provided security footage by one of those daycares of children being dropped off the very day that Mr. Shirley was supposedly there. So,
like 8 hours later?
I think in my view, I would have to, I think I'd err on the side of believing the professional journalist at CBS and the professional oversight practitioners.
What a piece of shit, dude. I saw that CBS News thing, it was a fucking joke. She didn't do any fucking research at all. Oh my god, these people are disgusting.
At the Inspector General office.
Thank you, I'm out of time.
This guy's a plant.
Chair recognizes the gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And so on that note, I think it's important that we return to a discussion of how these investigations were conducted and the type of evidence that led to the discovery of this massive fraud. One thing that is clear based on the testimony today is that this is not just a Minnesota problem. This is a warning sign for every state that it is administering large-scale programs using taxpayer dollars. And we need to get to the bottom of how to identify this type of fraud and prevent it from continuing to occur. So, Mr. Dexter, I'd like to go back to your testimony, both what you have shared with us already about your extensive background investigating and analyzing program fraud, and the methods that you used to identify the theft of taxpayer dollars in this particular type of case. In your written testimony, you mentioned that case selection and investigations were begun in part by looking at funding data. And I am interested in how your office would use things like funding data, use statistics, and other information and evidence to begin to develop these cases.
Well, it wasn't hard to find the funding amounts. We looked at the centers that received CCAP funds, and then we listed them out. We had what was originally referred to as top 100 list, and it was based off of centers receiving the most CCAP funding, and that was generated through the billing process and the people that administer the funds.
And when you looked at that list, did it turn out that there were certain facilities that were outliers in some way, either because they were receiving a larger amount of funding based on a student population than appeared typical, or because of where they were located? Tell us how you identified which facilities warranted further review.
Well, when we started looking at the centers that were receiving the most funds, the investigators were each assigned cases, were assigned centers, and we first started looking into what the billing pattern was, or what the billing amount was, how many children were being billed at these centers, and we would have centers that were billing for 120 plus children.
Yeah.
And looking at the different days and times, kind of establishing a pattern that just was outside the realm of a typical daycare center.
So in other words, you used objective data and evidence as the foundation to proceed further with your investigations.
Yes, in order to start the investigation, that's what we would begin with.
And in your experience, wouldn't you also say that that is the typical method or atypical method for beginning and analyzing a potential fraud case of any nature in any community?
Yes, because in order to do the investigation, you first have to find out if it warrants an investigation and to what extent that investigation would be.
And now, isn't it also correct, you mentioned in your testimony systemic weaknesses that allowed the large-scale fraud, even after you had developed substantial evidence that there was in fact fraud occurring, that there were institutional and systemic barriers that prevented you from successfully moving these cases through prosecution. And indeed, in your testimony, you note that in 2019, you chose to retire because the process had become so constrained that meaningful work was no longer possible. Tell us about the barriers and ultimately that profound frustration that led you to retire.
Well, when we were originally hired, when this unit was originally created and we were hired with the understanding that our job was going to be to investigate fraud and stop it. And as we proceeded through with that, it wasn't by our doing that it turned out that the centers we investigated were predominantly Somali, but once that was kind of brought out to light, the roadblocks that were put in front of us, being called racist, being called before these boards to be investigated, and basically it wound up turning us into auditors. We wound up just simply reviewing attendance records and matching them up with billing. There really wasn't a lot of substantial investigation anymore. And most of our cases wound up going before administrative hearings rather than criminal.
Which in the end allowed this pattern of conduct
Time to get steam malts in the...
Yes.
metal
Thank
box.
you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Yields. Chair recognizes now the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Knott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To my colleague from Florida, thank you for that line of questioning. I'm going to pick up where she left off. In regard to the testimony that we've heard today, the other side of the aisle makes us believe, or wants us to believe, that the fraud has been effectively stopped, that they aggressively pursued it, they prosecuted it, and that it is under control. Is that your interpretation of where we are, Mr. Dexter?
I believe the fraud is still going on. I don't think anything has changed from what I've seen with Mr. Shirley's videos. I'm seeing in his videos the exact same things that we were seeing back from 2014 to 2019 when I worked there.
And it's astounding to me when I was looking at some of the footage, the evidence. There was almost a sense of, we are owed this money that we're stealing. How dare you investigate us? Did you ever encounter that type of attitude when you were performing these investigations?
There was an underlying attitude like that, that we were taking away their money and that it wasn't fair to them.
In your investigation, sir, was the fraud as obvious as it seems to me that it appeared in the videos and the other evidence that I've reviewed?
Yes, as a matter of fact, when we would go out to do our investigations, one of the things that we would have to do, or I would have to do, is we would scout out a location for our surveillance cameras that allowed us direct line of sight to the centers, all their accesses. A lot of that, because of the location where we were in these industrial, commercial areas, meant we had to go to businesses and ask them permission. And the number one comment they made was, oh, you mean that daycare center over there where there's no children? So everyone else around it saw it.
In regards to your investigation, sir, I'm assuming that you did not just investigate daycare fraud. What other types of fraud did you investigate?
No, our function was strictly child care fraud, but some of that overlapped into, even though we didn't investigate it, a lot of it was also tied into the medical transportation. And
did you ever investigate single entities that were appearing as though they were committing fraud in multiple avenues?
I'm sorry, can you say?
So it's like, was there one facility that was a daycare? It was also associated with the medical transport. Were there people who were double dipping into fraud in your investigations?
Not that we saw as far as different organizations, but there were where one daycare center owner owned multiple daycare centers. So what we saw was more within the daycare center.
Yep. Ms. Larson, thank you for being here. I echo my colleague's sentiment from Alabama. Your son is very impressive. What's his name?
His name is Caden.
Caden, thank you for being here today. You look sharp. You're doing great. Let me just talk to you about these various audits that you were subjected to. How rigorous were they?
Very. They'd be there for hours, come in and say, you know, I want to see these files for these kids at this date and this time.
Was there any way that you could have tricked them, concealed it? If you had not had any children there, would it have been possible?
Absolutely not.
In regard to the services that you've rendered, first, thank you.
Thank you.
And then in terms of the budgets that you require, how does it make you feel when you hear firsthand accounts that hundreds of millions of dollars have been taken out of the country in suitcases to hostile nations?
I can't even respond the way I feel about that, but I will say it's still happening. To the questioning I mean, there's only 2 autism centers that have actually been shut down of all of these that are going on. So what they're doing is this prepayment review and putting us through this AI system at Optum to look for suspicious claims, which is why our funds are being held. And it's not going to work. I'm going to tell you, it's not going to work. I mean, they just need to do what Nick did. Go and see that there's no kids there. Go and check it out.
And what Mr. Dexter did. Data-driven review.
Yeah.
Without any preconceptions, without any prejudices, and then holding the fraudsters to account. And when he did that, he was called a racist.
Yeah.
It's astounding. It is astounding. And you said
That's
that
the
you've
lift.
helped many patients, diverse patients.
Yeah.
How have those patients
I'm surprised that people are surprised about this.
been harmed by this administration in Minnesota?
That's what they've been doing for years.
They are all being harmed if I shut down next week.
Is that what you're up against?
Well, if I haven't gotten paid now, the last date of service was December 5th. I'm over $400,000 in debt. My payroll is $250,000 every 2 weeks, and we get paid every 2 weeks. So on Sunday night, I'll know if I get any money. I haven't been paid a dime. All my claims have been held. So I'm preparing to. Apparently in Minnesota too, I can't just pause services. If I pause my services, then DHS can say, I'm sorry, you've lost your license to serve the kids through this program. So I don't know what they think we're supposed to do.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Well, again, thank you for being here. I appreciate all the testimony. Sorry I didn't get to everybody else. There's a lot of questions. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank
Gentleman yields. I recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Kiley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Shirley, thank you for your testimony today and the work that you've done. You know, Americans hear these numbers of the fraud that we have, and you know, whether it's 10,000 or 10 million or 10 billion, sometimes the numbers, you almost become desensitized to it. And so the way that your video was able to show people the fraud sort of in real life actually happening, I think opened a lot of eyes and has helped to catalyze a level of scrutiny that we really should have had before. So you mentioned in your testimony that you think that what you discovered in Minnesota, that this is not isolated to that state, but likely exists in other parts of the country as well, correct?
Correct.
What makes you think that?
Well, now you're seeing, since I've posted that video, lots of other people have started to go to other locations. For instance, in Ohio, or in Maine, or in California. They're also seeing the similar fraud take place in other daycares, for instance, in a lot of other locations.
Yeah, I have a particular interest in California, being from that state, and we know that there's been a lot of fraud. There was $32.6 billion that's been confirmed in unemployment insurance fraud. There's 1.2 million fraudulent community college applications. Have you gotten any sense, or have you seen any signs there that sort of are similar to what are as suspicions in Minnesota?
Yeah, and fraud in California might be worse than the fraud in Minnesota.
What makes you say that?
Well, $24 billion went missing for homelessness. They've been trying to build this train for years, yet there's hardly anything to prove for that. Fires.
Yeah, those are good points. So you look at let's run through a couple of those. Because I mentioned the areas where we have confirmed fraud, but then you also have these areas where you have so much spending, and then we look at what results from that spending, and there's nothing. So $24 billion in homelessness, and yet the homeless population went up, and a state audit found that they couldn't even figure out where the money went or what the outcomes linked to that spending were. Is that something that is kind of a red flag for you?
Yeah, it's a major red flag, and you don't even have to be smart to be able to know that that's a red flag.
Well, unfortunately, our state legislators haven't managed to figure that out, or at least the governor hasn't. So what are you saying about him?
They're not smart. No, but yeah, I mean, it's so obvious, and that's what we saw in Minnesota, is how complicit the government has been in enabling this fraud to happen. Quality Learning Center had over 90 violations, yet they continue to give that daycare $1.9 million.
Yeah, that's a great point. That there's the political accountability just hasn't been there, and that's what enables it to continue. So then you mentioned the high-speed rail as well. So there has been about $18 billion spent so far. No track has been laid, and not a single passenger has ridden the train. So when you spend $18 billion on a train and there's no train, does that raise suspicions for you?
Yes.
So you think that might be something worth looking at? Sure. We also had a $650 million 911 service that they scrapped after 6 years, so absolutely no value from it. Maybe that's another example where there might at least be questions.
I think you got a lot in California.
All right, well, we'll look forward to seeing what you find. We're certainly trying to use whatever tools we have here to bring more accountability in California as well. Mr. Dexter, I wanted to also ask you a couple of questions about your work, because you have extensive experience on the law enforcement side trying to detect fraud. That's actually how in California we discovered the EDD fraud, the unemployment fraud, is it wasn't the state suddenly figuring it out. It was district attorneys who came together and investigated, and in fact pointed to the fact that the state had let this happen and failed to heed their warnings and hadn't taken basic fraud detection steps. So is this something that you encounter? Like, what kind of internal controls make it so fraud is more difficult, and what type of lack of internal controls make it so fraud?
I would say the biggest thing was the fact that when we tried to investigate this, once we started bringing cases forward and it showed that the number of centers that we investigated were Somali, the biggest roadblock was the fact that they didn't want to follow through on these cases. They shut down investigations. They made us, in light of the report from this outside management firm, we spent nearly a year pulled away from our investigations because one of the things they determined was that when our unit started, we didn't have a proper case management system for recording and keeping track of the tips. So as investigators, we instead had to spend nearly a year entering past complaints made to DHS into a newly created database. We couldn't do our investigations because of that. So they kept us from doing our work, basically.
Yeah. So the states that make fraud detection a priority have less fraud than those that actively contravene efforts like yours. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield back.
Thank you. Gentleman's time has expired. Recognize the ranking member, Ms. McBath, for some uses.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to ask unanimous consent to enter into the record an article, Republicans' claims of fraud are a pretext for unpopular and drastic Medicaid cuts.
Without objection.
Thank you.
And so
Mr.
I have...
Chairman, I have some...
You have a UC? Yeah, please go ahead.
Actually, forgive me, I have a handful of them here, Mr. Chairman. The one is a letter dated October 21, 2025, from Representative Benny Thompson to Robert F. Kennedy Jr. regarding the decision to rescind the $101 million penalty imposed on Mississippi. Press release dated September 17, 2025, titled Governor Walz issues executive order directing state agencies to take additional steps to combat fraud. Executive Order 2501, titled Preventing Fraud and Establishing the Financial Crimes and Fraud section of the Department of Public Safety, signed by Governor Tim Walz, January 3rd, 2025. Article dated December 2nd, 2025, titled Trump calls Somali immigrants garbage as U.S. reportedly targets Minnesota community. Article dated January 9, 2026, titled 5 States Sue Administration for Withholding Billions in Social Safety Net Funds. Article dated January 10, 2026, titled Behind the Somali Daycare Panic is a Mother and Son Duo Angling to Become Top MAGA Influencers. Article dated December 31, 2025, titled Right-Wing YouTuber Behind Viral Minnesota Fraud Video Has Long Anti-Immigrant History. Article dated January 11, 2026, titled Fact Check What's Really Happening with Childcare Fraud in Minnesota. And finally, article dated January 13, 2026, titled The Trump Administration Says It's Cracking Down on Fraud, but it gave a red state a pass. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection, Chair recognizes Ms. McBath again for the UC.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record an article titled Trump's Child Care Fund Freezing in 5 States Could Cost Families $400 million by Julia Cation of the Century Foundation.
Without objection, I recognize myself for a series of UCs. From Fox News, Biden clemency for convicted fraudsters met with outrage. Slap in face. From CNN, victim shocked after Biden grants clemency to Kids for Cash judge and $54 million embezzler. And from Axios, Biden sets presidential record on pardons and clemency. Also, Minnesota daycare expose. Journalist strikes again in part 2, names the hub of the fraud bill. 78th defendant charged in feeding our future fraud scheme from U.S. Attorney's Office, District of Minnesota. Suitcases filled with millions in cash flew out of MSP airport. Ex-TSA agent connects dots years later from Survival World. From the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, HHS freezes child care and family assistance grants in 5 states for fraud concerns. From the U.S. Attorney's Office, District of Minnesota, 6 additional defendants charged. 1 defendant pleads guilty in ongoing fraud schemes. This is from the local Fox News in Minneapolis. Through the years, a decade of investigating fraud, Minnesota. U.S. Department of Homeland Security release. ICE continues arresting worst of the worst in sanctuary Minneapolis, including pedophiles, gang members, and cash. Your recommendations, Mr. Dexter also had some recommendations. I think those are prescient. I think those are important. But I also have to bring some additional information out just because it's in my nature. I got to do it. So, Mr. Hetler-Godet, you've been talking about the IGs because you were asked about the IGs. Do you know how many cases, for instance, criminal cases are being investigated, say, by the Department of Homeland Security IG right now?
I don't know the number off the top of my head, no.
Would it surprise you if there were 650 ongoing cases, with 200 of those being COVID-related?
That would not surprise me, no.
And do you know how many audits they have going right now?
If you come into my home to terrorize my family, I will see you as a threat
Why are there a bunch of level 60s here? Is this like a rib grind or some shit? That's gonna be a fucking annoying. This is just cancer.
We meet for the 20th. I hope I will have the pleasure still to be invited for the meeting when we meet for the 20th Governance Summit. You will use the app like Uber, but not anymore to call some driver, but automatically guided car, a self-driven car, will come to your hotel or wherever you are and will bring you to the airport. No, Los Angeles is one of the cities with the heaviest traffic. Who told me in 2030 Los Angeles will be private car driven free.
So that right there is a man called Klaus Schwab, the former chairman of the World Economic Forum, a guy who looks like a Bond villain, and oftentimes this is the person that is most associated with the quote, "You will own nothing and be happy." However, I do want to point out that throughout the whole course of this speech and deep into my research into Klaus Schwab as an individual, that this quote is something from the Mandela effect. He did not actually say this, however, it doesn't come out of nowhere. It's actually promoted by this particular article in the World Economic Forum. However, this article is actually written by somebody who is in the parliament in Denmark, and the headline is as follows, so you can understand why people attribute this to him and his timeline at the World Economic Forum. So the headline reads, "Welcome to 2030. I own nothing, I have no privacy, and life has never been better." Now, it's written by somebody from the Denmark parliament called Ida Auken. If I pronounced that wrong, I don't really give a damn. It's a communist monster who wrote this, and it reads as follows. "Welcome to the year 2030. Welcome to my city, or should I say our city in quotes. I don't own anything. I don't own a car. I don't own a house. I don't own any appliances or any clothes. It might seem odd to you, but it makes perfect sense for us in the city. Everything you've considered a product has now become a service. We have access to transportation, accommodation, food, and all the things we need in our daily lives. One by one, these things became free, so it ended up not making sense for us to own much." Now, I'll link this whole entire article in the description of this video so you can understand what people are actually referring to when they talk about Klaus Schwab and the World Economic Forum advocating for ending all private property rights. But the point is, even though this wasn't technically said by Klaus Schwab, that doesn't mean that sentiment hasn't spread throughout various governments around the country, and chief among those governments is the New York City government, because Mary Mondani's tenant advocate appointee, Sia Weaver, is a proponent of this idea that you will own absolutely nothing and be happier for it, and this is what we're going to talk about today. But before we do, I want to thank everybody who supports this channel via actualjusticewarrior.com/join.
Give me the money. Give me the money, okay?
I believe that anybody who needs housing should get it. We need to advocate vigorously for projects and policy proposals that get us closer to a universal right to housing. And that doesn't mean that housing doesn't cost money to own and operate and run. It just means that if you can't afford it, you should be able to get it anyway.
So Reason.com actually interviewed Sia Weaver, somebody who we've made videos about in the past on this channel, back in 2021. And of course, they're starting to republish the clips of those interviews due to the fact that Sia Weaver has been appointed to the Mamdani administration. Now, of course, we talked about before her previous tweets about how her policy goals are to impoverish white men. Quote, private property, including and kind of especially home ownership, is a weapon of white supremacy, masquerading as wealth-building public policy, and she says she wants to impoverish the white middle class because homeownership is racist and failed public policy. Now, she also says, I endorse the No More White Men in Political Office platform, and all sorts of asinine, racist, and far leftist nonsense that she tweeted out. But of course, many on the left wing are saying, oh my god, Sean, oh my god, right wing, you're so cruel to Sia Weaver. She was just a little baby girl when she tweeted all that stuff back in 2021, back in 2020, 2018, 2019, even though she is 37 years old right now, meaning that she was a fully formed adult who, by the way, has been working in the same kind of government policy to which she now holds a position. So the idea that this was somehow excusable youthful indiscretions is absurd and ridiculous. But again, Reason, taking advantage of this situation, is publishing her radical positions about how housing is actually a right and how we have to make it affordable for everyone, which may sound good on the surface, but in reality and actuality, what Sia Weaver's goal actually is to destroy private property rights in the name of making housing a human right. Because like was pitched in that World Economic Forum article, her goal and the Mamdani administration goal is for you to own nothing, but don't worry, they promise you'll definitely be happier for it.
We need to sort of think about the role that sort of exclusion and profit, which are the sort of characteristics of the private property market, have played, and think about different systems and structures that we could put into place that would help more people be housed.
You said the relationship between landlords and tenants is inherently exploitative. So what you're proposing is a rental market that is entirely financed by the government, or that is just financed by the government for those who are in need?
Yeah, financed by the government.
Entirely financed by the government.
Yeah, that's what I think long term, yeah.
Whenever anyone's not paying their rent, the government will pay it.
Something like that.
So in this particular clip, you have the Reason host asking her
She's
if housing
so
will be
dumb.
entirely
Holy
financed
shit.
by the government, and therefore
Communists.
does that mean that if somebody can't pay their own rent, it will just be covered by the government? And Sia Weaver ends up saying something like that at that moment in time in this particular clip in the interview. But in reality, her long-term policy goal is far more destructive, far more terrible than that random leftist nonsense that, again, this woman who is a charisma vacuum who can't even look into the camera when she's speaking on an interview is delivering right there. Because it's not just the government supporting people that are in poverty by paying the cost of their rent in order for them to afford housing. It's not just rent stabilization and rent control, which New York has tried for decades and decades and decades, and it's been an absolute failure in this city, just like each and every place where it's been tried. What her ultimate goal is to deny you the ability to own any kind of property, make sure the government or some other entity managed by the government, aka the government, owns it, and no matter what, you're constantly going to be paying in order to live there, because in reality, you are not allowed to occupy, in her ideal world, any property that you individually own. It's all owned by the state.
What I am envisioning is a world in which the housing is owned by a collective and people are paying 30% of their income in order to live in their housing. If your income is zero, you pay zero. If your income is $500,000 a year, you're paying 30% of that. And the government is providing the sort of, the government is the sort of owner, or not even the owner, the government doesn't have to be the owner, but the government is just making sure all of that sort of works in cash flows.
So look, I could make a lot of commentary about Sia Weaver in this particular clip. The fact that she is smiling awkwardly, the fact that she's a charisma vacuum, the fact that she doesn't seem to understand the concept of lighting whenever she's conducting an interview, despite the fact that she actually gave quite a number of interviews at these moments in time. But what I really want to focus on is the substance of what she said right there, because it's an absolutely disastrous proposition.
What I am envisioning is a world in which the housing is owned by a collective and people are paying 30% of their income in order to live in their housing. If your income is zero, you pay zero. If your income is $500,000 a year, you're paying 30% of that.
So this should be obvious, but some of you might not actually be aware of this fact, so I'm going to fill you in on it. But if you go to a financial advisor and you break down the costs and you say you want to buy a house or rent an apartment, that financial advisor will tell you, because this is considered a general personal finance rule, that the absolute maximum that you should ever spend on your housing is 30% of your income. That is where Sia Weaver is starting off as the point that everybody needs to pay, whether they make $0, meaning they'll pay 0% of that $0 income, or if they make $500K, meaning they will spend $150,000 per year in order to live in her ramshackle, horrible, terrible apartment that she is providing via the government and making sure everything cash flows without the ability to ever own that. That's an absolutely awful deal. It's an awful deal for everybody involved because, again, 30% is the absolute max you should ever spend on housing, but also remember that this woman is a socialist in other regards, so she also wants to tax your income at a progressive rate in order to fund a bunch of other government social service programs. So you're probably going to be paying, under her ideal scenario, at least 70 to 80% of your income in taxes. And yes, I'm counting that 30% in order to provide the government housing as a tax, because that's exactly what it is. And this is her first pitch, what she wants to do ideally with housing. And by the way, there are a bunch of other interviews that she's given where she acknowledges that the rent stabilization and rent control is not actually meant to lower the cost of living for people in public housing or for people in rent stabilized housing. The actual goal of that is to drive those building owners out of business in order to have the government have more control of the housing market, in order to sell this as a solution for the unaffordability crisis that is created by the very government policies that she advocated for. Quote, I don't really disagree with this, but a couple of things. I think, quote, pass really strong rent control, end quote, is a more effective way to shrink the value of real estate than reducing rezoning applications, which have mixed results vis-a-vis property values. And by the way, when I say she advocated for them, I am not being hyperbolic. I'm not talking about in theory or anything of the sort. This is a woman who is championing the 2019 rent stabilization / rent control law that was signed by Governor Andrew Cuomo, passed into law under the progressive wave. And that is the reason why we've had tens of thousands of rent stabilized apartments being pulled off the market, because one of the things that that law did, that again Sia Weaver is an advocate for, was actually remove an incentive to repair and replace apartment buildings, thus making them able to be rented by other people, you know, bringing them up to code, which of course was getting a rent adjustment after you made those improvements.
Rent stabilized apartments are highly sought after in New York City, but the number of those available for rent is the subject of a just-released report from the nonpartisan New York City Independent Budget Office. The IBO says that more than 13,000 apartments sat vacant for at least 2 years between 2021 and 2022.
Owners don't want those apartments to sit vacant. It makes no sense. A vacant apartment helps nobody.
Frank Ricci, Executive Vice President of the Rent Stabilization Association, says from their perspective, a number of vacancies are the result of changes to the law in 2019 that restrict rent increases for stabilized units, especially if significant repairs are needed to make an apartment habitable.
And it could be anywhere from $40,000 to $100,000, depending on the size of the apartment. But under the current law, the owner is only allowed an $89 a month increase. So let's say you have a $700 a month apartment, you have to put in $50,000 to get $89 a month back. Your rate of return is going to be 30 or 40 years.
So you can only get an $89 rent adjustment after you improve an apartment, which means if you have to spend like $100,000 or $50,000 to bring the unit up to code, it's not going to be economically viable for you to do so for something like 30 or 40 years, if ever. And again, that assumes that 30 or 40 year timeline, that there would be no upkeep and repairs along the way. Sia Weaver advocates for that, even though it has shown problems. She's never retracted that advocacy, and that is because her goal is to destroy the private housing market in the city of New York and eventually nationwide.
The housing crisis. The solution has to be moving toward the full decommodification of housing. In other words, moving away from the status quo, in which most people access housing by purchasing it on the market, and toward a future where we guarantee high-quality housing to all as a human right. So how can we do it? We can start by making sure people who access housing on the private market have ironclad protections against abuse and exploitation. But to go further, toward the Vienna model, we'll have to go beyond the market. We can establish community land trusts to gradually buy up housing on the private market and convert it to community ownership. We can give tenants a right of first refusal to buy out their landlords when buildings go up for sale. And we can fully commit to a new era of social housing, ending subsidies for luxury housing development and using our wealth to build beautiful, high-quality social housing projects that offer good homes and strong communities to everyone. We won't decommodify housing overnight, but we know what we have to do, and we have history to guide us.
And by the way, this is also Mamdani's goal. He outlined this when he did an interview with the Gravel Institute and a bunch of other various forums. And in fact, we talked about this before. There was a building that he visited to talk about how bad the landlord was in said building. Never pointed out that the reason that unit is economically unviable, and by the way, the units in all the buildings owned by that landlord, Pinnacle Group, were economically unviable, was because of rent control and rent stabilization. But Mamdani was making the case that this should be taken over by the city. However, in a court filing, when they were going to be sold in bankruptcy, he actually had his attorneys tell the truth. And what they said in that court filing is that the reason they don't support this sale is that because of the number of rent-controlled and rent-stabilized units, which, by the way, represented 98% of the 5,200 units in that portfolio, it would not be economically viable for anybody to own these buildings. So in court, when they actually have to testify under oath, they admit that it's their system that are creating these problems, but in public they blame the landlords, even though again all of Mamdani's appointees have the goal of depriving you of your property rights. Now, as if that wasn't bad enough, the fact that this woman has a horrible track record in this specific realm of policy, passing or actually helping to pass one of the most destructive laws in the history of the state of New York, that 2019 rent control law, she's also somebody who doesn't think and cannot stand up to scrutiny because she's weak-minded in a bunch of other ways. It's not just her looking weak and not being able to stare at the camera while she's doing an interview, it's the fact that she can't handle basic questioning, which is why the Daily Mail has all these different various photos of her crying and throwing a fit and retreating back into her apartment, which, by the way, happens to be in Crown Heights, a historically black neighborhood. I bring this up because this woman wants to punish gentrifiers despite the fact that she is a gentrifier.
The white woman fake crying thing, I could do it too, but like
But yeah, this is the pathetic person that again has been given power over you under the Mamdani administration in order to again specifically destroy the housing market so the government can take it over. But you know what? Those are just my thoughts. I want to know what you guys think down in the comments below. As per usual, if you like this video, show them by leaving a like, subscribe for more content, follow me on my social medias, support me via the support links in the description of this video. This has been me talking about the Mamdani plan to make sure you
And God. You just look straight off line. That's funny.
I don't have a target.
So, a BBC presenter has been accused of hissing when a young rapper she was interviewing mentioned Jesus Christ. She seemed very, very upset about that. I know BBC don't want things like that being said on TV. But anyway, BBC News presenter Geeta Guru Murthy sparked controversy last night when she was accused of hissing after rapper DC3 said his biggest hero is Jesus Christ. While interviewing the 18-year-old musician who has just been nominated for his first 2 MOBO awards, Miss Guru Murthy asked who his heroes are. Santan Dave, Kendrick Lamar, most of all, Jesus Christ. DC3, who is also known as Daniel Chenjerai, said. Miss Guru Murthy then took a sharp intake of breath, which some have likened to a hissing noise. Well,
I'm out of range.
Demons do usually hiss whenever they hear his name. It is unclear if this was in reaction to his answer or just the presenter preparing to wrap up the interview. But you don't hiss through your teeth. You usually hiss through your teeth like that whenever someone says something that you don't like. Right, now I don't say I'm a Christian. I say I'm trying to be fucking shit at it. I'm fucking terrible at it. I barely get to go to church or anything like that. But one thing that I have noticed, I'm reading my Bible, I pray regularly. I try and be better. But I have noticed that simply following Jesus Christ, it's a great troll. People get really, really mad about it. I've even had girls where like I've went on dates and like they feel there and they're like, what's that? And I'm like, that's my cross. And they're like, you're Christian? And I'm like, yeah. And they get like annoyed by it. Oh, right, okay, and everything. And then I start to do like, you know, Russell Crowe and the Pope's Exorcist. And I'm like, do you not like that? Are you afraid of him? Are you afraid of Jesus Christ? Oh man, like, by the way, watch that movie, it's actually very good. And it's like, I don't know why, but they get mad. They actually get kind of mad. And I don't know why, I just enjoy it. And everything. And I think when someone like hates Jesus, that's a good tell. That's a very good tell, and that's a tell that you should never, ever ignore. But anyway, Miss Guru Murthy, I've just read that. DC3, an up-and-coming artist from Northampton who already has more than 1 million followers on Instagram, is a Christian rapper and artist whose hits include I Know, No Disrespect, and DC3's Prayer. Great. I think there should be more Christian music. More good Christian music. No offense to everybody else, but some of it's not that great. But anyway, he was appearing on BBC News after being nominated for 2 prestigious MOBO awards in the Best Newcomer and Best Gospel Act categories. Great gospel stuff in black community. Look, I'm sorry, I don't care. I have to say it. I've said it multiple times. Black church looks so much fun. I get that we're all racists here, right? However, the blacks are cooking on church. I'm sorry. It looks so much fucking fun. Black church looks amazing. If I ever come back to the States, I want to go to Black church. Someone please take me to Black church. It looks so great. DC then posted a brief clip on his social media accounts, writing Jesus Christ on BBC News. He knew what he did. He knew exactly what he just did. He later added, Jesus is Lord, God is good, and thank you all for the love. I think he knew full well what he fucking did. Great. Wonderful. I like him. I fucking like him. While many of his followers praised DC3 for mentioning Jesus on air, some were less impressed by Miss Guru Murthy's reaction. Several accused her of hissing and alleged the BBC is anti-Christian. They are. One person said, what was her big intake of breath for? A second added, I'm not a religious dude, but why did she just suck the air in through her teeth when he said Jesus Christ? But some viewers saw the funny side and even poked fun at the BBC's impartiality policy, with one writing, other prophets and or gods are available. The full mobile nominations list was released on Thursday, with Olivia Dean and Little Sims leading the way with 4 each. The 2026 event is set to take place on March 26 at Manchester's Co-op Live, marking the first time the ceremony has been held in the city as part of Mobo's 30th anniversary. Little Sims is nominated for Album of the Year, Lotus, Best Female Act, Best Hip Hop Act, and Video of the Year for Flood. Olivia Dean matches with her with nominations for Album of the Year, The Art of Loving, Best Female Act, Best R&B Soul Act, and Song of the Year for Man I Need. Elsewhere, rising R&B artist Kate Quinn, KWN, I think, appears in Best Newcomer, Best Female Act, Best R&B Soul Act, and Song of the Year for Do What I Say. That's nice and all. I have no idea who any of these people are. Don't know. Jim Legacy, Legzacy, that's what it says, completes the top group with nominations for Best Male Act, Best Newcomer, Song of the Year for 3X, with Dave and Video of the Year for Father. Do people these days just throw fucking X's in their name? XXX Temptation or fucking whatever? They just chuck an X in their name. Just take a phrase, throw an X in there, bang, that's you. You're a new hip-hop R&B artist. That's it. It's not even just misspelling stuff like they used to do back in the day. It's not enough to misspell it now. You just have to chuck in a random letter that doesn't even belong there. X is edgy though. DC3, KWN and Jim Legzacy will compete alongside the likes of Nia Smith, Sky Newman and SD Kid in the Best Newcomer category. Again, I don't know any of these people. But anyway, the Northampton rapper's interview is not the first time Miss Guru Murthy has been the target of viewers. In 2024, she made an on-air apology for not meeting the BBC's editorial standards on impartiality.
Bro. You can choose to eat a salad. Torched. Damn. Ice really are murderers. Holy fuck. He murdered that woman. Verbally, right? That's hilarious. Update on the TikTok DoorDash girl. She's probably getting a bunch of felonies.
things just got so much worse for the TikTok DoorDash girl because this is becoming a nightmare for her.
And if you don't know about this situation, it is insane. So here's a quick rundown.
So on October 12, 2025, a DoorDash driver by the name of Olivia Henderson got an order in Oswego, New York. This was apparently a late night Wendy's order, and from what we know, all she had to do was leave the food at the door, take a picture of the food, and continue on with her night. Instead, she allegedly made a series of awful decisions. The police and prosecution, they are alleging that she pushed the door open and decided to film a drunk dude who was passed out on his couch with his pants down. So in my first video on this story, I reported that she walked into the house because that's what currently was going viral on TikTok. That, from what I know, is wrong. So I have to issue a massive retraction and correction to that statement. All the, at least credible sources are claiming that she never walked into that house. She was only standing in the doorway. But still, either way, filming and posting what she saw after she allegedly either opened the door or pushed open the door is still incredibly stupid. So if what the prosecution is alleging is true, she seemingly went onto TikTok and tried to destroy an innocent man's life for passing out within his own house with his pants down. Now, obviously, we're not going to show the original video. I can't even find the original video. All I can find is a screenshot. But even if I could find the original video, I wouldn't be showing that here on this channel for obvious reasons. You know, because there is a massive privacy issue there. But this is her follow-up video to the original video.
So, on October 12, 2025, the DoorDash customer requested that their order be left at their front door. When I arrived at their front door was wide open. Their lights were on. They were sleeping on the couch within eyesight of the front door with their pants and underwear pulled down to their ankles, and they were indecently exposed to me.
Okay, so she says the door was wide open, and the police and prosecutors say otherwise. And the reason they're saying this is because there's allegedly Ring doorbell footage of her either opening or pushing the door open. Now, the only problem is, to my knowledge, that footage has not been released to the public. I was actually hoping to see that footage today in court, but court had different plans for us today.
Because I also reported this to the police, and the police are doing nothing. I was assaulted. I'm the victim. I lost my job. I'm the victim. I was working.
These people are so mentally ill, bro. They really just... They see themselves as the victim in everything. Oh, I went into your house and I saw you naked. I'm the victim. I was assaulted. Bitch, you opened the door, stupid cunt.
I was literally working, and they deactivated me. This is related. They just punished me for posting about my assault while door dashing.
She literally calls it assault. Fucking retard,
They just
bro.
fired me, and the police are doing nothing.
Okay, so that's her side, and the prosecution is basically saying something around the lines of this happening.
Sir, I have your DoorDash. Oh! Ew! I'm a victim!
Now, obviously, that video exaggerates things for...
That was great.
Something around the lines of this happening.
Sir, I have your DoorDash. Oh! Ew! I'm a victim!
Now, obviously, that video exaggerates things for humor, and again, correction, she didn't go into the house from what we know. But this was her final response before the trial.
Hi guys, it's the DoorDash girl.
Hilarious.
There have been a lot of people saying things like I entered the customer's home or I opened the customer's door, but I can assure you that I did not do either of those things, and I have obtained irrefutable proof that the door was already wide open when I arrived to the customer's house. But due to its importance, I cannot post that proof at this time.
Okay, so we have two sides saying two different things. The only thing everyone can agree on is that the homeowner was laying passed out inside of his own home with his pants down. Then she had her arraignment, which was actually televised, and she asked to ban cameras, but the judge reportedly responded, so now you don't want cameras involved. So I wouldn't say that was a strong start for her, but that was her arraignment. This is how her first hearing went. And as we found out, it didn't go as expected, and it doesn't seem like she's just gonna get a slap on the wrist.
Back at the airport again, because today we're heading to the TikTok DoorDash girls trial, which is tomorrow. So we're going to Syracuse, New York now. But I definitely wanted to attend this trial because there's been so many details about this case that have been extremely unclear. So might as well go, show up, and get them clarified.
Yeah, this is the smallest airplane I've ever been on.
Welcome to Syracuse, where local time is 2:03 p.m.
Alright, so I'm in Syracuse, New York. This is not Miami. Why can't an influencer break the law somewhere tropical? Miami was great. This is rough.
Tomorrow morning, I'm driving the last like 25 minutes or so to get to Oswego. And apparently Oswego is known for being even colder than this spot. So that's awesome. Good morning. We're getting ready here. It's like 7:50 in the morning here. The trial starts at 7:30. I'll probably try to get there like half an hour early so we have way more time than anticipated. But yeah, for now, coffee, a little bowl of cereal. It's time to wake all up and we'll be good. There's a few things that are probably gonna happen today. Or actually I say that, but in reality, I don't know what's gonna happen because there's always surprises when you go to trial. She currently has a public defender and she's charged with 2 counts. She has one count of okay, so she has one count of dissemination of unlawful surveillance image. She also has one count of unlawful surveillance. Both of these, she's pled not guilty to. As stated, she's currently being represented by a public defender. From talking to the practicing lawyers I know, it seems like it's very likely that a plea deal will happen today. Who knows though? That's why we're gonna go see. The big thing is for her is she filmed the guy. That's why she's charged. You have a whole bunch of arguments about like, okay, did she open the door? Was the door already kind of opened? How was the door when she found it? There's now alleged ring camera footage showing that she either opened the door or pushed the door open before she started filming. That's the really damning evidence. So we have the police alleging that she opened the door and started filming, and then we have DoorDash essentially banning her from the platform because she filmed the customer. But she's claiming that she's the victim in all of this, which is why, you know, all of her TikToks started in general. So it will be interesting to see how her defense argues for her in court. If I was gonna be making any predictions on what's gonna happen is, I guess, plea deal, I think they're going to be very lenient on her. She didn't even have to bail out, so she was released on her own recognizance, meaning she didn't have to pay bail. It's basically just an honor system. It's like, hey, you can go, you don't have to give us anything, we just trust that you're going to show up to court. So I have a feeling that her sentence is going to be, or her plea is going to be very lenient. Most likely, she'll be getting like some community service, maybe a fine. That's what I'm expecting here, but we'll see. All right, welcome to Oswego, New York. Beautiful little town. Okay guys, we just got out of court. I'm now going to find a little location where I can do a quick live stream for you guys. Wow, look at that building, that's beautiful. I think that's the town hall. This is the city courthouse. This is probably the spot. Hopefully we could find some shelter from the wind though. I feel like my arch nemesis at this point is the wind. Yeah, this is perfect down here. You just got out of the court case for the TikTok DoorDash girl. Something big did happen, but it took a while for anything to happen at all. So I got here at the court at about 9:21. She was on trial at 9:30. This time it was a little bit different because last time we know that we had footage of inside of the courtroom because the news was there. So the news, they were set up, they were filming her. I walk in, there's no TV camera set up. I don't even see any journalists. And basically I was there until the end. I can confirm there was no journalists there. So it's only me that was there, which is kind of interesting. Other updates to this case, she still has a public defender. She has 2 charges. At 9:30, judge walks in, everyone stands up, sits down, you know, the whole thing. And I don't see the DoorDash girl. I think it was just because I didn't see her because she was sitting in there. And at that time, I was sitting in like kind of like in the back right of the courtroom. And this courtroom is set up in a not the best fashion because there's a column blocking the judge and the audio isn't really good. And it did seem like they had the microphone speakers on the back. So I couldn't hear what was going on. So I had to move around. Eventually, after they went through a couple of the defendants, I got up and I moved. And that's when I could actually see the judge so I can at least read what his lips were saying because the audio was still bad. And I think I sat down kind of behind the DoorDash girl at that point. And that's when I spotted her. Going through my notes real quick. One sec. Oh no. All right, my hands are frozen. Why did I not bring gloves? As a Norwegian, I should have known better. So 10 o'clock rolls around and I see who I think is the DoorDash girl's public defender. 10:25 rolls around, nothing yet. Okay, so at this point, I've been here for a minute. 10:50 rolls around. Woman who looks like the DoorDash girl, who I think was, she gets up after talking to her public defender and leaves. And I'm like, uh-oh. What's going on now? Is this like another Jack Doherty situation where there's some like continuation? Do I have to show up tomorrow? I don't know. I wait around even further. Then we have probably like another 40 minutes of waiting. They go through the last people. The judge then is waiting for one of the defendants to show up. So we get through them, and suddenly it's just me in court, in the courtroom. And I'm like, oh, well, I'm not going up on the stand, so that must mean it's over. I go out to the clerk, I talk to them, and I'm thinking, okay, there's a continuation that happened. Instead, I found out this was divested to county court. So originally, where we're at, this building right here, this is the city court. So city court, I mean, this is kind of like small fines, but hers was divested to county court. So as I said, originally she was in city court, but now county court, that's the main state court. So that means most likely she's facing way more serious charges. Or well, not way more serious charges. The charges are still the same, but most likely they could penalize her a lot harder. So according to the lawyer that I've been talking to, that's the prosecutor that moved it there, most likely because of all the public attention on the case and the public outcry. So that means that most likely she won't get a slap on the wrist. So currently she is facing 8 years in prison. That's her max sentence because it's a 4-year max sentence for each of the felonies, and her minimum sentence seems to be a couple years of probation, and that is if she's convicted 100% though. It seems like she was moved to Superior Court, so that's actually even worse for her. So that's what we have right now. She's currently facing 8 years in prison. That's the worst case. She's not gonna get that, but her minimum is at least a couple years on probation. Either way, she shouldn't have done this. This is like a big self-inflicted thing that didn't need to happen. I don't know why she decided to do that. Those are all the updates for now, and I have to go find out when the next court date is, because if it was just moved till tomorrow, that's very convenient for me, because then I only have to extend by 1 day. But if I have to like keep extending weeks on out, nah, I gotta go home. I can't be here for weeks. I can't be a new resident of Oswego, New York until all of this resides. Who knows? All right, we did a successful live stream. I'm actually fairly happy with that. Now, let's grab a coffee and then head back to the hotel and knock out this video. Skincare and beauty bar. Hold up. Is the coffee shop right here?
Coffee shop is in here.
Oh, awesome. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, sir. All right, we've secured the iced coffee. I would definitely recommend checking out that coffee spot because they were super nice in there. Other than that, let's get back to the hotel and finish this video. Okay, so I'm now back here at the hotel. I started off on one side of the courtroom, but when I positioned myself in the courtroom, I quickly realized I picked like the worst seat possible in the house, because as I walked into the courtroom, the door never closed. So it was open and there was constantly people going through the hallway talking. So it was hard to hear the judge. Then for some reason, the speakers that were like kind of behind you, normally they're connected to the judge's microphone so you can actually hear what the judge is saying, but they were not connected, so I couldn't hear the judge. Then there was also a pillar in front of me, so I couldn't see the judge either. So I just picked the worst seat in the house, and I'm here to report for you guys, and if I can't see nor hear the judge, that's a problem. So I ended up crossing to the opposite side of the room, and I went to the front bench so I can actually hear the judge because, again, the speakers were not on. So I sat there, and I was looking around for Olivia, and I couldn't find her. So then I'm sitting here like, okay, am I in the wrong place? But I double-checked. It was the right judge, and I was in the right courthouse. So then I was wondering, did she not show up? Well, there was a woman sitting in front of me, but I didn't put two and two together because I was looking for a lady with, you know, curly red hair. But the woman in front of me had brownish hair, brownish blondish hair, and it was straight and it was in a ponytail. So that threw me off. But it wasn't until after she stood up and left that I was like, oh wait, that might have been Olivia. And after talking to the clerk, it probably was. But anyway, she left. I was sitting there until no one was there, and the judge was like, oh wait, why are you here? And I'm like, I'm just here spectating. And he was like, well, it's all over. And I'm like, okay, all right, I'll see myself out then. So I then went to the clerk and I talked to her and confirmed, no, this was the correct venue. This was the correct judge. And that was probably Olivia. And I found out all the new information about her case. But I guess if Olivia's telling the truth, everyone owes her an apology. If she's lying, then it seems like she tried to ruin the life of an innocent man for attention on TikTok, I guess. Now, should he have been passed out with his pants on his ankles? Probably not, but also he was in his own house. But either way, Olivia claims that she has proof that the door was open from the start. And the prosecutors, they have the opposite. So they also have proof that she opened the door. So as of right now, it's a he said, she said.
We don't know the answers because I didn't see any proof from either side today. Regardless, though, this is now a nightmare for Olivia because this has now been moved to a higher court. But whatever the outcome of this trial is, I will be updating you guys. Let me know what you guys think in the comments down below. If you're new here, feel free to subscribe, drop a like if you enjoyed this video, and if you want me to travel for more trials in the future. But other than that, I'll see you guys in the next video.
Wrong way.
For every
just juicy smoothie.
person, success looks different. For some, being able to get out of bed each morning, put on their clothes, and go about their business is viewed as a small but impactful success. Maybe because they struggle with depression or anxiety, or maybe because they are chronically ill. They are constantly dealing with a sliding scale of ability from day to day, which makes them grateful for the days they are able to do what others can do without so much as a second thought. For others, success looks like getting perfect marks in every class after studying for days and weeks on end, working themselves to the bone for an end result that they strived for. And even still, for others, success is getting a lead role and making over $125,000 per episode on one of the most talked about television shows airing, or putting out an album of your own music that sells thousands, and being able to work in an industry that is historically unkind to people while making millions of dollars yearly. The latter would be such an obvious success that it could hardly be classified as anything but. In today's case, the subject was so dissatisfied with his success that he ended up staging one of the most publicized hoaxes of all time. Welcome back to another episode of Dreading. This video was one of the most highly requested, and for good reason. Today we're covering the case of Jussie Smollett. We will also be going over body camera footage that disproves his narrative, and how his story fell apart in the media. Jussie's story has been widely reported on, as he publicly and deliberately tried to use the Black Lives Matter movement to bolster his music sales, ingratiate himself to a wider audience, and ultimately negotiate a better deal for his part on Empire. Because this video covers such a contentious topic, I will be leaving links to the sources I have used for research in the description box down below. I also
the only reason it's contentious is because he's black, though, let's be honest.
Provide the links because it became apparent that Jussie would often lie
Because it's
in
not
interviews,
contentious at all.
leading to multiple
Dude's a fat
falsehoods
fucking
being
liar.
reported around his life. It's imperative that I showcase where I got the information I am reporting on, so that it may be confirmed that it is factual and/or is something Jussie said himself. I was also able to obtain a sponsor, as this video, like so many others, has been demonetized.
Ah.
This video is brought to you by Skillshare. Skillshare is the online learning platform that I have been utilizing for months that has helped me learn how to properly create content for this channel. Prior to starting, I had no idea how to record and edit audio, or edit videos, or even make engaging thumbnails that would get people's attention. My original concept was for my content to be podcasts. However, that fell through, and I was left scrambling to learn how to make worthwhile content on YouTube. And that's when I signed up for Skillshare and began taking classes related to making YouTube content and seeking out a creative career. Skillshare is the ad-free online learning community with thousands of online classes and members across 150 countries who came together to find inspiration and take the next step in their creative journey. Whether you want to learn how to edit using new software, learn a new skill, or just brush up on an old one, Skillshare has classes that can help you. Interested in making a career pivot like I did? Skillshare has a great resource for freelancers and entrepreneurs to help you learn new skills to support your growing side hustle, or launch into a totally new career with classes like Finding Fulfillment, Using Pivots to Power Your Creative Career by Emma Gannon, and Start Your Creative Career with Sanja Rasula. Or looking for classes to help you get started on YouTube? Try YouTube Success, Build an Authentic Channel That's Worth the Follow by Sorel Amor, or Storytelling Through Film, How to Create Engaging Videos.
I just want to point out for all these things, right? If these people would actually be successful at YouTube, they wouldn't have to sell courses. You are the product.
For YouTube. There are hundreds of classes you can take, each one designed to help you learn to grow into the next phase of your life. I highly recommend all of them, and there are a few premium classes launched every week, so there's always something new to learn. Skillshare is partnering with me in this video to offer Dreading Watchers a 1-month free trial by using the link in the description below, so you can see if their platform is right for you. That is 1 month completely free, which is all you need if you are looking to improve your life. The first 1,000 people to use the link will get a 1-month free trial of Skillshare. I couldn't recommend Skillshare enough, as it helped me learn how to do what I'm doing right now, and I'm so thankful to them as well, as supporting my channel means that I can continue to make content for YouTube, regardless of the demonetization by YouTube. If you're interested, the link will be in the description box down below. But with all that said, let us begin. In researching this topic, I found that Jussie early life is somewhat of a mystery. From interview to interview, Jussie Smollett gives very different stories of his upbringing and childhood. In some interviews, he talks about how difficult his life was growing up and how he struggled to establish himself. Likewise, he states his mother was against him and his siblings joining the entertainment industry at all, and that they, as children, took it into their own hands. Other times, he boasts about how he started his acting career at the age of 9 and was able to join the Screen Actors Guild before he reached double digits, with his mom proudly taking him and his siblings to auditions for various roles, regardless of them fitting the prerequisites for the roles. Most of the time, the interviewers haven't done research into Jussie's early life or career, which allows him to change how he presents himself to them. It would appear that Jussie shifts what version of himself he portrays given who he is talking to and what he feels they want to hear, and he tries to make himself as relatable as possible to the person he is with. Though in the long run, these lies and fabrications are minuscule compared to what he would later do. Finding various interviews in which he talks about his upbringing in conflicting ways leads one to believe that he has had a pattern of misrepresenting himself long before 2019. Jussie was born Justin Smollett on June 21st, 1982, to parents Joel and Janet. He was the third oldest out of 6 siblings, which included JoJo, Jazz, Journey, Jake, and Jockey. And almost immediately, he and all of his siblings would enter the entertainment business at their mother's behest. His career would begin when he began child modeling in 1990, when he was just 8 years old. His father had been absent for a large portion of his childhood, and given her kids' rambunctious nature and natural charisma, Janet felt that they would be perfect for the entertainment industry. She would seek out opportunities in the area and would have her kids attend any casting call they could. Jussie's child modeling gave way to small roles in movies, where he would appear as an extra. When he was 8 and 9 respectively, he was an extra in both Mo Better Blues and New Jack City. Those small roles would lead to larger ones, and in 1992, he would play Terry Hall in The Mighty Ducks. While on these jobs, Jussie would go on to become lifelong friends with men and women who he would frequently collaborate with throughout his career. His career would also be supplemented greatly when his younger sister, Journey, was cast as Denise Frazier on Full House, one of Michelle Tanner's close friends. Jussie would later recall that the casting call for the part of Denise specified that they were looking to cast a white girl, but his mother paid that no mind. She told her kids that they needed to go out for everything, regardless of whether they fit the prerequisite, as most casting directors don't know what they want until you enter the room. According to Journey and the Smollett family, the creators of Full House and the executives at the network were impressed by Journey's acting and wanted to create a spin-off of the show for her character. She was given other small roles for the network, but their plan was to give her her own star-making vehicle, thinking she had the potential to be the lead on the next big sitcom for their programming block. When formulating a concept for a sitcom with Journey as one of the leads, Janet informed the executives at ABC that it wasn't just her daughter that could act. It was her entire family. To prove their star quality and potential, Janet brought their children to a meeting with the heads of the company, where they performed a song for the executives. According to the family, it was incredibly awkward, as they chose to pick a political song to sing in front of a group of high-powered businessmen. But regardless of the message, their performance went off without a hitch. The young kids performed so well that ultimately, they were all cast in their own sitcom called On Our Own. The show was about 7 brothers and sisters whose parents had died and they were left on their own. Every sibling had a leading role in the show, and though it only lasted 1 season, it paved the way for the entire Smollett family to be a part of the entertainment industry. After the show was canceled, Jesse, at age 13, decided to take a break from acting. His sister Journey would continue to appear in various movies and television shows, gaining significant praise and awards for her many roles, making a name for herself in the industry. In the meantime, Jesse went to school and took on various jobs. In interviews later on in life, Jesse would talk about this portion of his life as if he was unable to take care of himself and had very little to his name. In interviews he would give on Kelly and Michael, The Breakfast Club, and Fader, he would state that he hardly had money in his bank account and would have to borrow from his friends and family. He spoke about how, in one instance, he worked as a party clown and made balloon animals for children's birthdays, but could only make 3 things. During the same time period, he stated that he worked as a bartender in a Broadway venue, as well as a publicist for his sister Journey's career. However, in other interviews, he spoke about how every month he was guaranteed residuals from his various acting roles, and lived comfortably off of that, taking odd jobs here and there when he felt like it. Whether one is a lie over the other, or if only portions of the story are true, we may never know. 17 years later, in 2012, Jesse would make his return to acting in the 2012 movie The Skinny. Despite Jesse saying in an interview that it was being lauded as the hottest gay film of the summer, the movie failed to make waves or gain any real positive critical reception. He also released his debut EP, The Poisoned Heart Club. The EP featured his lead single, Get 'Em Up, and was accompanied with a music video that Jesse produced himself. His music was most similar to Usher. In an interview he gave with the now defunct site Random Tandem, Jesse would describe his music as if Kanye West had sex with Katy Perry while listening to the King of Pop, which it most certainly was not like at all. Much like The Skinny, his music failed to get any sort of recognition outside of his already established fan base. It wouldn't be until 2014, when he would be cast in the show Empire, that Jesse would get the big break he had been working towards. The show was a wild
And then he
success,
blew it up.
and overnight, Jesse became a bona fide celebrity. Although he would correct interviewers when they would say as much, telling Larry King in 2018 that he's had his SAG card since he was 4 and was well established prior to the role, which isn't exactly true, but is typical of Jesse to say. Jesse was cast as Jamal Lyon, a gay musician in a black family who was ostracized for his sexuality, and presented the reality that many gay black men face. His role was heralded as being groundbreaking, and after the premiere, multiple articles came out praising his realistic portrayal of the character of Jamal. For his part, Jesse credited Lee Daniels as being the visionary behind the character and stated he barely had to act, as he felt as if he was just telling his own life story. In interviews in between 2017 and 19, he began to refer to himself and Jamal as, quote, the gay Tupac.
Well, I mean, Jamal held that motherfucker over the thing. He shot that nigga Angelo. He beat down his boyfriend. I mean, Jamal is the gay Tupac, y'all. Like, he is. You know?
A statement that would later come to haunt him. At the same time, Jesse and his family created their own show, Smollett Eats, for the Food Network. The show was centered around the 5 famous siblings and their love of cooking. The show was quietly canceled after 1 season. However, both Jazz and Jockey used the show as a gateway to further jobs on the Food Network and in cooking-related media. Alongside his commercial acting success, he signed a recording contract with Columbia Records, as his character on the show was a recording artist, not unlike himself. On multiple occasions, his character would sing original music, which had done well outside of the show. Jesse, however, was dissatisfied with his recording contract, finding that they could only really release music in a limited time frame between when he was filming, which would mean that he wouldn't be able to promote it with a large-scale tour, and any press would conflict with the promotion of the show. He later had Fox buy his way out of the contract, and in 2018 put out his first studio album under his own label, Music of Sound, titled The Sum of My Music. The album failed to chart, and although he had left his original recording contract because of the lack of promotion for his record, he would likewise fail to promote it in any meaningful way. It did, however, strike a chord with his core fan base. As the show continued on, he would continue to be praised by those who watched it, although Smollett's part in the show would wane due in part to the large ensemble cast. By the 5th season, he was earning upwards of $65,000 per episode he appeared in. Objectively, he was doing very well, but that would all change on January 29th. In 2013, authors Bob Sullivan and Hugh Thompson published The Plateau Effect, Getting from Stuck to Success. The book spoke about the idea of plateauing in multiple arenas, and how one can get so used to their own success and indulgent lifestyle that they hardly realize it's indulgent at all. A plateau is something that almost everyone has dealt with in their life in some way, shape, or form, especially when it comes to business. When you work for a company, you get accustomed to your job and responsibilities, as well as your paycheck. That paycheck becomes your baseline, and you feel entitled to it implicitly, regardless of the quality of work you provide. That feeling is a plateau. Usually this is remedied by a person receiving a promotion or a bigger paycheck, or they choose to quit in search of a newer position. In one's personal life, this can manifest in multiple different ways, but for Jesse, it seemed to have manifested in his inability to properly see his own circumstances. He had done well throughout his life, becoming an accomplished, well-respected actor and ingratiating himself with some of the most talented people in the world. He had met the president, Mariah Carey, and various other icons, and became their friends. He was on a primetime television show on a major network, in which he was one of the many stars. He had broken down barriers and been lauded as a tremendous talent by those who watched his work, and he was doing significantly well. But he had gotten accustomed to his lifestyle and no longer felt as successful as he was. And that notion was likewise confirmed to him when he realized that out of all of his castmates, he was the least recognizable. When it came down to potentially renegotiating his salary for the next season of Empire, his agents informed him that because of his waning role on the show, lack of other projects, and minimal name recognition outside of the die-hard Empire fan base, they wouldn't be able to negotiate a high salary for him. He was a star in his own right, but he wasn't so famous that he was drawing more people to the show. They likewise encouraged him to take on more roles, do more projects, and be more active on social media as a way to drum up more grassroots support. This was the kind of advice that agents and publicists will regularly give their clients, regardless of who they are. But they had no idea what Jesse would do with that basic piece of advice. Jesse is a smart and enterprising person, and he had come to know the power of virality as a celebrity. He had witnessed the rise of multiple online celebrities, and weekly, he saw moments of the show trend on Twitter. Getting on the trending page, going viral one time, could take his career to the next level and increase his visibility outside of the Empire audience. Using that as a template, Jesse began to brainstorm what would make him go viral, and he opted towards making himself the victim of multiple homophobic and racist attacks. Prior to what happened January 29th, in multiple interviews, Jesse would allude to being stalked and harassed by racist, homophobic men who took issue with his role on Empire. Jesse would state that these people were fans of the show and took issue with him specifically, which, to many, made little sense, because no racist would be a fan of Empire given the majority black cast. As time went on, and his claims not being listened to, Jesse decided to go a step further and mailed himself a letter to Fox Studios. The letter's return address simply read MAGA, and it looked as if a child had written it. However, oddly enough, the stamps were perfectly placed on the envelope in a straight line, and it had exactly the right amount of postage to make it to its destination, almost as if the person who had written the letter was trying to disguise their handwriting and appear deranged. The letter itself was made to look like a movie-style ransom note, with cutout letters from a magazine writing out, "You will die, Black Efsler." Next to the threat was a doodle of a stick figure with a noose around its neck, hanging from a tree, with a gun pointed at him. Again, the drawing and the cutouts made it appear as if a child had put the letter together. But worse still was the fact that inside the envelope was a powdery substance, later found out to be crushed Tylenol. Jesse had already stated multiple times, publicly and privately, to the studio heads that he was getting this kind of public harassment regularly, and he wanted the letter to be seen and intercepted by them. He hoped this kind of threat would be taken seriously and would lead to the studio taking swift action to protect him. His team could then publicize the letter and the threats he had been getting, and that alone could make him go viral. But the studio thought very little of the letter. It appeared as if it had been written by a child, and despite the explicit threat, they had no reason to believe that Jesse would be in any real danger while working at their studio. It wasn't as if a person who had been too incompetent to spell his name correctly would be able to get past security. Whoever was behind this letter, though foul and clearly seeking to harm Jesse, was also clearly mentally incompetent of being considered dangerous. They relayed this to Jesse, and though he could have gone public with this threat himself, he made it a point to call out how his safety wasn't being taken seriously, so he decided to go further. His need for name recognition and his want to boost his career superseded any moral or ethical quandaries he had. Little did he know that he would get his wish and become a household name regardless. In the early hours of January 29, 2019, Jesse Smollett was attacked by two men. He had been walking outside of his Chicago apartment after getting Subway when two men verbally accosted him from across the street, yelling racial and homophobic slurs. They had recognized him from his show and called him Empire. The two men then attacked him, poured bleach on his clothes, and put a noose around his neck. After less than a minute, both men just stopped the attack and ran off on foot, leaving Jesse on the sidewalk with a rope around his neck. Jesse wasn't gravely injured, and in fact, only suffered minor cuts and bruises. He had been on the phone when he was attacked, and his manager had heard the entire ordeal, which to him just sounded like a tussle. After the attack stopped, Jesse picked up his phone and told his manager what had happened. He then walked back into his apartment building and into his apartment, where his choreographer and creative director, Frank Gatson, was waiting. Jesse told Frank what had happened and showed him the noose that hung loosely around his neck. At which point, Frank demanded that Jesse call the cops, and this is where Jesse lost control of the night. Jesse had carefully planned the attack over the span of a week, after his letter failed to get him the attention he wanted. On January 23rd, a day after the letter arrived and 6 days before the attack, Jesse reached out to Abimbola Osendero, who...
I think it's hilarious that, oh yeah, Jesse's smart, but he didn't realize that, somebody was gonna be like, yo, call the cops right fucking now. Why are you not calling the cops? Call the cops, right? Of course I was gonna say that. What the fuck?
What appeared with his brother as extras on Empire. Abimbola, who often goes by Abel, and Jesse had become friends, and later in his testimony, he would go on to state that they were like brothers, which is why Jesse felt comfortable enough to ask him to fake beat him up. Jesse informed him he wanted to stage an attack on himself and wanted Abel and another person to assault him. Abel stated his brother, Ola, would be more than able to take part in the attack, and later on January 25th, all three met up to discuss the details of what Jesse wanted to happen. Jesse had scoped out his block in the days prior and knew that there were security cameras running up and down the sidewalk, and he wanted to get the attack on film. That way, no one could denounce the story. He told the Osendero brothers exactly where he wanted the attack to take place, so it would be caught by security, and he told them he wanted them to be yelling racial and homophobic slurs at him the entire time. He also stated he wanted them to yell Empire and MAGA as they hit him. That way it would be made obvious that this was a hate crime. He asked the brothers to get MAGA hats so their faces were covered during the attack, as well as to connect the movement with the assault. It was also important that the attack happen while Jesse was on the phone. That way there could be a witness to the assault, without there being an actual witness. He was also clear that he wanted the brothers to hit him, but to make sure to pull their punches. That way he wouldn't be critically hurt. He told Abel that he felt more comfortable with him doing the majority of the assault, as he didn't know his brother very well, and he didn't trust him not to injure him. He gave the brothers $100 to procure the items for the assault, which included a rope, bleach, ski masks, and MAGA hats. He then gave them $3,500 via check, and on the memo line, he wrote that the money was for a 5-week nutrition and workout program for his next music video, Don't Go. However, the brothers weren't able to locate a MAGA hat on such short notice, so they settled on a plain red one. The Osendero brothers were both bodybuilders and had bigger career aspirations that they believed Jesse could help them with. Jesse and Abel had become fast friends, considering that Abel had been a go-between for Jesse and other actors he worked with to get recreational drugs, and at one point, they had gone to a bathhouse together. Because of this friendship, Abel stated he was fine carrying out a staged attack for no money, but Jesse insisted, stating that after, he would help both of them get their professional careers off the ground. Jesse told the brothers that on the night of the 28th, he would be flying into Chicago, and that after he landed, he would make an excuse to go on a walk, and they would jump him in front of the camera. However, during the day, his flight was delayed multiple times over, leading him to messaging the brothers via Instagram that the attack would have to be delayed until the early morning hours. Directly after the fake assault, the brothers left the country, flying back to Nigeria to wait out the media storm that would follow. Jesse made it clear in the planning of the assault that he didn't want the police involved. He told the brothers that he wanted to use the attack to get more media attention and name recognition, and that he was going to say he didn't want the police involved due to the reoccurring issue of police brutality in the country. But on the night of, when he came back home and told Frank Gatson what had happened, Frank immediately informed the police and told Jesse that it would be criminally irresponsible not to get the police involved. He likewise told Jesse that calling the police to say you were a victim of a hate crime from the comfort of your luxury apartment left little room for the police to brutalize him, and Jesse, who had planned up to this moment, couldn't think of an argument against him. The following is the body camera footage from the responding police officers.
How's it going? Okay, what's going on? I'm sorry?
The guy upstairs doesn't want to. Can you come to the apartment?
Yeah, sure.
So I'm recording everything.
Yeah, we're recording visually enough.
He's basically being sensitive. Like, his pride is in a way, right?
Okay. I gotta let you know you're being audibly and visually recorded right now.
You know, and I just feel like, you know, if anything like this happened to me, I would want to report it. But I guess, you know, he'd gone out to go to Subway or something, or Stan's or something.
Okay.
I work with him, you know, so he is like a star. He works on the show Empire. So I think he doesn't want that to be a big deal. You understand what I'm saying?
Okay.
Okay, so. But to me, it's kind of messed up. And the thing that bothers me most, it kind of makes me emotional, is they put a makeshift what you call the thing? A noose around his neck. Sorry, you know. And that's what bothered me. The cut thing doesn't bother me at all. If that makes any sense.
Did you see this?
No, I didn't. He just came up to the apartment. He walked into, I guess he came in through the front door. I'm sitting there waiting.
Do you guys live together? Or?
No, I'm just his creative director. Just visiting. You know, he lives alone. But I just feel like he should report this, that's all. That make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. This is stupid.
Any weapons or anything inside the apartment? Okay.
So I explained to him how you were going to get something in.
What? Why is this not what? Why couldn't I fucking cast this fucking spell piece of shit
If you have ever
game?
been brutalized or assaulted, you would know how dehumanizing the experience is. The aftermath isn't just physical injury or impairment, but mental anguish, which leads to most who have been assaulted to go into a state of shock. In cases of assault, the most typical response is to distance themselves from what has happened to them, which usually means changing one's clothes and showering. The clothing serves as physical reminders of what happened, and removing them is usually the first thing a person would do when recovering. But for some reason, after being physically and verbally assaulted, Jesse had decided to keep the makeshift noose around his neck. Jesse reported the crime occurred at 2 a.m., and according to the police report, they didn't arrive at Jesse's apartment until 2:45, meaning for 45 minutes, Jesse was walking around the apartment with a noose around his neck. Worse still is that in his effort to show the noose and tell the police what had occurred, Frank grabs the end and pulls. Any person recovering from an attack.
Oh, bro, I've been dying on purpose a bunch of times as well.
The body would
Just to
register
skip
this
stuff.
action as an attack. A person who had just been beaten, the way Jesse reported he was, would still be in a state of fight or flight, and incredibly on edge. However, Jesse continues to speak calmly, react
Works as good as a
passively, and his
Hearthstone.
affect is entirely flat, as if he is reporting that someone vandalized his garden. Jesse would later state during his trial that he took the noose off when he got inside, but put it back on when the cops arrived. But that still doesn't really make any sense.
How the fuck?
Yeah, I do. I just wanted you all to see it. Again, his affect is calm, and he is showing deliberate forethought when it comes to his actions. After physical altercations, people deal with a tremendous amount of adrenaline pumping through their system, and this kind of thoughtfulness is not normal.
You're filming us, right?
Yeah, this is all being. If you want, if it's in his house,
They're filming you.
you're being audio and read.
Like audio. I guess when I mean, they didn't know when they were walking. Okay, so can we turn it off?
Yeah, you're giving us permission to shut it off.
Jesse didn't want to be filmed because he didn't want the police involved at all, and his total indifference to the situation is nonsensical, given what had just happened to him. The following is the Chicago Police's incident report, going over the rest of the encounter they had with Jesse after he requested the cameras be turned off. Frank Gatson met responding officers in lobby of building and escorted officers to unit of victim. He related to officers that victim did not want to report offense. However, he believed it to be in the best interest too. Officers arrived at apartment of victim to find him with white rope draped around neck and stained clothing. Victim related to officers that he was walking to his residence. Two unknown males approached him and gained his attention by saying, verbatim, Empire racist and homophobic slur. Victim related he is an actor on the TV show Empire, and officers know those terms said to him to be racial and homophobic slurs. The primary aggressor was wearing a black mask concealing any facial features, and both offenders were dressed in black, proceeding to batter the victim about the face with their hands, and pouring an unknown chemical substance on him, staining his clothing. Victim does not remember any other distinguishing features of the offenders, or in which direction they fled. Victim related, on January 22nd, 2019, he received hate mail at his place of work. Victim showed the officers where the incident occurred. Assisting unit beat canvassed area for offenders and cameras in vicinity of the crime. Victim was taken to Northwestern Memorial Hospital by Frank Gatson. According to the same incident report, Jesse stated his attackers were two males, one between 5'10" to 6 feet tall, 170 pounds, while the other he was unable to describe at all. Jesse had carefully planned the attack and thought that he had thought through every possible outcome, but as time went on, his lies would continue to get away from him. Jesse's stunt had worked, and when the news of his crime was reported, he went viral for the first time in his career. Television shows that had passed on interviewing him previously spoke of the attack, and cited that he had been the victim of a racist and homophobic hate crime. Celebrities came forward to support Jesse and stated that he was the victim of a culture that preached hate and vitriol, and his story was featured on every news and news-adjacent website. A representative from Fox Studios made a statement regarding the situation, supporting Jesse, that read, "We are deeply saddened and outraged to learn that a member of our Empire family, Jesse Smollett, was viciously attacked last night. We send our love to Jesse, who is resilient and strong, and we will work with law enforcement to bring these perpetrators to justice." The entire studio, network, and production stands united in the face of any despicable act of violence and hate, and especially against one of our own. Likewise, GLAAD reached out with their own statement of support, stating, "Jesse is a true champion for LGBTQ people and is believed by the community and allies around the world. They had no way of knowing that he had orchestrated the attack himself." A day after, the police released a video of what was believed to be the attackers walking around Jesse's neighborhood, prior to the assault and asked anyone who knew who these men were to come forward. In the days following, many celebrities and activists spoke up against the police, as in their statement regarding the attack, they had deliberately said that they were treating the investigation as a possible hate crime. The word possible to many felt like they were implying that the attack could have been motivated by anything else but hate, which seemed unlikely, given the racial and homophobic slurs that had been screamed throughout. Other celebrities who chose not to speak out about the issue or said that the attack itself didn't make a lot of sense were called homophobic, racist, and victim blaming. But even still, some people made their opinions known. To people who lived in the Chicago area, the idea that Jesse had been out on a nighttime stroll in the middle of winter was ridiculous, as it was below freezing. Many people also found the idea that two racist homophobes, who also liked to watch Empire and knew who Jesse was, were taking a walk at the same time as him, while carrying a noose and a small cup of bleach for seemingly no reason to be unbelievable.
Why does everyone play with free-for-all loot, man? This is such horseshit. I hated that people do that. It's so fucking scummy.
If it wasn't planned, why did they have bleach and a noose? People were poking holes in his story as time went on, and it would only get worse when it was later publicized that Jesse didn't want to turn over his phone in the investigation. Every day, there were small leaks from the police department.
I think you might have heard me.
About how Jesse wasn't cooperating with the investigation and how he was changing his story, and how every time they asked him to come in or help the investigation, he made them go through his lawyers. But still, he persisted, releasing a statement through Essence. It read, "Let me start by saying I'm okay. My body is strong, but my soul is stronger. More importantly, I want to say thank you. The outpouring of love and support from my village has meant more than I will ever be able to truly put into words. I am working with authorities and have been 100% factual and consistent on every level. Despite my frustrations and deep concern with certain inaccuracies and misrepresentations that have been spread, I still believe that justice will be served. As my family stated, these types of cowardly attacks are happening to my sisters, brothers, and non-gender conforming siblings daily. I am not and should not be looked upon as an isolated incident. We will talk soon and I will address all details of this horrific incident, but I need a moment to process. Most importantly, during times of trauma, grief, and pain, there is still a responsibility to lead with love. It's all I know, and that can't be kicked out of me." Smollett signed his statement by writing, "With love, respect, and honor, Jesse."
Oh, that's why
when asked
he was
by
having,
other news agencies and magazines for a comment, Jesse wanted it on
an item for a
record
quiz that I
that
don't
though
have.
he'd
That's
been
why he's got
assaulted,
the group
fought
loot is
back.
on.
He stated this repeatedly, and less than a week after his assault,
Someone did that yesterday though. Like some dude like invited me into the group and then had it set to free for all, bro. He's like looting everything. I'm like, bro, what are you doing? Turn group loot off, bitch. What the fuck? Sneaky bitch.
he performed at the Troubadour and parroted the same line.
Just because there's been a lot of stuff that has been said about me that's absolutely not true. And so I feel like I'm sure my lawyer's sitting up there like, no, Jesse, no, shut the fuck up and sing. Daryl, I'm sorry. There's just a couple of points that I wanted to make really quick. Just because it's 4 points. My little sister is living like Olivia Pope, like she's in the back. I was bruised, but my ribs were not cracked. They were not broken. I went to the doctor immediately. Frank Gatson drove me. I was not hospitalized.
Oh, now I have the same quiz he had.
Both my doctors in LA and Chicago cleared me to perform, but said to take care, obviously. And above all, I fought the fuck back.
So cringe.
I'm the gay Tupac. So now we can do our encore.
As previously mentioned, this wasn't the first time he'd referred to himself as the gay Tupac. Jesse hoped that despite getting the police involved, the case would be impossible to solve. He had had the Osendero brothers cover their faces and wear all black, and thought that it was unlikely that they could be identified should they be caught on any CCTV. When images of the two brothers had eventually come out, they were grainy and completely unidentifiable, the way he had hoped they would be. Jesse had told the brothers not to take any ride shares near his home before the attack or directly after, which they asserted him they hadn't, and thought the generic rope and cleaning solution they had poured on him was too common to be tracked down via purchases. They had left the country directly after,
That's
so
not
Jesse
how it
believed
works.
he was in the clear. Jesse was relying on police incompetence to get away with his staged crime. However, due to politicians like Kamala Harris and celebrities like Zendaya speaking out about the attack, the police made solving this case a priority. Eventually, Jesse sent the police a heavily redacted version of his phone records, including only an hour around the time of the attack. He would go on to state that because of his celebrity status, he didn't want the Chicago Police Department to root through his phone and contact list to call up his famous friends. This move only served to make him look worse,
Sus.
as the police responded that what he gave them was borderline unusable, and rejected the documents, as they did not meet the burden for the criminal investigation. With more public attention on the case, more people began to ask questions and poke holes in Jesse's story. If he had been so brutally attacked, why didn't he want to go to the hospital? What kind of attacker beats up someone, wins the fight, and then runs away if they genuinely wanted to do harm? Why was Jesse not cooperating with the police? More and more people began to question his story, and so, in a move that would go on to bury him in the public's eye, Jesse sat down to do an interview with Good Morning America host Robin Roberts.
Because he's done.
Though Empire is a hit show with an avid fan base, many people are not aware that Jesse Smollett's interview with Good Morning America's Robin Roberts was not the first time that he had sat down with the host to speak about an act of violence. It was the second time, as in Season 4, Episode 12 of Empire, he does the exact same thing, though as his character.
Which one? The combat add-ons, or what are you talking about? Yeah, I know.
Character
it's
Jamal
combat
Lyons.
add-ons. Right?
Watching that episode, or at least the portion of the episode in which Jesse's character Jamal
It's like
is interviewed,
Weak as in
should
Deadly
be
Boss Mods and
required
stuff.
by people discussing this case, as it is illuminating. But seeing as including said portion would lead to this video being copyright blocked in all territories, I will simply implore you watch it for yourself.
Is it? That
Empire
sucks.
is free to watch on Hulu, and the interview takes place 25 minutes and 15 seconds in episode 12 of season 4, titled Sweet Sorrow. Jesse and Robin had a casual working relationship. They were by no means close friends, but having worked with each other in the past, they had a congenial relationship, which meant that she was the perfect person to do this interview with. Going into that interview, the only goal for Jesse would be to stick to his story exactly and maintain his innocence. Let's see if he was successful in accomplishing that.
I'm pissed off.
What is it that has you so angry? Is it the attackers?
It's the attackers, but it's also the attacks. It's like, you know, at first it was a thing of like, listen, if I tell the truth.
Yeah, details is gone.
That's it, because it's the truth.
Yeah, most mods are gone apparently.
Then it became kind of like,
or the ones that we used at least.
How can you doubt that? Like, how do you not believe that? It's the truth. And then it became a thing of like, oh, it's not necessarily that you don't believe that this is the truth. You don't even want to see the truth.
Supposedly they made the game
Pointed out
better,
many times
right?
that repeating words like
Deal.
truth is a way to subtly
So you don't
align
need
oneself
the add-ons?
with the idea of being truthful. If someone is focused on saying they are being truthful and saying how honest they are, chances are they are trying to get you to believe that because they aren't actually being honest. This doesn't mean that every time someone tells you they're being honest with you that they are lying, but if someone has a tendency to announce that they are being honest, chances are they are trying to compensate for something. It's also very clear that Jesse has rehearsed what he was going to say before he sat down with Robin. He is giving well thought out lines and sound bites. In the episode of Empire, where he's interviewed in the same way, he does a similar thing. thing, but his character breaks out of his rehearsed performance and gives his honest feelings. The similarities between the two performances are incredible. Jesse has a tendency to humble brag that predates this interview. When talking about his life, he will consistently name drop the famous people he knows and is in contact with, which ultimately makes it appear that he is a social climber of sorts. Pay attention to that as we continue on.
What happened that night, Jesse?
When I landed in Chicago, and Frank Gatson, who's like my uncle, and he's also my creative director, and he picked me up. And then we got back to the apartment. There was no food. And so I went out to Walgreens thinking that they were 24 hours and to have a smoke. Walgreens was closed. So I called him up and I said, hey, I'm gonna run to Subway, which was across the street, and I'm gonna get a salad. Do you want anything? I went to the Subway and got the order. During that time, I texted my manager thinking that he was still in Australia because he was on an Australian tour with one of his other clients. And I said, yo, call me when you can. He called me immediately. And while he was on the phone, I heard, as I was crossing the intersection, I heard Empire. And I don't answer to Empire. My name ain't Empire. And I didn't answer. I kept walking, and then I heard Empire. So I turned around and I said, did you just say to me? And I see the attacker masked, and he said, this MAGA country punches me right in the face. So I punched his ass back.
There are several reasons why Jesse's description of events doesn't make sense, but one of the most notable is his description of being hit. A punch to the face is unlike a punch to the body. Absorbing a hard blow from someone who deliberately means to harm you and is seeking to hurt you is not something that most people can do when caught off guard. Jesse describes turning around in below freezing weather and being socked in the face by a racist homophobe, as if he were being lightly slapped. The fact that he didn't slip or fall and was firmly planted enough to punch the person back is something that wouldn't happen unless Jesse was a skilled fighter, which he is not. It is also impossible to believe that a punch from this man wouldn't have knocked Jesse to the ground immediately. But Jesse had never been struck before, and his understanding of fighting came from his work, where fights are made to look cool and fast-paced, instead of realistic. So Jesse's narrative building that he was struck in the head by someone genuinely meaning to do him harm, and was able to immediately process what was happening and fight back, is ridiculous.
And then we started tussling. You know, it was very icy, and we ended up tussling by the stairs. Fighting. There was a second person involved who was kicking me in my back, and then it just stopped.
Fights generally don't just stop, especially fights with a racist homophobe who was looking to kill a person. If Jesse stated that there had been a man who spotted them fighting and scared the men away, or a car had driven by, or anything, that would have made the attack's abrupt ending make sense. But that would also mean there would be another witness who could identify the brothers as being two large black men. The attackers just giving up when they outnumbered him, had a noose around his neck, and had poured bleach on him is fundamentally flawed. Again, the narrative is that these men hate Jesse and want to see him dead, leaving him borderline uninjured, with only a few scrapes and bruises when they brought actual weapons in the form of a noose isn't plausible.
And they ran off, and I saw where they ran.
According to the police report taken from the night of the crime, Jesse stated he hadn't seen the direction in which they ran off to.
And the phone was in my pocket, but it had fallen out, and it was sitting there, and my manager was still on the phone. So I picked up the phone and I said, Brandon, and he's like, what's going on? And I said, I was just jumped. And then I looked down and I see that there's a rope around my neck.
You hadn't noticed it before?
No,
You didn't
because
see?
it was so fast. You know what I'm saying? It was so fast.
The neck is one of the most vulnerable places on the body, and it's one that most people are incredibly sensitive about, as it's hardwired into our brains to protect the neck. Someone getting the jump on you and putting something around your neck without you noticing is borderline impossible, as your body would almost involuntarily react.
How long did this all
It felt like minutes, but it probably was like 30 seconds, honestly. I can't tell you honestly. I noticed the rope around my neck and I started screaming. And I said, there's a rope around my neck.
Did you get any kind of description of the attacker?
I gave a body description, and I, because I saw this, right here or whatever, but I didn't see, I can't tell you what color their eyes were. I can't tell you, and I did not see anything except the second person I saw running away. And the first person, I saw his stature. I gave the description as best as I could. You have to understand also that it's Chicago in winter. People can wear ski masks and nobody's gonna question that.
The police have gone through a lot of video and they were able to capture an image of two people of interest. Have you seen that image? And do you believe that they could possibly be the attackers?
I do.
What is it about their size, or why do you feel that they could possibly be?
Because I was there. For me, when that was released, I was like, okay, we're getting somewhere. I don't have any...
He was probably like, oh, fuck my life.
doubt in my mind that that's them. Never did.
Why did you hesitate to want to call the police?
There's a level of pride there. We live in a society where, as a gay man, you are considered somehow to be weak, and I'm not.
Oh my God, this guy, this fucking damage.
I'm not weak, and we, as a people, are not weak. So, I can accept that there was pride there. There's also privacy. At the end of the day, look what has happened. Look what has happened. So, I'm glad that Frank called the police. I'm glad that we reported it.
I am not Whenever things get dicey or seem nonsensical in Jesse's story, he tries to differ to other people who were attacked for their race and sexual orientation. Jesse tries repeatedly to align himself with actual victims of hate crimes to gain credibility, which is frankly a disgusting thing to do. By saying he didn't want to call the police because gay men are often viewed as weak in our society, he's trying to distract from the fact that most people wouldn't be thinking about being perceived as strong or tough after they had been the victim of a hate crime. Likewise, we know he wasn't actually happy to report the crime and call the police. Even in the footage of him talking to the police, he is withdrawn and annoyed, and only did so because Frank had forced him to do so that night.
During that time before they came, it took them about maybe half hour to come, and during that time, I was looking at myself, just like checking myself out. I saw the bruise on my neck, like the little, the rope burn around my neck. And then I smelled bleach. I know the smell of bleach. And I saw on my sweatshirt, it had marks on it, like spots on it, when you have a bad bleach job. So then I was like, there's bleach on me too. So when the police came, I kept the clothes on. I kept the rope.
So you had the rope on the entire time?
I mean, it wasn't like wrapped around, but yeah, it was around because I wanted them to see. I wanted them to see what this was. I told them what happened, everything. I also asked them to turn their body cams off because they were trying to stay in the hallway. And I was like, please just come in. Like, I don't want a big scene with my neighbors.
Any weapons or anything inside the apartment?
As we saw in the footage, the cops were not making a big scene or drawing any attention to themselves. They were also inside his apartment when Jesse asked them to turn their body cameras off. They didn't dawdle in the hallway or draw any unwanted attention from any of Jesse's neighbors through their actions. Mind you, it was 2 a.m., and most of Jesse's neighbors were asleep. This is the second time Jesse has lied in the interview about something that was recorded and can be proven false.
With like the second round of police officers, I went down to where it happened, and I walked them through exactly what happened. And I looked up and I saw that there was a camera directly on the light post that is in the intersection. So I'm like, there it is.
A potential break in the case that would eventually fall apart days later.
And then the detective told me that the camera inside of the casing was facing north, so they didn't have it. And that was disappointing.
The vast majority of people have been supportive and loving and understanding. And then as time has gone on, and that there's no, it's 2 o'clock in the morning, you're going to some...
I swear, dude, when I play this game as a mage, I feel like an American police officer, dude. Everything resists. It's fucking annoying.
Way. Sub-Zero
is open 24 hours. Like, people kill me when they say things like that because it's like Subway is open 24 hours for a reason. So that when you're hungry at night and you ain't got no food, you go to Subway. The camera facing north, how is that my issue? It feels like if I had said it was a Muslim or a Mexican or someone black, I feel like the doubters would have supported me a lot more. And that says a lot about the place that we are in our country right now. The fact that we have these fear mongrels.
He's so manipulative, dude. It's disgusting.
Trying to separate us.
Emotions.
It's just not okay.
It's like
it's just not okay.
He's trying to play people's emotions. So disgusting.
For all of the people, the next time that you see someone report something, maybe well after the fact that it happened, and you say to them, well, why you wait until now? Just remember that mine was reported right away. And look what has happened.
Once again, when Jesse is forced to confront any of the holes in his story, he tries to shift focus onto people who have faced struggles by being criminally profiled.
What a disgusting
the
rich.
reality remains that no matter what race, gender, or sexual orientation Jesse stated his attackers were, the attack itself doesn't make sense. And that's what most people's response was. He was trying to divert attention from his story onto real instances of racial prejudice to further legitimize what he was saying.
The phone. When did you, because as you said, it was an accurate account of the timeline, valuable information. When did you make that information available to the police?
We had to give the phone records, which they didn't originally ask for my phone records. They asked for my phone. They wanted me to give my phone to the tech for 3 to 4 hours. I'm sorry, but I'm not gonna do that.
Why?
Because I have private pictures and videos and numbers, my partner's number, my family's number.
I'm gonna be honest, this I kinda understand. I would hate to have to give up my phone to anyone, dude.
My castmates' number, my friends' numbers,
I don't care about the numbers, but all the info on it.
My private voice memos. I don't know what that's going to be to hand over my phone for. And honestly, by then, inaccurate.
Look, and I know they're just gonna clone it, right? They just make an image of it. I'd get it, right? You don't actually touch the real phone. You know, you plug it in, you copy that shit, and then you're good.
False statements had already.
But I don't want you to
been
copy
put
that
out
shit. You know what I mean?
Handing over one's phone so it can be cloned is incredibly common in criminal cases and usually takes a couple of hours. Having access to someone's phone, including text messages, emails, and calls, means that they can verify someone's story, provide an alibi, and remove them from suspicion entirely. Jesse stating that he didn't want to give his phone over because it's his and has private information on it that he doesn't want the police to see is beyond suspicious. And if anything, it makes him and his story look worse. While yes, someone in the department could leak one of his songs or get the contact information of one of his famous friends, the likelihood of that happening is incredibly small. As it could
I think it's more like intimate pictures and stuff, you know? I don't give a fuck about the songs and you'd have to be like, yo bro, just so you know. When you open this folder,
could easily be traced back to the department and lead to said person losing their job. Moreover, due to the public nature of this crime, said person would likely be prosecuted to the fullest extent. It is also unlikely because, prior to this attack, Jesse hadn't been famous enough for him to worry about that. Instead of playing down his phone's importance, he makes himself look guilty in this instance.
Earlier this week, he submitted phone records from within an hour of the incident, but Chicago police said they were limited and heavily redacted, adding they need additional information to corroborate the investigative timeline. His attorneys tell us they are willing to cooperate. Smollett also says he has been troubled by inaccurate claims.
What other ones had you heard that were inaccurate?
That I had said that they were wearing MAGA hats. I never said that. I didn't need to add anything like that. They called me a. They called me a. There's no which way you cut it. I don't need some MAGA hat as the cherry on top of some racist sundae. I've heard that it was a date gone bad, which I so resent, that narrative. I'm not gonna go out and get a tuna sandwich at a salad to meet somebody. That's ridiculous, and it's offensive. Yes, there's Grindr, yes, there's Jack'd, yes, there's all of these things, which I have not been on in years. I can admit that I was on that back in the day. I was single, you know what I'm saying? But I have not been on that in years. But aside from that, it's offensive, and I absolutely resent that narrative. Because
you know what's offensive? Faking a hate crime. Pretty offensive.
This is bull. It's bull. And it's unfair. It's unfair to the investigation. It's unfair to, I hate this word, but it's unfair to the victim.
In my research, I haven't found any legitimate sources stating that the attack was a date gone bad or a bad Grindr hookup. I've combed through every article I could find, and the only allusions to this narrative are in articles that go over what he says in this interview. That is not to say the narrative never existed at all, but that if it did, it wasn't nearly as prevalent as other critiques of Jesse's story. Jesse uses this obviously fake narrative to make all criticism towards him seem ridiculous. He is pointing towards this story as if it was what the mass majority of people who take issue with his statements are saying, and showcasing how stupid it sounds in order to associate people criticizing him with being stupid. This is a tactic reminiscent of the appeal to extremes, as he is trying to show how absurd contrary opinion is.
What were your injuries? What were
they did x-rays. I didn't have, it was reported that I had like fractured ribs or cracked ribs or something like that. That wasn't true. I was just in a lot of pain. You know, my clavicle was messed up, my rib was bruised, but nothing was cracked. Like I walked into the hospital. I walked out of the hospital.
Why do you think you were targeted?
I can just assume, I mean, I come really, really hard against 45. I come really, really hard against his administration. And I don't hold my tongue.
I want to ask you about Jesse Smollett.
I think that's horrible. It doesn't get worse, as far as I'm concerned.
Were you aware that he made that statement?
I saw it. I don't know what to say to that. You know? I appreciate him not brushing over it.
And there is no doubt in your mind what motivated this attack?
I can only go off of their words. I mean, who says empire, this MAGA country?
In the middle of Chicago at 2 in the morning in a snowstorm. Or like, not a snowstorm, like a cold, what do you call it? A cold spot?
Ties a noose around your neck and pours bleach on you. And this is just a friendly fight. I will never be the man that this did not happen to. I am forever changed. And I don't subscribe to the idea that everything happens for a reason, but I do subscribe to the idea that we have the right and the responsibility to make something meaningful out of the things that happen to us, good and bad.
When people state after that Jesse used this attack for potential promotion, the clip is widely brought up, as he directly states as much.
What do you feel people need to hear the most from this story?
I think that what people need to hear is just the truth. It's just the truth.
That was true. This is true.
Everybody has their own idea. Some are
and then both still burst it off.
Hurtful. But I just want young people, young members of the LGBTQ community,
leave Britney alone,
black children, to know how strong that they are, to know the power that they hold in their little pinky.
It's been 2 weeks since that night left actor Jesse Smollett bruised but not broken, and he's still processing the raw emotions.
Have you ever been threatened before?
Yeah. I get threatened all the time on Twitter and Instagram and DMs and things like that. It's like, but, you know, I'm a public figure. I'm very outspoken. Sometimes maybe too outspoken, but it's who I am, you know? So I get the idea of pissing people off, that you're gonna rub people the wrong way.
In fact, the week before the attack, police confirm a letter was sent to the Fox studio in Chicago with threatening language and laced with powdery substance, likely Tylenol.
Do you think there's a link between the letter and the attack? And you did mention it to the police right away about the letter.
Absolutely. Just because on the letter it had a stick figure hanging from a tree with a gun pointing towards it, with the words that said, "Smollett Jussie, you will die, black." There was no address, but the return address said in big red, like caps, MAGA. Did I make that up too?
According to the FBI investigation, yes.
And despite lack of video surveillance footage, Smollett hopes to rewrite the narrative about that night, saying he fought back against his attackers and reported the incident after his creative director called 911.
He's supposed to be well-known requesting a report, and so the noose was placed over the friend's neck.
I want that video found so badly because for probably 4 reasons. Number 1, I want them to find the people that did it. Number 2, I want them to stop being able to say alleged attack. Number 3, I want them to see that I fought back. And I want a little gay boy who might watch this to see that I fought back. And it does not take anything away from people that are not able to do that. But I fought back. They ran off. I didn't.
What do you say to a young gay man, a young gay person?
To learn to fight. And I don't just mean like learn to fight. I mean, learn to fight. Learn to be a fighter. I am not advocating violence at all, so let's be clear about that. If you're gonna die, fight until you do. Because if you don't fight, you have no chance. I have fought for love. I'm an advocate. I respect too much the people who I am now one of those people who have been attacked in any way. You do such a disservice when you lie about things like this.
In many cases we have covered, the guilty party will say something along the same lines. In essence, Jussie is trying to state that he would never do this because he's an advocate who knows the power of his words and how lying could hurt others. However, it is because he knows the power of his words that he did do this. He knew that being the victim of a hate crime would cause him to gain a certain amount of public attention, and that was more important to him than the people who were victims of actual hate crimes. Oftentimes, guilty parties will say something like this as a way to deflect evidence showing their actions. Diane Downs, Tony Todd, and Larry Nassar all said similar things. Most, if not all people, know that lying about being a victim of a crime is a bad thing to do, but this statement implies that he is somehow above suspicion because he knows that very obvious piece of information.
If the attackers are never found, how will you be able to heal?
I don't know. Let's just hope that they are. You know what I'm saying? Like, let's not go there yet. Let's, I was talking to a friend and I said, I just want them to find them. And she said, sweetie, they're not gonna find them. And that just made me so angry.
He's so hoping the negative. In retrospect, right? 2020 hindsight, you could just tell he's like hoping so hard they don't find him. Hilarious.
So I'm just gonna be left here with this? You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm just gonna be left here with like,
yep.
So they get to go free and go about their life.
We
and
all
possibly
do.
attack someone else, and I'm here to left with the aftermath of this bull. That's not cool to me. That's not okay. So I understand how difficult it will be to find them, but we gotta. I still want to believe, with everything that has happened, that there's something called justice. Because if I stop believing that, then what's it all for?
Thank you, Jussie.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The interview did fairly well. For the vast majority of people, Jussie appeared appropriately shaken up by the events, and his statements made sense. He was the victim after all, and he was coping with what happened the best he could. But for the
I think a lot of people at this point were already like, this is fucking bullshit, dude. Like, so many holes in this story. Because I remember seeing this interview for the first time and I was like, this bitch is fucking lying.
People who didn't believe him, it did little to answer their questions and quell their doubts. However, the tide of public opinion was about to change. What Jesse hadn't counted on in his planning and throughout his publicity tour was that while he was giving various performances, referring to himself as the gay Tupac, and writing statements about how the media was spreading misinformation about his attack, the police were busy collecting publicly and privately owned security camera footage, tracing the steps of Jesse's attackers throughout the city. Though Jesse told the police he didn't know where the attackers ran off to, they collected thousands of hours of security footage from around Jesse's apartment, collecting footage from Ring doorbell cameras, private establishments, and government-owned cameras. They canvassed the area, going door to door to every private citizen, asking if they could have access to any camera they had on site. Through their intense canvassing and their request for the public's help, they were able to follow the movement of Jesse, Abel, and Ola throughout the night. Jesse's story was exactly how he said it was. He went to Subway, walked home, and by the time he entered the lobby of his apartment building, he had the noose around his neck. The footage of the brothers was also easy to follow. After the attack, the brothers ran for a couple of blocks before calling a cab to pick them up. Despite Jesse requesting that the brothers not take any ride shares or trackable transportation, they did just that, and the police were able to watch on camera as the brothers jumped into the cab. The police then tracked the cab down and spoke to the man who drove it the same night, and he was able to describe the boys in detail. Jesse's description of the attackers being between 5'10" and 6'1" and 170 pounds no longer made sense, given the bodybuilder's stature and strength. From that moment on, they knew Jesse had been deliberately lying to them to impede the investigation, but they had no idea as to why. Likewise, the cab driver turned over security footage from that night and showed the brothers after the attack, talking about what they had done. The police tracked their movements in the cab, and when the brothers got out, they were able to canvass the new area and found more security camera footage, which showed the boys running a couple of blocks, then getting into a rideshare which took them to their home. By the time Jesse had gone on camera with Good Morning America and disparaged the reporting and police work that had occurred in this case, the police had already tracked down the brothers to their apartment and had warrants for their arrest ready for when the brothers would return home from Nigeria the next day. On the same day as this interview, Ola and Abel were arrested after arriving back in the country. The police raided their homes and found the red hat one of the brothers had bought to wear during the attack, and multiple cartons of bleach. The brothers' lawyer released a statement saying that they were shocked to have been detained, as they had nothing to do with the attack, and could easily prove they had no part in the crime. When the brothers were shown the evidence from video of them purchasing the rope, bleach, and red hat from a home improvement store to the hours of footage of them going from the attack to their home, they quickly turned on Jesse. They told the police everything. How Abel had met the actor while playing extras on the show, how they became friends after Abel sold him drugs, and how less than a month ago, he had asked Abel to assault him on the street outside of his apartment. He showed the police the Instagram messages where Jesse and him had talked about when the attack would take place and when he would be outside of his apartment, and he showed them the $3,500 check that Jesse had given him as payment. They told the police the entire plan and how Jesse had said he was doing this specifically because he wanted more media attention and felt like the letter he had gotten hadn't been taken seriously. At once, the police realized they were dealing with something much bigger than they initially had thought. After speaking with the brothers, it was clear that this had been an elaborate scheme to get Jesse's name in the media, and it had worked. For the past 2 weeks, the story had dominated headlines, and there was no sign of it letting up. The Chicago Police Department realized that they would have to be careful with what they did next, as everything they had done in this case had been under the media's microscope. The press was already reporting on Abel and Ola, how the two racist, homophobic attackers who screamed, "This is MAGA country," at Jesse were actually two Nigerian men who Jesse knew. In fact, Many
Almost fell
reports
off.
noted that the brothers had worked as extras on the Empire set and were featured in an Instagram post with creator Lee Daniels. People who had initially believed Jesse's story began to question it, wondering how Jesse could have confused Abel with a 170-pound racist white man. When Jesse's lawyer put out a statement declaring that Jesse had never mentioned race in any of his official statements, TMZ put out their own statement, showcasing how Jesse had clarified with them directly that the attackers were white. They went on to say that they spoke to Jesse and his team multiple times, and each time they described the attackers as white men. After discussing how they were to proceed, police released the brothers from custody and officially declared that the brothers were no longer persons of interest, stating that they had provided new evidence that needed to be corroborated. For the next couple of days, the only reports that came out about the case were from Jesse's camp, stating that they were now willing to work with the police and help them clarify anything that they needed. Shortly thereafter, the Chicago Police Department publicly announced that Jesse was being investigated as an active participant in the crime and was suspected of orchestrating the entire event. Chicago's top prosecutor, Kim Fox, had initially been placed on the state's case for the hate crime, but as the investigation turned and how it became obvious that Jesse was the culprit, she recused herself, stating that during the investigation, she had grown to be familiar with the entire Smollett family, and that could potentially lead to her own bias getting in the way of justice. This allowed Joe Maggots to take over the state's case as it turned into a felony disorderly conduct charge for filing a false police report. The next day, after it was announced that the charges would be filed, the police held a press conference and showcased their findings. To say the fallout was swift would be an understatement. All the goodwill and praise Jesse had received was destroyed, and many corporations and celebrities who had backed him loudly turned their backs on him. He made them look foolish in their sympathy and support, and they felt betrayed. Movements that backed him were irreparably damaged, and the backlash towards Jesse was shared with everyone who had ever supported him. The most vocal supporters became his loudest critics, citing their hurt and anger for what he had done. Politicians and celebrities who had stated they never believed him from the beginning did a victory lap and made jokes about how laughably fake everything had been. They called out how they had been mislabeled by Jesse and his supporters, and how he was never going to get out from under his lies. Reports came out from the set of Empire that Terrence Howard refused to be in the same room as his on-camera son, and after shooting the final episode of the season, Jesse stood on a table and apologized for the chaos that was happening, although he maintained his own innocence. Jesse was then removed from the show entirely. Some people still held on to the hope that maybe the police had botched the investigation and Jesse was telling the truth, because no proof had been shown, but the clips from his public appearances began to feel incredibly disingenuous. However, despite the change in public opinion, Jesse maintained his innocence publicly. He repeated that he hadn't had any part in the attack, that the brothers had acted on their own, and that everything that was happening because they had lied to the police to cover their own asses. On March 9th, Jesse was indicted by the grand jury on 16 counts of disorderly conduct, and still, Jesse maintained his innocence. His family supported him, and his lawyers argued that he was being unfairly penalized and attacked because of the media's coverage of the crimes. Many argued that that was his own fault, as he had encouraged the media blitz to benefit his career, and only seemed upset because the tides had turned. However, only 11 days later, all charges against Jesse for his fake hate crime were unceremoniously dropped. According to Joe Maggots, the charges were dropped because Jesse didn't have a history of violent criminal actions, and quote, lying about being attacked isn't a criminal offense. In an interview given after the charges were dropped,
staging a hate crime is though.
Maggot stated that the evidence proved Jesse did orchestrate the attack, that he did purposely perpetrate falsehoods surrounding the attack, and he did seek to gain from it. But in his words, the dropping of charges wasn't to exonerate Jesse, but to put more money and time into cases of violent crime in the city.
Does dropping the charges vindicate him?
No.
Does it exonerate him?
No.
Do you believe that he is innocent?
I do not believe he's innocent.
So you believe he's guilty?
Yes.
So why drop the charges?
Based on all the facts and circumstances, based on his lack of criminal background. I mean, we defer or do alternative prosecutions. In the last 2 years, we've done it on 5,700 other felony cases.
But it seemed that no one told Jesse that piece of information. Jesse and his lawyers tried to claim that the dropping of the charges was because Jesse was, and always had been, innocent of any wrongdoing. He made the following statement after the charges were officially dropped.
First of all, I want to thank my family, my friends, the incredible people of Chicago, and all over the country and the world who have prayed for me, who have supported me, who've shown me so much love. No one will ever know how much that has meant to me, and I will forever be grateful. I want you to know that not for a moment was it in vain. I've been truthful and consistent on every single level since day one. I would not be my mother's son if I was capable of one drop of what I've been accused of. This has been an incredibly difficult time, honestly one of the worst of my entire life. But I am a man of faith, and I'm a man that has knowledge of my history, and I would not bring my family, our lives, or the movement through a fire like this. I just wouldn't. So I want to thank my legal counsel from the bottom of my heart. And I would also like to thank the state of Illinois for attempting to do what's right. Now I'd like nothing more than to just get back to work and move on with my life. But make no mistakes, I will always continue to fight for the justice, equality, and betterment of marginalized people everywhere. So again, thank you for all the support, thank you for faith, and thank you to God. Bless y'all, thank you very much.
Like he had done before, Jesse stated that in essence, he was too noble and too good-hearted to do what he had done, and that the state had dropped their charges because they realized he was innocent. But, in a move unlike any other we have covered on this channel, both the major and police superintendent were so enraged by the state's decision to drop the charges, they held a press conference in which they stated that justice had not been carried out in this case, and implied there was corruption in the prosecuting office. People were furious at the decision to not properly prosecute Jesse, and moreover, people felt as if his famous family had used their connections to get him out of trouble. Critics found an old interview with Jesse talking about how he was friends with Michelle Obama after she had guest starred on Empire, and determined that he had used her political connections to his benefit. The move to drop charges was so widely criticized and disparaged that the following June, Cook County Judge Michael Tuman appointed a special prosecutor to investigate the decision, which opened up the possibility that Jesse would be charged once more, leading to the dispersal of the body camera footage from when the police first encountered Jesse after the attack. By February 2020, Jesse was once again indicted on 6 counts of disorderly conduct relating to the hoax, and the investigation into why the initial charges had been dropped found that there was substantial abuses of discretion and operational failures made by the district attorney, but nothing that rose to the level of criminal wrongdoing, which basically meant that the district attorney had been lenient on Jesse due to his fame and status, but no money changed hands and nothing criminal had occurred. Most people stopped paying attention after they found out another trial would be underway, until the verdict was handed down. However, the argument that Jesse tried to put forward as to what happened are incredibly interesting. Despite Jesse and Abel being friends before the attack, with Abel providing him drugs on occasion, Jesse's lawyers tried to argue that Abel was both in a romantic relationship with Jesse and, somehow, was homophobic. Both statements are untrue. They stated that the brothers attacked Jesse because they didn't like him, with Abel acting out due to a combination of homophobia and self-hatred for his own same-sex attraction. They also argued that Abel and Ola had attacked Jesse in order to convince him to hire them as his personal bodyguards, and thought of the attack as a money-making opportunity. Jesse's lawyers ignored the fact that Jesse had lied about the size, race, and build of his attackers, and other evidence, and tried to state that the brothers were criminal masterminds who took part in the drug trade. You have to have your guard up with them mentally, emotionally, and spiritually. They are highly intelligent, really smart, and they know how to dumb it down so you think they're victims, said Jesse's lawyer, as he compared the two brothers to Pablo Escobar. Despite that rock-solid defense, Jesse was found guilty after 10 hours of deliberation. He was sentenced to 150 days in jail, but was released after 6, and to this day maintains his innocence. Jesse Smollett is a smart man. He had been in the industry his entire life, and he had watched many stars rise and fall. After feeling his own success waning and being dissatisfied with his pay, he acted in his own self-interest and made the lives of everyone around him worse. His lies hurt the people he wanted to ingratiate himself with the most. While it's doubtful he will ever tell the truth and come clean about this case, he got exactly what he wanted, and that was to become a household name. Thank you for watching today's episode of Dreading. If you like this video, please hit the like button and consider subscribing.
It's 3:30 in the morning. I'm gonna stop. I wanted to get to 53, but it's fine. I'll go kill like a couple enemies.
If I touch you again, your glory, it'll be to administer an ancient earth custom called a spanking, a form of punishment administered to spoiled brats. Child in a woman's body, an arrogant monster. That's no way to treat someone who's telling you the truth.
Nerdrotic.com.
Rachel can't stop thinking about me. You know, I don't blame her, to be honest with you.
Just to make something clear, you're not going to date her.
No,
You're not going
I
to
hope. Listen, I hope you all find somebody who loves you as much as Rachel loves her refrigerator. Okay. No, seriously. Clownfish did a great video on this yesterday. I highly recommend. But that, like, he hit the nail on the head on what this is all about. Because it's not about me. It's not about Drinker. It's about that they're not getting traction on their opinions because their opinions don't really resonate with people for whatever reason. I would say they're bad. But I mean, I am just one man. That is one man's opinion, right? But to start with the dude bro thing with nerddom is fucking hilarious. So let's just address that right now. Are there dude bros into Marvel and stuff now? Sure, absolutely, because it's not a niche market anymore. It's not a niche thing. Nerddom is gone nationwide, gone international. And I was running around in Peru, you know, X-Ray Girl remembers this. And I would say this is anecdotal until I went to Egypt and saw the same thing. A bunch of kids wearing Spider-Man and Captain America shirts in Egypt and Peru. No Star Wars shirts. No Superman shirts. No Batman shirts. Spider-Man and Captain freaking America shirts in Egypt and Peru. Yeah, Nerddom's gone international. Not Star Trek, but back in our day, when we were nerds, I would get picked on for wearing a Star Wars shirt to school, to the point where I got self-conscious about it and eventually stopped wearing them for a little while, right? Because I just didn't want to deal with the shit going to school. I hated school enough anyway, right? I hated the actual school part of school. I didn't need any extra shit from jocks or whatever. And this was like 6th, 7th grade. So I was very young, but
I recognize myself in that so much.
Always loved Star Trek. Loved Star Trek all my life. One of the earliest things I remember watching, along with Adam West Batman, George Reeves Superman, and Star Trek and Twilight Zone. That's what we grew up on, Chris.
Alright, mate. I'm fucking out. It's 4 in the goddamn morning. I'm a degenerate fuck. Oh, God. Alright, boys. We'll see each other tomorrow. You know how it goes. Gotta be.